This technique is simply amazing. Anna couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. She thought she was just hiring an assistant. She didn't expect this guy to be so professional at peeling onions. His movements are so swift that one can't look away, looking at this mountain of results. He is indeed a skilled worker, but no matter how powerful a master is, one still cannot dodge the critical strike of an onion. He must have been stung by the spice, right? Stop it quickly, don't rub your eyes. Anna hurriedly shouted to stop him. Those hands are covered in onion juice, but this guy actually had no reaction. He just looked at her calmly. The scene was once very awkward. Never mind. Anna quickly swallowed her words back. This person is too strange, clearly choked up by the spice. Yet he didn't even shed a single tear. He's practically an onion peeling machine. Since you are so capable, then peel all of these. Don't even think about leaving one behind. On this sunny farm, Anna actually raised a hoe, shouting at the man in front of her, asking if they have any last words. This posture looks like an execution is about to happen on the spot. The air instantly became thick with the smell of gunpowder. But these two guys opposite her didn't even bat an eyelid. They just stared at her in silence. The scene once fell into a dead silence. Does stealing a few potatoes require a life as compensation? The man obviously felt this was too absurd, but these words completely ignited the powder keg. What do you mean by just potatoes? Anna was trembling all over with rage. These are the rations for the entire village. By stealing these potatoes, you are making hundreds of people go hungry. This logic left the two thieves stunned. Is this girl crazy? Just these few lousy potatoes. Is it necessary to escalate it to such a level? Before they could even react, Anna directly swung the hoe in a wide sweep, moving so fast that one could only see an afterimage. With a scream of agony, the man fell heavily to the ground. Anna stared down at him from above. How dare you look down on potatoes? This icy tone made the man on the ground panic completely. Or are you playing me? Anna held the hoe across her face, her tone so cold it made one shiver. Fine, okay, I get it. The man stammered in fear, quickly throwing away all the stolen potatoes. The potatoes clattered all over the ground. Since everything has been returned, you can let us go now, right? Don't be in such a hurry to leave. Anna suddenly revealed a sweet smile, but this smile made chills run down one's spine. The potatoes are back, but you haven't paid for the fertilizer yet. You also have to compensate for damaging the soil. The man was completely dumbfounded hearing this. This girl was simply committing highway robbery. It's okay if you don't have money to pay. Then leave the clothes on your backs behind. The two grown men stood bewildered in the wind. The two men smiled so radiantly, as if nothing had just happened. Anna's patience was exhausted in an instant. What are you still waiting for? She raised the hoe again. The sharp edge pointed at the two of them. Do you need me to help you undress? This tone was so gentle, it was hair-raising. The men were scared out of their wits. How is this a weak farm girl? She is simply a female demon. The two of them ran out like madmen, crying out in a breakdown as they ran. This woman is definitely a lunatic. Anna shouted a warning at their retreating backs. Don't you dare ever come back, daring to touch my potatoes. This is what you get. Next time you dare come, I'll strip you bare and hang you in the field as scarecrows. Anna shouted toward the distance, looking at those two pathetic figures. She finally vented the resentment in her heart, and they still dared to call themselves potato thieves. This is absolutely ridiculous. Anna grumbled while bending over to pick up the scattered potatoes. So thieves come here to work now, and they even leave their shovels and ropes behind. Their professional level is way too amateur. I got 2 shovels for free. Anna sighed helplessly. What kind of mess is this? She shouldered the tools and started walking back. She thought to herself, why is it so hard to just farm in peace and quiet? Since the defeat in that war, exactly 3 full years have passed. Anna gazed into the distance, remaining silent. Although the smoke of gunpowder had long since cleared, the heavy reparations make it impossible for people to even catch their breath. Those who were disabled on the battlefield not only lost their healthy bodies, but also completely lost their means of making a living. There is depression and desolation everywhere. During such turbulent times, strange rumors suddenly began to circulate. In the village, some say a bloodthirsty prince is carrying a dripping longsword, slaughtering his own subjects everywhere. Others say the missing soldiers were all brutally devoured by the enemy. All kinds of terrifying rumors are flying around, but the most ridiculous rumor of all is that in this village's communal farm, there is a treasure buried that could rival a nation's wealth. No wonder just now those 2 guys weren't there for the potatoes at all. They were after the treasure. Anna looked at the potatoes in her hand and shook her head helplessly. Rumors really do cause a lot of harm. This is clearly just a piece of fertile land. There is nothing here but potatoes. Where would any gold, silver, or treasure come from? She passed through the dense woods and returned to the sun-drenched town. This is her territory. Anna's small restaurant is going to open as usual today. She thought she could go back to the shop and rest for a bit. But before she even reached the door, Anna noticed something was wrong. Why are so many people gathered in front of my restaurant? and it's so noisy. She held the heavy potatoes, wondering what was happening, when she saw several men scuffling together in broad daylight. Someone actually dared to cause trouble at the shop entrance. Anna instantly flew into a rage. All of you stop it. If you want to fight, go do it far away. Don't act wild in front of my shop. The two men who were arrogant just a moment ago, as soon as they saw Anna appear, immediately shrank their necks in fear. That red-haired guy handed over a dark shadow, hurriedly spoke up to defend himself. It's not that we want to cause trouble. It's that this guy is really too suspicious. He's shamelessly blocking the door and won't leave, and no one can understand a word he's mumbling. He's just like a crazy person. All of you step back a bit. Since he's a customer coming to the shop, then leave it to me to handle. Anna pushed through the noisy crowd. She wanted to see for herself exactly what kind of big trouble could make these grown men act this way. A man wearing heavy fur was sitting on the ground as if no one else was there. He lowered his head and didn't say a word. The aura emanating from his entire body made Anna stop in her tracks involuntarily. It felt too wrong. The man in front of her didn't seem like an ordinary human at all. In his wide shadow, Anna seemed to see a black bear on the verge of a violent rage. Just as Anna held her breath, preparing to deal with the danger, the man slowly raised his head. Anna froze on the spot. The sense of pressure from earlier actually vanished without a trace in an instant. Looking closely at short range, this guy wasn't any kind of fierce beast. He was clearly a down-and-out vagrant. Looking at those sunken cheeks and this weak appearance, just how long has it been since he last ate? The wariness in Anna's heart instantly turned entirely into sympathy. The neighboring onlookers sighed helplessly at the sight. Everyone knew very well in their hearts Anna's old habit was acting up again. She was definitely going to pick someone up and take them back, and then feed them until they become big and fat. Hey, you handsome guy over there. Anna squatted directly in front of the man and issued an invitation without allowing any room for argument. Come back to the restaurant with me. I'll treat you to a big meal. I just happened to pick up some potatoes on the way. The man clearly didn't expect this turn of events. He turned his head and coldly refused, saying he didn't need food. What he actually needed was something else. But he was interrupted before he could finish speaking. Do you understand the concept of a free lunch? If I tell you to eat, then just follow me. Don't be so dilly-dallying over there. Anna's burst of enthusiasm completely caught the man off guard. He could only stare at her blankly. To make sure he felt no psychological burden, Anna even specifically waved the yellow potatoes, emphasizing that they were really found by chance. If no one is willing to eat them, they'll just end up being thrown in the trash. What a waste that would be. Facing this forceful kindness, the refusal on the tip of the man's tongue was forced back down. Do you understand? Then hurry up and follow me. If you don't want to be burned to ashes by rage, then you can only take this power and find an outlet for it. The magician's voice rang out again. He said you can guide all this pain onto the blade of the sword pointed at the enemy. From this moment on, Bertron has no way back. He must keep swinging his sword, using the blood of his enemies to calm that fatal burning heat inside his body. This heart beating inside your chest is actually the skeletal remains of a dragon. The magician announced coldly, "This power will make you strong, but the price is, Your Highness, you will never be able to shed tears again." Because the magician prophesied that even if you bring back your father's remains from the battlefield in the future, at that funeral of national mourning, you can only be like a monster, unable to shed a single tear. Not a single tear will ever fall from your eyes again. The magician's voice was full of malice. He said that when people see a prince who can neither cry nor laugh, they will not be grateful for your sacrifice. Instead, they will point at your nose and call you a monster. In order to save this country, Bertron killed his own emotions with his own hands. From the day he threw himself into the battlefield, that once gentle prince disappeared, replaced instead by a war machine that only knows how to kill. Through 6 full years of fighting, Bertron gave his all, but in return, he received only the news of a crushing defeat in the war. Those young people who went to the battlefield full of hope were never able to return to their hometowns. The once prosperous country is now left with nothing but desolation. In order to support this war, the last bits of the common people's rations were also completely plundered. Those who survived can only count the days waiting for death in endless despair. Bertron sacrificed everything, but in the end, he failed to become the hero who saved the country. In order to calm the chaos of the kingdom, the former king's younger brother, Duke Cedar, formally ascended the throne as king. During this coronation, surprisingly, not a single person came forward to object, and that prince, who, at his father's funeral, could not shed a single tear, completely lost his qualification to inherit the throne. In the eyes of the public, he is no longer the successor to the empire, but a monster whose soul was devoured by a long sword. Just like that, this prince who once commanded the battlefield was completely abandoned by his own country. Now, whenever Bertron appears in public, it reminds people of those miserable and painful memories of the war. For Cedar, who was busy consolidating his power, this prince, with distinguished military service, was simply an eyesore and a nuisance. To prevent him from interfering with state affairs, Cedar issued an absurd order. He gave Bertron a vacation so long that it had no end date, claiming it was to let him rest, but it was actually exile in disguise. This god of war, who once protected the country, was thus stripped of his right to enter the royal palace, carrying a body full of scars. He walked alone toward that desolate distance. Anna simply couldn't believe it. If such good things weren't eaten, they would actually be thrown away. She couldn't stand that kind of waste. Before Bertron could even react, Anna was already shouting loudly, telling him to hurry up and follow her. The villagers by the roadside were all stunned by this scene. Everyone was gossiping in private. This man is way too tall and big. He's practically like a moving hill. But even a monster who looks as cold as ice like this was actually taken away easily by Anna. Bertron's exaggerated size made him the center of attention wherever he went. Passers-by were whispering to each other, "This man is so big, he can barely fit through the door." But Anna didn't care about any of that. She deftly prepared a large table of good dishes, slicing meat and boiling soup. She even brought out her precious bacon. Watching Bertron devouring the food, Anna asked him with great expectation how it actually tasted. After all, this was her specialty home-cooked flavor. But just at that moment, an action by Bertron left Anna completely stunned. Did this man who looked so cold have some dissatisfaction with the food? Anna was originally worried about this silent gourd, wondering why he didn't say a single word. But in the blink of an eye, she was dumbfounded by the sight before her. A whole table full of dishes had actually vanished completely in an instant. Even the bottom of the plates was almost licked clean. Anna couldn't help but wonder if this guy even chewed. He's practically like a bottomless pit. But after eating and drinking his fill, this man finally spoke. He said his name is Bertron. Anna also hurried to introduce herself. Not only does she manage the village farm, but she is also the owner of this restaurant. She is a truly capable girl. Seeing Bertron eat everything so cleanly, Anna asked him with a heart full of joy if today's meal suited his taste. She thought she would hear some kind of praise, but Bertron replied expressionlessly. This meal was excellent nutrition. Hearing this evaluation, the smile on Anna's face froze. Treating gourmet food strictly as nutrition. What kind of life did this man actually lead before? Before Anna could recover from that evaluation, she saw Bertron fumbling in his arms for a long time and finally pulled out a crumpled and stained piece of scrap paper. Anna looked at this thing with a face full of disgust, thinking to herself that she clearly treated him to a big meal. Why is this guy carrying trash around with him? But Bertron acted unusually serious. He said that although this was written on scrap paper, it is a legally binding formal settlement. It clearly states on it that all supplies were borrowed indefinitely and promised to be repaid after the war. Anna was completely confused, completely unable to understand why this man would suddenly show her this. But when she leaned closer to that scrap paper and saw the signature at the very bottom clearly, she was completely dumbfounded. How could that name appear in a place like this? Anna pointed at that scrap paper and shouted out in surprise. The Hans Bert signed on this was actually her biological father. Bertron originally thought he had finally found his creditor, but Anna's next words made him freeze on the spot. Hans passed away several years ago, seeing Bertron remain silent and speechless. Anna, however, acted very straightforwardly. She said she could handle it on behalf of her father, and curiously inquired what kind of valuable item it was exactly. Bertron finally spoke up, saying the item that was originally to be returned was accidentally lost on the way, so he came here this time, wanting to ask Hans in person exactly how much that item was worth, so that he could directly pay compensation. Bertron took out a drawing, pointed at the round pattern on it, and asked Anna if she knew what it was. Anna stared at it for a long time and asked tentatively, "Isn't this an onion?" Bertron refuted with a serious face, saying this was something Anna's father had personally mentioned, a special spherical seed specifically used for farming, although he himself was feeling doubtful in his heart, because no matter how you look at it, it indeed really just looks like an onion. But since her father had never mentioned it, Anna, as the farm owner, also stated that for the current farm, this thing was simply of no use at all. Looking at Bertron's serious manner, Anna simply waved her hand generously. Since the item is lost, then just don't return it at all. She advised Bertron to relax and told him absolutely not to have any psychological burden. But who knew that Bertron would actually flatly refuse? He said, "This kind of thing is absolutely not okay." Bertron's attitude was unusually firm. He insisted that he must repay this debt. He even asked Anna in return, "Does he look like someone who can't afford to pay back money?" Anna was practically about to collapse. She didn't care about that onion at all. She just wanted to beg this gentleman to leave quickly after finishing his meal and stop causing her more trouble. But Bertron completely misunderstood. He thought Anna was using a strategic retreat to advance, wanting a higher compensation amount. He coldly told Anna to name her price directly. No matter how much money Anna wanted in her heart, he could satisfy it on the spot. This superior, charitable attitude finally touched Anna's bottom line. She put away her flattering smile from earlier. Her tone became bone-chillingly cold. She stared at Bertron and asked, "Does her current appearance look like she's trying to talk business with him?" Bertron didn't care at all what Anna was actually thinking. He felt that as long as it could be solved with money, nothing else mattered. He reiterated once again that as long as Anna gave him a number, he could settle the payment immediately. He even generously stated that if Anna didn't want money, exchanging it for something else would also be fine. Anna was practically driven mad with rage. In all her years of living, she had never seen someone so self-righteous. But Bertron, looking at the angry Anna, not only didn't feel the slightest bit of guilt, but instead fell into deep thought. Since Anna refused to take the money, then she must certainly have other needs. At this very moment, a flash of inspiration suddenly struck his mind. He seemed to have thought of an alternative plan that could satisfy both parties. Don't feel burdened. Anna was originally trying to persuade herself in her heart to definitely stay calm and not lower herself to the level of this stubborn person. But Bertron's matter-of-fact attitude was like adding fuel to the fire, finally making her lose her mind completely. Facing Anna's fury, Bertron actually remained calm, even following her words to ask, since money won't work, then what exactly does she want? Anna couldn't hold it in any longer. Accompanied by a dull, loud bang, she suddenly stood up. Since this man insists on repaying the debt, since he said any price is okay, then Anna would simply give him what he wished for. She pointed at Bertron and loudly announced that since giving money is out, then use your body to pay it back. Anna's words were like a heavy bomb, completely exploding in Bertron's head. Facing this sudden turn of events, this man, who was always calm, showed a bewildered expression for the first time. Anna is a girl whose kindness is even a bit excessive. In everyone's eyes, this wasn't necessarily a good thing. After the war ended, straggling wounded soldiers were everywhere. They hid in the shadows and should have had no intersection with Anna's life. But she took the initiative to issue an invitation, asking everyone to come sit for a while at her restaurant. Anna not only provided meals, but also gave these wounded soldiers work to do, letting them stay on the farm to survive by the work of their own hands. Once these people's health recovered, some chose to go back to their hometowns, while others simply settled down in the village. Anna changed their fates, almost entirely by her own efforts. But this wasn't pure charity. According to the men's accounts, right after the war ended back then, there was a shortage of manpower everywhere in the village. This was actually a matter of everyone getting what they needed. Anna's habit of picking up people randomly finally caused her childhood friend Dito to completely break down. He shouted at Anna in public, saying that the village now does not lack manpower at all. How can she just casually bring men from the roadside back home? Dito became more and more agitated as he spoke, even roaring in the middle of the street, saying that people with such unknown origins are the most likely to steal someone else's fiancé. Passing villagers were all stunned. Clearly, they had long been used to his intermittent bouts of madness. However, Dito regretted it as soon as he finished shouting, feeling that mentioning being a fiancé now was indeed perhaps a bit early. He quickly changed his words, saying he was just afraid Anna would be snatched away by someone else. Dito spent a long time at the door building up his courage. In the end, he still couldn't hold back and kicked the door open directly. While shouting Anna's name, he aggressively demanded to know if she had picked up some beggar from the roadside again. This man named Bertron was devouring meat as if no one else was there, facing Dito's accusations. He simply raised his head calmly. The scene once became very awkward. Dito, who was aggressive just a moment ago, instantly lost his confidence after seeing Bertron's physique clearly. He even started to worry about his own safety. But Bertron didn't pay him any attention at all. He just continued as if no one were there. Licking the plate completely clean, Anna looked at the fault-finding Dito, her tone full of disdain, asking if he had run over here specifically to intentionally pick a fight with someone. Dito stammered an explanation, saying he just happened to be free. In response, Anna made a backhand move, directly assigning him work to do. Since you are so idle, then it's perfect for you to stay, and together with this new employee, help out at the restaurant. Dito was completely dumbfounded after hearing this. Looking at this strong man in front of him, he really couldn't associate him with a restaurant employee. Anna, on the other hand, was in high spirits, even intimately calling him Bertron, telling him to hurry up and greet his new colleague to get to know each other. Before the other party could even react, Anna went straight in with her hands, like rubbing a puppy's head, randomly rubbing and stroking on Bertron's head. Watching this scene, Dido felt his worldview was about to be completely shattered. How is this a new employee? This is clearly keeping a big dog. He stared at Bertron's face, repeatedly confirming in his heart, this guy, does he really think of himself as a pet? Although Dido was nervous, he still braced himself to introduce himself as Anna's childhood friend. Unexpectedly, the other party acted much more polite than he imagined, calling himself Bertron, a man who is just peeling onions to repay a debt. He even specifically emphasized that he and Anna aren't familiar with each other at all. These words finally made Dido feel a little better in his heart, but Bertron's next words were like a bucket of cold water poured over him. He said the name Dido is too common. He had already heard it 800 times before. Dido jumped up in anger on the spot, but he quickly realized something didn't seem quite right. That pauper named Bertron, you couldn't find a few cents on his entire body. Where would he get assets to lend to others? This so-called repaying a debt simply makes no logical sense at all. Anna was clearly annoyed by the questioning, loudly emphasizing that this guy has an ID card. She even turned her head to seek confirmation from him, wanting to prove he wasn't some suspicious character. Bertron cooperated seamlessly, explaining with a calm face that this debt cannot be repaid with money, so he can only do as Anna requested and use his body to pay it back. As soon as these words came out, Dido, standing nearby, froze entirely. His mind was full of messy and inappropriate images. Anna saw his expression and explained clearly with a face full of disgust. The so-called repaying the debt with the body actually means staying at the restaurant to work. Dido really couldn't figure out why it had to be onions, but Anna took it as a matter of course, constantly praising how quickly this guy works. Since so many onions have been peeled, then we might as well make them all into dishes. She enthusiastically served a plate of onion soup, asking Dido if he wanted to try some, looking at Bertron in front of him, like a starving ghost reincarnated. Picking up the plate and starting to devour it, Dido felt even more upset in his heart. He casually asked if there was anything else besides soup. As a result, the menu Anna rattled off left him in complete silence. What onion sandwiches? Onion steak, plus onion fried eggs. It seems today's meal is going to fight with onions until the very end. Anna was still nonstop bragging nearby, saying Bertron peeled so many onions, and yet didn't shed a single tear. He's simply a genius. Dido finally couldn't listen to it anymore, shouting at her to shut up immediately, and grumbling that if she kept being so wordy, absolutely no one would dare to marry her in the future. Dido was patting his chest and bragging, saying that a person as kind as he is couldn't be found anywhere else in the world. But he was interrupted before he could finish his sentence. Anna looked at Bertron in front of her, who, in front of everyone, was licking the plate as if no one were there. Startled, she quickly spoke up to stop him. She thought he wasn't full yet and was about to go serve more food, but Bertron refused with a calm face, saying that he was actually full. As for why he was licking the plate, his reason was simply hopeless, saying that if it's not licked clean, it will be very hard to wash once the residue dries. After saying that, he ignored the reactions of the two, picked up the plates, and walked toward the kitchen, taking the initiative to be responsible for the cleaning. Looking at this man wearing a luxurious coat, yet seriously wiping dishes, Anna and Dido were completely speechless. They could only stand there staring at each other in a daze. Dido looked at those large hands and still felt a bit uneasy in his heart, worrying that his strength was too great and he would crush all the plates in the shop. Although Anna said they should trust him, Dido always felt something wasn't right. The aura emanating from this man really didn't seem like an ordinary worker, especially when he rolled up his sleeves, revealing that solid arm. Dido noticed it at a glance. It was covered in dense scars. These old marks were shocking to see. Clearly, he had gone through countless life and death situations for such brands to be left on the skin. Peeling onions was indeed too simple for him. Anna guessed that he might have been on the battlefields and was wounded during the war. After all, in such troubled times, that seemed to be the only logical explanation. But Dido fell into deep thought. He stared at that silent back. An even more unsettling thought popped into his mind. Are these wounds really just because of the war? What if that guy is a deserter or a criminal who slipped away during the war? Dido's head was full of wild thoughts, but Anna had no interest in listening to any of it. Those old stories aren't important right now. She slammed a basket of potatoes onto the table. Since you are so idle, then hurry up, grab a spoon, and come get to work. You know how to peel potatoes, right? Dido was still making a final struggle. Isn't this kind of chore meant for employees? He didn't want to be here peeling potatoes. Anna, however, explained with a helpless look, Bertron's hands are simply too large. Every time he peels, he ends up cutting the potatoes in half. And these potatoes in your hands, they are practically like they were custom made for you. The way you peel them is the most perfect. Dido, who was full of complaints a moment ago, instantly felt his whole being uplifted. By the time he realized what happened, he was already sitting there obediently peeling potatoes. Bertron stayed behind just like that. In this remote little village, he became a member of Anna's restaurant. Don't look at the fact that this shop doesn't even have a sign. It is the only restaurant in the village, and the internal space is surprisingly large. It's said that this place is spacious enough to host an entire battalion of soldiers at once. Actually, just 3 years ago, this place wasn't the way it is now. With the full-scale outbreak of the war, groups of soldiers flooded into the village. They forcibly occupied this shop, turning the cozy little restaurant into a canteen. This absurdly large space was actually a form of compensation the government gave Anna. After the war ended, it's also a witness to those cruel days. Anna looked at the empty room alone, thinking to herself that since there aren't many customers now, it wouldn't be bad to use it as a warehouse. But before she could finish planning, an elderly person hurriedly burst straight into the restaurant. The elderly person's first words were asking if she had seen his son. His tone was full of anxiety that could not be hidden. Anna was completely stunned. Before she could even think of how to answer, the elderly person began to mutter to himself again. He kept mumbling that he must find him, while walking out despondently, as if he had lost his very soul. Look at these hands gripping the doorframe, covered in the wrinkles of age and dirt. Clearly, he had suffered a lot to find his son. Anna served a bowl of hot soup, softly telling the elderly person to remember to let her know when he finished it. The old man grumbled quietly that there were too many onions. Anna joked that as long as it's free, even mud soup would have people fighting to drink it. Although she was joking, the way Anna looked at the old man was filled with a tenderness that couldn't be hidden. As the old man said, it was delicious. This huge, nameless restaurant finally gained a trace of long-lost warmth. The elderly person gripped Anna's hand tightly, repeatedly mumbling whether or not she had seen his son. Anna could only patiently coax him, promising that as long as he stopped wandering around digging everywhere, she would definitely bring him definite news tomorrow. The elderly person talked to himself as he walked, saying he must hide his child before the army arrives. Looking at that staggering, departing back, Anna stood at the door in silence for a long time. The scars left by war are far deeper than imagined. Without her realizing when, Bertron had already been quietly standing behind her, like a silent and reliable mountain. Anna brushed aside her complex emotions, smiling as she pointed inside the house, asking him to help with some cleaning. In the empty restaurant, only the sound of the broom sweeping across the floor remained. Bertron suddenly stopped his movements and asked out of the blue, "Do you really know that person's whereabouts?" Anna was clearly a bit guilty, subconsciously refuting, asking how she could possibly know. Without even turning his head, Bertron directly exposed her pretense. "So, you were lying just now." Facing this sharp questioning that hit the nail on the head, Anna fell into complete silence. She couldn't say a single word. Anna turned around helplessly, explaining that she had no other choice. If she didn't lie to deceive that elderly person, he would keep digging until his fingers were worn raw. That poor mother just wants to find back her son who went missing in the war. It is said that the last place the child appeared was right on the nearby battlefield. Bertron, who had been silent all along, actually made an unprecedented exclamation. This does indeed sound very tragic. Anna, as if discovering a new continent, teased this ice-cold man with a smile. "So you can actually feel sad too." Bertron's tone remained calm. He said he of course knows what sadness is. He simply just cannot feel it. Bertron casually rolled up his sleeves, revealing arms that were actually covered in hideous scars. Watching this scene, thought suddenly popped into Anna's mind. Since he can understand sadness, but cannot empathize, could it be because he suffered some severe injury that led to this emotional deficit? She couldn't help but speak up to test him, asking Bertron if he had injured his head during the war. Bertron stopped his movements. His tone still betrayed no emotion. He said he had fought too many battles. The injuries he received on his body were countless. His head must have been knocked around too. He spoke as if describing an insignificant trifle. Anna looked at the man in front of her, as if she had suddenly figured something out. She said she finally understood why Bertron never smiles and never gets angry. Bertron just listened quietly, without any response. Anna realized she was being a bit rude and quickly apologized. She said that in the village, there are many people who were injured in the war. Everyone's situation is different. Some say that if the head is injured, no matter how much sadness is in the heart, one might not be able to stop smiling. Some people clearly have all their limbs intact, but have lost the ability to speak ever since. Anna confessed her thoughts. She originally thought Bertron was also one of those poor souls whose spirit was completely destroyed by the war. But Bertron suddenly asked Anna in return, "During the war, weren't you injured too?" Anna clearly didn't expect this man would care about her past. She froze for a moment, then immediately smiled and pointed at her own face. She said when the village was conducting forced conscription because she resisted desperately, she was punched hard in the face. Anna pointed at her nose. Her tone was as relaxed as if she were talking about someone else. She said ever since her nose was broken, she has almost entirely lost her sense of smell. This is probably why, even though she follows the exact same steps to cook, the taste never returns to the way it was before. She teased Bertron for being too honest. Since he doesn't like the food, then she would apologize in advance. But Bertron, who had been silent, suddenly blurted out that he would change his words to delicious from now on. Anna was amused, quickly waving her hand to tell him not to lie. There was no need to go against his heart just to comfort her. Bertron stopped his movements, looking down at Anna. He spoke the secret hidden in his heart. In fact, he cannot taste anything at all. Those hurtful evaluations from before were just his most direct perceptions. Bertron looked at Anna with a trace of seriousness in his tone. He said his previous words and actions were indeed ill-considered. He shouldn't have hurt Anna like that. Although this apology came a bit late, he still solemnly bowed his head to the girl in front of him. Anna was clearly somewhat surprised. He didn't expect this ice-cold man would apologize so straightforwardly. What concerned Anna even more was the speed at which Bertron accepted the facts. It was surprisingly fast. The calmness and decisiveness he possessed, compared to the ordinary people in the village, was simply a world of difference. Could this man be the kind of nobleman whose family fortune declined because of the war? The more she thought about it, the more likely it seemed. After all, the way he spoke and that elegance etched into his bones really didn't seem like an ordinary person. Just as Anna was still repeatedly pondering Bertron's true identity, a series of heavy footsteps broke the silence in the yard. Carla was carrying a full basket of apples and was walking over here in a huff. Carla slammed the door open. Before she even stood firm, her loud voice had already spread throughout the yard. She stared straight at Anna, clearly suppressing a bellyful of fire. Anna was startled by this sudden commotion, and her whole body froze. She could only subconsciously call out, "Mom?" But Carla wouldn't listen to any explanation at all. She pointed at Bertron nearby, her voice rising another octave, demanding to know if Anna was crazy, to actually pick up another beggar and bring him back. She stamped her feet in anger, saying she had repeatedly warned and exhorted, telling Anna to stay far away from those aristocrats. But Anna, on the contrary, directly brought a beggar home. Carla's anger burned brighter and brighter. She accused Anna, telling her to stop casually bringing people with unknown identities into the house. Anna was jumping with anxiety nearby, begging her mother to shut up quickly, but Carla wouldn't fall for that. Instead, she felt that for Anna, to act this way at her age was simply too absurd. Seeing her mother's words becoming more and more excessive, Anna finally couldn't help but shout out loud, reminding her that the person involved was right there. Carla subconsciously turned her head and froze directly on the spot. Bertron's tall figure was like a wall, solidly blocking the way in front of her. He held a long staff in his hand, looking down at Carla expressionlessly. Carla's arrogant energy from a moment ago instantly vanished by more than half. She looked at this man in front of her with the gloomy eyes, this terrifying man, and couldn't help but feel a wave of unease in her heart. This guy, who looked like someone not to be messed with. What exactly was his background? Just as the atmosphere reached a stalemate, Bertron actually leaned forward slightly and greeted Carla very politely. Before Carla could even react, Bertron spoke up calmly. He said he was the beggar Carla had just mentioned. The sky gradually darkened. Carla put on a forced smile while politely making arrangements, saying plainly that Anna's skills were mediocre and that she herself hadn't cooked in too long. Bertron, however, responded very politely and courteously, thanking Carla for her kindness. Watching this man in front of her, eating his food in such a deliberate and orderly manner, Carla increasingly felt that something was wrong. He acted too calmly, not at all like an ordinary person in distress. This unfathomable aura made Carla feel an unprecedented pressure. What exactly was this guy's background? He was definitely not an easy character to deal with. Carla finally couldn't hold it back and put down the work in her hands. "I am Anna's mother, Carla. You came here to repay my husband's debt, right?" After receiving an affirmative answer, she pointed at that funny-looking portrait, teasingly asking if this onion-like thing was the debt. Although Bertron was still seriously explaining that it wasn't an onion, Carla's next words left everyone stunned. She smiled and waved her hand, telling Bertron to leave after finishing this meal. She had no intention of collecting this debt at all. Carla's tone became unquestionable. Since her husband is no longer here, all inheritance and debts are now up to her. She doesn't need this money. She only wants this man to disappear from her sight immediately. Facing Carla's order to leave, Bertron did not intend to depart. He emphasized with a firm tone that the debt he owed was far too heavy. Carla was clearly extremely angry, even starting to talk nonsense, saying that the last thing the family lacks is onions. They have already peeled enough and don't need anyone else to interfere. But Bertron remained persistent. He hoped Carla would reconsider, because he knew how much that man once valued these things. These words completely ignited the powder keg. Carla's expression changed instantly. She roared out hysterically, "That man is already dead. They are the ones guarding this place now." This roar instantly plunged the entire restaurant into a dead silence. Everyone stopped what they were doing. After Carla finished shouting, she seemed completely drained of strength. She gritted her teeth, unwilling to say more, only wanting Bertron to leave quickly. Anna was quite frightened on the side, calling out softly to her mother. At this time, the villagers who had been watching the scene couldn't sit still. He led some people to surround them, sarcastically urging Bertron to get lost quickly once he finished eating. Bertron was straightforward, directly giving a response and standing up. But when he actually stood up straight, the men were instantly dumbfounded. This man, who looked refined and polite, was actually so tall and large in stature. The elderly person sitting nearby finally spoke, saying they didn't mean it that way. Everyone can actually understand his feelings. He brought up the battlefield of those years, saying that kind of chilling atmosphere is something no one can easily forget. He bluntly reminded Bertron that in a shop with only women, having someone of his status staying around will only make the atmosphere more and more terrifying. Bertron knew very well in his heart that Carla and her daughter weren't actually afraid of him. But the old man's next words left him with no way to refute. If he continues to stay here, other customers won't dare to enter at all. This will make it impossible for Anna to do business normally all day long. Seeing that things had reached this point, Bertron could only silently accept it. Carla took out a heavy coin pouch and shoved it into Bertron's hand, saying it was the wages he deserved for his work today. Bertron wanted to argue a few more words, but was directly interrupted by Carla. She didn't want to hear another word about the debt. If Bertron truly felt guilty, then he should wait until he goes to the next world and ask her deceased husband in person. Right now, she only asked that this man leave immediately to return peace and quiet to this place. The restaurant fell into a deathly silence. Bertron looked down at the coin pouch in his hand. He didn't say another word. He just took one last look at this place. He finally started walking. His heavy boots stepped on the wooden floor, making a series of thudding sounds, like they were knocking on everyone's hearts. Bertron left very decisively. He left one last sentence, saying that he would stop here for today and hope they could meet again next time. Anna subconsciously wanted to chase after him and even wanted to speak up to ask him to stay. But before her hand could reach out, it was held down firmly by Carla. Carla's anger now was suppressed to the brink of exploding. She roughly brushed off her daughter's hand in a terrifyingly cold tone, stating clearly that between mother and daughter, they must talk things through clearly right now. With a loud bang, the restaurant's main door was slammed shut. As soon as the door closed, Carla's fury completely exploded. She pointed at her daughter and demanded to know if she was crazy. How did she dare to take in that kind of man so casually? Anna was clearly not backing down either. She loudly retorted to her mother, not understanding what that kind of person was supposed to mean, and even less why there was any problem with it. In Carla's eyes, the answer was more than obvious. That man was sturdily built, had a fierce face, and even bore scars. He clearly didn't look like a good person at first glance. She even started making wild guesses, thinking Bertron must definitely be a deserter, maybe on the battlefield. He even dared to kill his own superior officer. Facing these prejudices from her mother, Anna only found it extremely absurd, because all of these were groundless speculations made out of thin air. She tried to reason with facts, reminding her mother that on that OU, her father's name was written clearly. It was a proof left behind by the war. But hearing the word war, Carla seemed to break down completely. She clutched her head in pain and began to scream hysterically. Anna looked at her mother in front of her, her heart filled with helplessness and confusion. Clearly the war had already ended. Why were they still unable to step out of the shadows? Carla's emotions completely collapsed. She cried out in grief that the war had taken away everything she had, even including her husband. That kind of pain could not be compensated at all. Even if, after the war ended, she was allotted this spacious restaurant, whenever she tried to show a smile, she felt incredibly guilty in her heart. In her view, war was an utter madness from start to finish. Even if it was one in the end, what could ordinary people actually get? They couldn't even get a bag of flour in return. Seeing her mother in such pain, the persistence in Anna's heart also vanished. She softly apologized to her mother, regretting bringing up these sad matters. Carla also calmed down. She felt sorry for her loss of composure just now and didn't want to continue this topic anymore. After venting her emotions, Carla finally calmed down. She decided to take a step back and no longer interfere with Anna's actions. She told her daughter directly and plainly if she wanted to give food to those poor people, that was Anna's own choice. She wouldn't meddle in it anymore. But Carla also had a bottom line, which was that the restaurant must absolutely not be used as a shelter, and even less should people be kept here. Anna nodded repeatedly after hearing this. As long as her mother was no longer angry, she would agree to any condition. But before she could breathe a sigh of relief, Carla added another sentence, her tone becoming exceptionally serious. She warned Anna that she could save people and could provide meals, but it was absolutely not allowed to develop any kind of strange relationship with that man. Anna was completely dumbfounded by what she heard. She never expected that her mother's train of thought would actually turn to that. Hearing the words falling in love, Anna first froze for a moment, then immediately couldn't help but laugh out loud, feeling that her mother's worry was simply a fairy tale. While laughing, she asked in return, in her mother's eyes, what kind of person was she exactly? Carla replied crossly, just a silly girl who would casually pick up a dangerous man and bring him home. Anna quickly waved her hand and explained, telling her mother to set her heart at ease. That man is not her type at all. He's way too built. The reason she chose to help was purely because she saw he was pitiful. There was only sympathy in her heart. But hearing the word sympathy, Carla's expression became even more complex. She whispered that the most terrifying things often begin with sympathy. After all, many times, this feeling of pity is the very trap that most easily draws people in. Carla was still uneasy. She held her daughter and started joking, saying that this kind of thing easily turns into, I can't live without you. If things keep developing like this, I'm afraid it won't be long before the two of you are sitting at the same table, eating together like a family. Anna quickly told her mother to relax. That man looks like he doesn't like her cooking at all, let alone anything about the future. Carla helplessly pulled her daughter closer, lamenting that she never listens to advice, and warned her that if she regrets it later, she'd better not hide away and cry. Nightfall soon arrived. Bertron looked inside the cloth bag filled with shiny coins. He did not feel relieved because he got this money. He silently calculated in his heart that he would save this money first and find an opportunity to return it to Anna personally in the future, no matter what the price. He must pay off this debt. He stopped his pace, taking one last look at the distance. At that village shimmering with faint light, he knew very well the root of all this pain. As long as he can repay the debt owed to Hans Bert, this damn torment might finally come to an end. He can never leave the wilderness in the dead of night. Bertron was stopped by a group of people. The other party tentatively asked if he remembered who they were. Bertron didn't even turn his head. His tone was chillingly cold. Of course I remember. The ones who, at the restaurant entrance, were among those who threatened me. The fellows who were aggressive just a moment ago instantly lost their spark and could only offer an awkward, forced smile, explaining that they were just being exclusionary, facing the harassment of these men. Bertrand acted unusually calm, only replying faintly, I understand. But this group clearly didn't intend to let it go. The man in the lead suddenly changed his face, mentioning that they heard about the debt at the restaurant. He aggressively pressed for an answer. Since Carla said she didn't need it, why haven't you left the village yet? Bertron didn't take the threat seriously at all. Instead, he calmly told the other party that after dawn, he would personally go talk about that debt. The other party clearly didn't expect this outsider to be so bold. They confirmed one last time. You really don't plan to leave? Bertron's answer consisted of only 2 words, not leaving. Now the atmosphere completely dropped to the freezing point. Seeing how tough Bertron was acting, this group of people actually started laughing, hypocritically asking him if he was hungry, since he was kicked out of the restaurant and there was nowhere else to eat nearby. They thought Bertron must be going crazy. But Bertron's next words made the atmosphere instantly weird. He said he was planning to go hunting in the woods. The villagers were all stunned after hearing this. In the middle of the night, you can't even catch a rabbit. Where are you going to hunt? Bertron looked indifferent, saying he had already picked out food on the way into the village, so there was no problem at all. Hearing the word food, this group of people was completely dumbfounded. In this desolate wilderness, what exactly was the food he was talking about? It turned out the food Bertron mentioned, was actually the villagers' livestock. The villagers never expected that this outsider would actually dare to rob their livelihoods right to their faces. Taking it by force definitely wouldn't work. A few men quickly huddled together, whispering to discuss a strategy. Planning to trick Bertron into leaving first, the man in the lead instantly changed his expression, putting on a warm, enthusiastic smile, urging Bertron not to go hunting in the middle of the night because it would be too much hard work. He pretended to kindly suggest taking Bertron to a good place, where there was not only ready-made food, but also a place to sleep. The lead man tried to forcibly pull Bertron away, but no matter how hard he pulled, Bertron was like a great mountain, standing there without moving an inch. The group was exhausted from the effort, but found they couldn't move him at all. The atmosphere became very awkward for a moment. Only then did Bertron slowly speak. He promised not to go hunting anymore, but demanded that this group lead the way to find food and a place to stay. The villagers were overjoyed upon hearing this. They thought Bertron had backed down, praising him for being a reasonable person, feeling that they had finally gained control of the situation. But before they could be happy for long, Bertron immediately followed up with a cutting remark, saying the reason he agreed to go with them was because, given the strength of these men, they didn't have the ability to do anything to him at all. These words were a direct blow to their pride. The villager, who looked smug just a moment ago, was instantly rendered speechless by the retort. To quickly get rid of this bringer of bad luck, the leading man took out a cracker and shoved it into Bertron's hand. He also warned him to keep quiet, pointing to the hillside in the distance. He said many wild mushrooms grew there, and they would taste decent when eaten with the cracker. Bertron looked at the cracker in his hand. After a moment of silence, he actually thanked the other party and accepted this meager gift. The man, seeing him take the bait, quickly pointed to the halfway point of the mountain, saying there was an abandoned building there, which would be just enough for him to make do for a night. While laughing loudly and waving goodbye, he urged Bertron to hurry up the mountain. Watching Bertron walk into the deep mountains, the man's smile vanished instantly. After Bertron had walked far away, the young man with him felt more afraid the more he thought about it. He couldn't help but ask if those mushrooms were actually edible, but the leading man looked indifferent. He said that, after eating those things, at most one would just cry and laugh, fuss for a few hours, and then faint. Anyway, in all probability, it wouldn't be fatal. Hearing such irresponsible words, the companion was clearly still a bit worried. But the man didn't care at all, thinking that since Bertron looked so sturdy, this little bit of toxin to him was probably just like an itch. Staring at this huge pot of onion soup in front of her, Anna was completely dumbfounded. Carla, however, expressed with a calm face that she had boiled all the peeled onions, estimating that the mother and daughter would have to drink it for 3 days straight. The house was filled with a pungent smell. Carla complained about feeling dizzy from the scent, while also blaming Anna, asking if she wanted to be smoked to death by the onion smell. Anna got angry and retorted on the spot that it was clearly Carla herself who peeled so many, and now she was turning around and blaming her. The two argued incessantly over the soup pot, neither willing to back down an inch. Carla finally couldn't take it anymore, directly giving Anna a strict order. If she found this pot of soup an eyesore, then hurry up and take it to share with the neighbors. Although Anna was 100 times unwilling in her heart, she could only sulk at the soup pot. Anna carried that pot of onion soup and began poisoning everyone throughout the village. Looking at the troubled expressions of the old neighbors, Anna even started making things up, saying that drinking more onion soup is good for the head and good for hair, not caring whether people believed it or not. Anyway, she just wanted to clear the soup from the pot first. But even with her selling it so hard, after coming back from a round of deliveries, she found that more than half was still left in the pot. This onion soup was like a magic cornucopia. No matter how much she gave away, it never ran out. Anna sighed helplessly. Just as she was worrying about what to do with the rest, she looked up and discovered that in the distant deep mountains, a cluster of firelight had actually appeared. It was exceptionally conspicuous in the pitch-black night. She had clearly already gone to every visible person to deliver the soup once, but how could there be someone on that barren mountain? Anna stared at the distant firelight. Her heart couldn't help but feel uneasy. Who would light a fire on the mountain in the middle of the night? Could she have encountered bandits? Or was it that man from earlier? Although she was a bit afraid in her heart, driven by strong curiosity, she still decided to go up the mountain to see what was happening. As she got closer and closer to the fire, the crackling sound of burning wood became clearly audible. The person sitting by the fire was indeed Bertron. He was boiling something as if no one else were there. Just as Anna was hesitating whether to approach, her foot accidentally stepped on a dry branch, making a slight noise. Bertron immediately turned his head alertly. Anna froze on the spot, still carrying the leftover soup in her hand. Just as Anna expected, The one lighting a fire in this wilderness was indeed that mysterious Bertron. Bertron, for his part, looked calm, replying very politely with a good evening as Anna moved closer to look. She realized this guy was actually busy by the fire, looking as if he were preparing dinner. Anna couldn't help but let out a gasp of admiration. She didn't expect that someone like him would actually cook with his own hands. This sense of contrast was indeed a bit large, making her even more curious about this man. Bertron only explained calmly that he was merely processing the ingredients so that these things could be safely eaten. Facing Anna's admiring gaze, Bertron acted very confident, stating plainly that he was actually capable of anything, especially in order to repay a kindness. He was willing to do anything. Since Bertron said he was capable of anything, Anna immediately grabbed onto him like a lifeline, quickly bringing out that pot of onion soup, asking for help somewhat embarrassedly, asking if he could help finish it off. Looking at this large pot of leftover soup, Anna finally breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that she had finally found someone to take it over. Bertron didn't refuse either, directly taking the spoon and starting to stir. While staring at the boiling soup, he pulled some ingredients from his pocket, adding them into the pot with practiced movements. But just as Anna was full of expectation, Bertron actually took out a mushroom. That mushroom was glowing all over and had spots. He threw the mushroom in without changing his expression, as the broth bubbled and simmered. Bertron handed over a bowl of soup, saying with a serious face that it was done, and specifically told Anna to give it a taste. Anna was completely dumbfounded, totally failing to understand what he was saying. It turned out Bertron thought all along that Anna found this pot of soup too unpalatable, and had specifically asked him to improve it. Hearing this, Anna almost exploded with frustration. She quickly explained loudly and clearly that she just wanted him to help finish the leftover onion soup. She had no intention of having him add ingredients, let alone saying the soup tasted bad. The atmosphere instantly became a bit awkward. Bertron simply replied indifferently, "So that's how it is." Looking at how calm Bertron was, Anna truly didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This guy even added another sentence, saying that even if Anna didn't drink it, he wouldn't be sad. After all, he had said long ago that he has no emotions. Anna stared at him with a helpless look, really not knowing whether to call him too honest, or to say he has no emotional intelligence at all. How could her father have gotten involved with such a person? Looking at his steady and capable appearance, he really didn't look like someone who would be in debt. Anna asked tentatively, asking if he was already full. The movement of Bertron's hands paused for a bit. Even though he was clearly about to be unable to eat anymore, he still braced himself and said no. How could such poor acting deceive Anna? She saw at a glance that he was forcing himself. Anna simply reached out and grabbed the plate. She told Bertron to stop worrying blindly. There was no need to force it just for the sake of pride. Looking at his frustrated appearance, the anger in Anna's heart mostly vanished. After all, in these troubled times, he is someone who knows to cherish food and not waste it. Since she was the one who brought the soup out, Anna decided to take responsibility until the end. She directly took the remaining soup back, intending to finish it all herself. Bertron politely thanked her from the side. Anna picked up the plate and took several large gulps. She had already prepared herself for it to taste bad, but as soon as the soup entered her mouth, she froze. The taste was actually surprisingly good, even more delicious than what she had made before. Bertron acted very calmly, simply accepting the compliment peacefully. Anna smiled while handing back the empty plate, savoring that kick of spicy flavor, even feeling like her whole body had warmed up. But before she could be happy for long, a strange sensation suddenly came from her stomach. That burning feeling began to churn. She suppressed the discomfort in her stomach and turned to ask a key question, asking Bertron if he had a place to stay tonight. Bertron was quite content with whatever came his way, saying he had long been used to camping. Anna couldn't help but complain from the side, saying he didn't even have a tent. How could this be called camping? It was clearly wandering, but Bertron obviously already had a plan. He mentioned there was an abandoned building nearby. He heard about it from the passing villagers and planned to make do there for the night. Anna's heart skipped a beat when she heard this. That place had a bad reputation locally. There were rumors everywhere that it was cursed. Some people even said it was haunted. Bertron stood up by the fire, casually asking Anna if she was going home. But Anna seemed as if she had lost her soul, standing frozen on the spot without reacting, only letting out a dazed sound of inquiry. Bertron noticed her strangeness and tentatively called her name again. Anna suddenly doubled over, clutching her mouth tightly, making strange muffled sounds in her throat. Anna suddenly burst into a fit of wild laughter. That laughter sounded exceptionally piercing in the wilderness. Bertron was completely dumbfounded, watching from the side. He had no idea what was happening. Anna was laughing wildly while hiccuping, asking Bertron intermittently what exactly he had added to that pot of soup. She now felt like her whole body was floating. A trace of unease suddenly rose in Bertron's heart. He had actually accidentally dropped a hallucinogenic mushroom into the pot. Bertron finally spoke up to apologize. He held Anna's shoulders, his tone full of guilt. But Anna suddenly burst into loud laughter. The tear marks in the corners of her eyes weren't even dry yet. She felt that an apology was simply useless. Bertron called her name again, then suddenly pulled her close. So close, they could even feel each other's breath. He told Anna not to move for a moment. This sudden intimacy made the surrounding air freeze. Without a word, Bertron hoisted Anna onto his shoulder, warning her that it would be a bumpy run. Anna was laughing out of control at this point. Bertron, however, remained unusually calm, even saying it was fine if she threw up, because he was very good at doing laundry. Worrying about laundry at a time like this, Anna completely broke down after hearing that, shouting that she wasn't okay at all. She never expected this man could be such a straight man to this extent. Bertron carried Anna and sprinted all the way. The violent jolting made her unable to stop screaming. Lanterns flickered in the deep night forest. Dido was surrounded by everyone in the center, asking him if he was worried about Anna. After all, wild wolves roamed these woods. It was indeed easy for an ordinary girl to get into trouble. But Dieter expressed with a calm face that Anna was a very bold woman. He remembered that Anna had once killed a wolf by herself. At this moment, Dito's head was full of images of Anna holding a heavy spiked object and smashing it hard against a wild wolf's head. Looking at this brutal scene in his mind, Dito finally couldn't help but shout, the one he was worried about wasn't the wolf at all. Who he was truly worried about was the unlucky guy who got targeted by Anna. Dito concluded he was either a deserter or a criminal. After all, with that appearance, he didn't look like a good person. But the villagers nearby didn't think so, thinking that a deserter wouldn't be so blatant. Dito insisted the other party was doing the opposite of what was expected. This analysis made Dieter do nothing but yawn. He had clearly lost his patience, suddenly reaching out and clutching Dito's face tightly. Dieter coldly motioned for him to shut up. A wild wolf suddenly emerged from the woods. Dieter immediately signaled everyone to be on alert. This lone wolf from the pack was very dangerous. He was just about to have a companion go call for help, but Dito noticed something was wrong. The wolf didn't launch an attack. Instead, it seemed to be disturbed by something. Suddenly turning its head to look deep into the forest, a dark shadow flashed through the distant bushes. At that moment, Bertron was sprinting desperately under the moonlight, carrying Anna. The wild wolf blocking the way didn't even have time to react before being kicked flying by Bertron. But this violent scene terrified the villagers. In the flickering lamplight, they only saw a massive dark shadow sprinting past at high speed while carrying Anna. Someone even thought it was a bear. Dito immediately realized the situation was wrong. This was clearly a kidnapping in broad daylight. He directly raised his voice and sounded the alarm to the entire village. Everyone instantly fell into a state of chaos. Bertron was in big trouble now. His desperate move to save someone became the act of a demon in the eyes of others. Dito's roar pierced the dark night. The entire village was instantly startled awake. Everyone sat up from their beds one after another, completely unaware of what had happened. A heavy pounding on the door suddenly rang out. Carla hurriedly threw on her coat. While muttering Anna's name and wondering who would visit in the middle of the night, the sight after opening the door left her stunned. Bertron was holding Anna tightly, and the girl in his arms looked terrible, even starting to vomit violently on the spot. The chaos of the night finally passed when sunlight poured through the window again. Anna woke up in an unfamiliar bed with only a complete blank in her mind. She weakly surveyed her surroundings. A dull pounding sound echoed through the room. One after another, drawing the newly awakened Anna downstairs, she held onto the wall and cautiously approached. The back of the person grinding medicine was actually Bertron, who had saved her last night. He looked like he had been busy for a long time, detecting the movement without even turning his head. Bertron gave a calm greeting. Anna, however, was frozen on the spot. She never expected that she would still see this man the moment she opened her eyes. Why hasn't he left yet? Anna hurriedly turned to her mother Carla for help, but the answer she received made her wish she could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. It turned out she had vomited all over him last night. Bertron had to stay to clean up, Anna's face instantly turned red to the tips of her ears. Carla let out a helpless sigh. Since her daughter had vomited all over the man, they couldn't just let him leave bare-chested. So they had to let him stay at the house to wait for his clothes to dry. But that heavy cloak of his was still dripping with water. Looking at the state of it, I'm afraid it won't dry completely for another 3 days and nights. Carla told Anna to go wash her face and to tidy up the restaurant while she was at it. She herself planned to head out for a bit to go check on Dito's tailor shop. Only the two of them were left in the house. Anna originally wanted to act a bit diligent, but as soon as she turned around, she discovered Bertron had already finished the work. He moved as efficiently as a machine. Anna awkwardly gave him a thumbs up, trying to cover her uneasiness with laughter, but in her heart, she became increasingly puzzled. What exactly was this man's background? By this time, Carla had already walked far away. She stopped in front of a tailor shop. The woman there was greatly shocked. The craftsmanship and materials of this shirt were definitely not something an ordinary villager could afford to wear. Only truly wealthy families would be willing to spend such a high price. Carla's heart skipped a beat after hearing this. Could this man be an aristocrat? Those rich people love to toy with emotions the most. In case he was here to deceive Anna, she had to deal with him before anything happened. The two women's conversation became more and more ridiculous, even starting to argue about Anna's marriage prospects. The woman even wanted Anna to be her daughter-in-law, making Carla roll her eyes on the spot in anger, exclaiming that her son wasn't a match at all. At this moment, Anna, who was working, suddenly felt an itch in her ears. She felt as if someone was talking about her behind her back. Before she could even react, a tall figure approached. Bertron suddenly reached out toward her. Anna backed away repeatedly in fear, shouting and asking what he wanted to do. Did he intend to use those hands that had been wrapping onions to wipe her face directly? Bertron explained with a calm expression that there was just some dust on her face. Ashamed and annoyed, Anna laid down some ground rules. He was not allowed to touch her for 4 hours, and he couldn't even come near her. Faced with such an unreasonable demand, Bertron was actually seriously confirming the time. Anna let out a helpless sigh. Bertron suddenly began to lament, saying that in the past, even speaking was a luxury. Anna keenly caught the keyword and pressed him on what he meant by the past. What time exactly was he referring to? It turned out this silent man had once escaped death on the battlefield. Anna tentatively asked him if it was because he became a deserter, that he hid in this remote small town. Bertron shook his head calmly. He had fought until the very end. But after the war ended, he had nowhere to go. His family members were all gone. Even his only uncle found him to be a burden. Anna froze on the spot instantly. She had intended to pry into his background, but accidentally tore open his bloody scars instead. She truly hated herself for being so nosy. This heavy and somber topic made the air become oppressive. Just as Anna didn't know how to respond, a shout suddenly came from outside the door, asking if this shop was open for business right now. This voice was like a literal lifeline. Anna immediately put on a smiling face, loudly responding to the customer outside the door. As if seeing a savior, Anna warmly welcomed the regular customer who entered. But the man was startled, teasing her about why she was so excited today, saying she should just hurry up and make a decent lunch. Before Anna could breathe a sigh of relief, the customer suddenly lowered his voice, inquiring about that man from last night, asking what the two of them, a lone man and woman, were actually doing in the middle of the night. Anna defended herself loudly with a guilty conscience, saying she just saw he was starving to death, and kindly gave him a bowl of onion porridge. The customer stroked his beard with a wicked smile. His intuition told him this matter wasn't simple. Anna jumped up on the spot in anger. She usually helps the poor often. Why was it suspicious this time of all times? The customer whispered a comment, saying it's because the guy is so handsome. Anna subconsciously turned her head and instantly held her breath. Bertron had walked over at some unknown point. He was still holding that rag in his hand. Water droplets fell from his fingertips, looking exceptionally striking in the sunlight. The two of them just stared at each other. The atmosphere was so subtle, it made one hold their breath. Anna hadn't even snapped out of her trance from his good looks. Before she was interrupted by the man's loud voice, the man smiled brilliantly, teasing Anna for finding a handsome guy, and saying this man was absurdly tall. He could barely even see his face clearly. Anna got flustered and frantic, desperately trying to explain something. But the man began a long-winded lecture, advising her to just have some fun with a handsome guy while she's young. But if she really wants to marry, she needs to find someone reliable, like Dieter back home. Anna rolled her eyes in her heart. Why was it this same old marriage pressuring talk again? Who would want to be paired up with that grasshopper Dieter? Before she could even retort, Carla's roar came over, asking why she wasn't working since the guest had arrived. That bit of ambiguity from just now vanished instantly. Anna could only resign herself to starting work. Anna stood alone in the sea of flowers. Before she even had time to feel the breeze, she was stunned by the sight before her. This scene was simply absurd. A massive black bear was actually wearing a glittering golden crown, staring straight at her just like that. What exactly was going on? Could it be a cursed prince? Or a bear that turned into a prince? Anna's mind was in a total mess. She didn't dare to make a single move. If it's a prince turned into a bear, then the curse will be broken one day. But if a bear turned into a prince, then this matter will be never ending. Since it's a cursed prince, then the antidote must surely be a kiss. Anna didn't hesitate and went for it. She spread her arms and lunged forward. The scene was completely reversed. A dignified, large black bear was actually so scared that it scrambled all over the ground, desperately begging Anna to stay away from him. He threatened that he could tear a person to pieces. Anna didn't believe that at all, and even mocked him for putting on an act, insisting on giving this good doggy a kiss. Just as she was about to kiss him, Anna's smile was incredibly sweet. But the next second, the image shattered into pieces. There was no sea of flowers or black bear, only drool on her pillow. That ridiculous dream from just now, every detail was clearly visible. Anna woke up screaming. This dream was truly too absurd. What kind of decent person would dream of rushing to kiss a giant black bear? But once she calmed down and thought about it, the outline of that bear looked more and more like Bertron. Now Anna was completely breaking down. To imagine that cold man as a bear just to flirt with him. This was simply more terrifying than a nightmare. That old man had been rambling in her ear, saying how handsome Bertron was, setting aside whether he's handsome or not. Anna suddenly realized a problem. She seemed to have never clearly seen what Bertron actually looked like. After all, that guy was just too tall. Every time she looked up, she could only see his chest. Could it be that what she thought about during the day caused such a chaotic dream at night? That scene from the daytime kept flickering in her mind. Bertron casually said he finished washing the dishes, but Anna just stared at his collar in a daze, unable to suppress that thought in her heart. Should I go and check to be sure? Anna tossed and turned in bed. Finally, she couldn't hold back her curiosity and crept into his room on tiptoe, looking over by the faint candlelight. Bertron truly looked handsome in his sleep. If he groomed his beard properly, he might actually pass for a real heartthrob, but Anna's attention quickly shifted. Underneath his half-open collar, there was actually an eerie blue light, appearing exceptionally piercing in the darkness. What on earth is this thing? A blue gemstone actually looked as if it had grown into his flesh, flickering slightly along with his breathing. Anna subconsciously reached out to grab it, wanting to see the absurd truth clearly. Could this gemstone be embedded in the skin? How many secrets is this guy hiding on his body? Anna was so scared she apologized repeatedly, explaining that she really didn't do it on purpose. But Bertron on the bed didn't wake up. He just kept pleading with his eyes closed, begging her absolutely not to do that. This humble and pained voice made Anna freeze on the spot instantly. She tentatively called out in a soft voice, but found the arm beneath her palm was shaking violently out of control. This level of fear was clearly not just ordinary sleep-talking. Could it be those shadows of war that still trap him in the abyss to this day, preventing him from even sleeping peacefully? Looking at this man covered in scars, all the curiosity in Anna's heart vanished, leaving only an inexplicable ache. She suddenly really wanted to do something for him, until the first ray of morning sun outside the window shone into this room filled with nightmares. After dawn, Bertron finally woke up. The shadows brought by the nightmare faded a lot. He subconsciously sat up, intending to organize his chaotic thoughts, but before he was fully awake, he felt something wasn't right under the covers. There seemed to be something heavy pressing down on his leg. Bertron's movements suddenly stiffened. He slowly lowered his head to look over. An apron was draped over his feet. The early morning sun had just sprinkled into the yard when Bertron had already picked up a broom and silently began clearing the weeds on the ground. Anna was still not fully awake in the house. Before being jolted awake by Carla's loud voice, Carla pointed at the figure outside the window, scolding Anna for still being lazy. Saying that big guy had been working since before dawn, Anna felt a flare of irritation in her heart. Clearly, she had called him a lazy bear before. Why was she praising him for being hardworking now? The speed of this change in attitude was just too fast. But Carla's tone shifted even more harshly, saying if Anna hadn't vomited all over him, she would have kicked this fellow of unknown origin straight out of the house long ago. With his gloomy and unlucky appearance, Anna was still arguing her point, questioning her mother why she had to be so picky. Just as Carla was about to continue her outburst, she was stopped in her tracks by a cold voice calling her name from behind. Bertron coldly reminded the mother and daughter that a guest had arrived at the house. Standing at the door was indeed the village head. Dito. The tense atmosphere from a moment ago was instantly interrupted by this uninvited guest. Carla quickly hid her fierce expression and politely invited the village head inside for tea, asking about his purpose for visiting so early. Anna, on the other hand, was very familiar with the village head. The two started bickering as soon as they met. One joked about the other not growing tall. The other teased about the other's hair roots. Finally, there was a bit of laughter in the yard. Dido leaned into Anna's ear mysteriously, inquiring whether that man, of unknown origin, had done anything out of line. But Anna didn't take it seriously at all, casually complaining that Bertron had always been strange, making Dido jump up in frustration, emphasizing that he was talking about serious business. The village head shook hands with Bertron, setting the matter in stone. He planned to come back to pick him up after lunch. Bertron actually nodded and agreed. Anna watched from the side, completely bewildered. She hurriedly pulled her mother aside to inquire about the situation. Carla explained that wolves had entered the village. The village head wanted to take the young men to investigate, so he wanted to borrow Bertron to put him to work. Anna felt uneasy in her heart, actually using the word borrow to describe him. Did they really treat him like a tool? But Bertron himself looked calm, stating plainly that he had no problem at all. Carla was overjoyed by this, praising Bertron for being more reliable than her own daughter. Seeing that the person involved had agreed, Anna could only helplessly accept the reality. Turning around to organize making a feast for him, she excitedly moved closer, asking Bertron what delicious food he wanted to eat. But Bertron had no mind for eating at all. He stared at Anna with a serious tone. Compared to that wolf they hadn't seen yet, he wanted to find out more right now what kind of absurd thing actually happened in that room last night. The smile on Anna's face instantly froze. Bertron suddenly blurted out a sentence, asking what was the deal with that apron. When he opened his eyes this morning, he found that thing covering his feet. Anna froze for half a second, then burst into a fit of laughter. She thought it was some big deal. It turned out he was fixated on this. She explained matter-of-factly that last night she only wanted to go see if he was sleeping peacefully or not. As a result, she found his feet were outside the covers and conveniently used the apron to cover them. Bertron listened with a helpless face. What kind of decent person uses an apron as a blanket? Anna waved her hand dismissively, saying it was an old apron that wasn't being used, and told him to feel free to use it whenever his feet felt cold. After all, cold feet make it easy to have nightmares. Besides, you look really cute wearing it. Bertron just wanted to say something more, but before he could speak, he was interrupted by a loud shout from Carla. The mother was urgently calling her daughter to go help. Anna answered without a second thought, and like a cheerful little bird, she dashed toward the back of the house, leaving only Bertron frozen on the spot. Carla carried a basket full of things. She wanted Anna to deliver the stack of clothes to the village's communal farm. Bertron was just sitting alone to the side, staring at the plate of simple food in front of him. Carla noticed something was wrong. Bertron in front of her was not moving at all. The whole man seemed as if he had lost his soul. She reached out and waved her hand in front of the man, trying to snap him out of it, even starting to worry about what happened to him. In this awkward moment, Anna came running in with great energy, breaking the dead silence in the room. While taking the delivery basket, she explained that the delay just now was because she was taking care of Bertron's meal. Looking at these two women bustling about, Bertron still didn't say a word. Bertron only gave a low response to Anna, gave a greeting, then turned and went out the door. Only the two of them were left in the room. Carla stood aside with hands on her hips. The more she looked at this man, the more she felt something was wrong. A thought suddenly popped into her head. Could it be that this guy and her daughter already had something unspeakable happen between them? Bertron mechanically moved the utensils. The strength in his hands was astonishingly large. The originally hard spoon actually slowly changed shape in his hand. Carla cried out in shock. That metal spoon was actually bent into a right angle by his bare hands. Bertron looked at the scrap metal in his hand, let out a dull exclamation, seeming to only just realize he had lost control. Carla felt that his current state was simply as bad as it could get. But the man's next words were what truly made her doubt her life. He stared at Carla with a serious face and asked that ridiculous question. Please answer me honestly. Do I look cute? The air completely froze at this moment. Carla was frozen on the spot. Her brain instantly went blank. Then a blood-curdling scream erupted, ringing out through the entire house. What on earth was wrong with this man? Carla went into a total frenzy from anger. She waved her hands and screamed loudly, completely unable to understand this man's logic. Bertron, however, sat at the table looking innocent. Why was she so angry? Could he have said something wrong? But if this description was wrong, then Anna must have been wrong too. Bertron fell into a deep state of confusion. Why was it that for the same evaluation, the reactions of the two women were so different? Could it be that both Anna and I got it wrong? The scene shifted. The atmosphere in the village became exceptionally solemn. Several men surrounded the carcass of a wolf, letting out bursts of exclamations. This scene was simply too brutal. That terrifying bloody hole on the giant wolf looked as if it had been hit head-on by a cannonball. Someone questioned with a face full of disbelief, "Are you sure you just kicked it once? And didn't turn back to smash it with a rock?" Bertron stood aside with an expressionless face. His calm tone was enough to make one's skin crawl. He said he was holding Anna at the time and just dealt with it conveniently with a kick. The surrounding villagers looked at each other. This was simply insane. Dito muttered in a low voice from the side, "If there was a wolf, he should have considered keeping his distance for the sake of Anna's safety," but the elders had no intention of letting him off. Dieter put his arm around his shoulder and laughed, teasing the kid about whether he was jealous. After all, a handsome guy of unknown origin had moved into Anna's house just like that. Anyone in his position would feel uneasy. Bertron listened to this idle gossip. He told everyone directly and bluntly that he had made the most correct judgment because Anna had accidentally eaten poisonous mushrooms. She was already showing symptoms of poisoning at the time. The situation was far more dangerous than they thought. He turned his head toward the bewildered Dito and tossed out a professional question. "Dito, do you know what is the highest priority principle for moving the injured?" Dito was rendered speechless by the question and could only stand there in a daze. Bertron's voice was low and powerful. He said he had spent a full 6 years in the war zone in such an extreme environment. He knew better than anyone what was most important. The old village head simply waved his hand as if hearing a joke, teasingly saying the war had been over for 3 years already. It was indeed something to be proud of, but there was no need to keep living in the past. He patted Bertron with a chuckle, advising the young man to relax a bit and not always look so bitter and resentful, saying he should try to smile more. But Bertron's next words caused the relaxed atmosphere to freeze instantly. He said his head was severely injured during the war, resulting in the complete necrosis of his facial nerves. Since then, he could no longer laugh or cry anymore. The entire place fell into a deathly silence instantly. The villagers who were joking just a moment ago now didn't even dare to raise their heads. The old village head coughed twice awkwardly, apologizing to Bertron repeatedly, blaming himself for talking nonsense at his age, and truly hitting a sore spot. It seemed Anna's cover story had worked. While the old village head was still regretting his words, Bertron suddenly spoke up. "Village head, do you need a complete wolf skin without any holes?" The old man was bewildered by these words, completely unable to follow his train of thought. Before anyone could react, Bertron had already raised his hand to point into the distance. His tone was so calm it made one's skin crawl. He said that wolf is staring at us right now. Looking in the direction he pointed, deep within the dark and damp bushes, a giant wolf was slowly stepping out of the shadows. It lowered its body and let out a series of low growls. In those yellowish eyes, there was a chilling, ferocious light. Facing the giant wolf just a short distance away, Bertron acted like a seasoned hunter. He calmly asked the village head if he should deal with it right now. If the village head needed it, he would be careful with his technique this time. He would absolutely not ruin that wolf skin. Dito listened from the side, fuming with rage. What was this guy trying to act cool for? He could clearly do it himself. Why should this guy get all the glory? Ignoring the discouragement of the adults, while shouting that he could drive the wolf away himself, he rushed forward recklessly, insisting on proving his own ability. But before he could take 2 steps, the elder behind him let out an angry shout, telling him to stay put right where he was and not to cause trouble at a time like this. Immediately after, before Dito could react, he was firmly grabbed by a large hand and fell clumsily to the ground. Playing the hero at a time like this was no joke. One slip up and he could lose much more than just face. The scene became very chaotic for a moment. The older man pointed at Dito's nose and cursed, threatening to go to the tailor shop to complain, to have his mother discipline him properly. But before this farce could finish playing out, the man suddenly let out a cry of alarm, shouting for him to hurry up and get back. Dito was completely frozen on the spot. His gaze seemed to be locked in place. In the gaps of that giant wolf's claws, there were actually strands of clearly visible human hair entangled. Before Dito could recover from his fear, the giant wolf had already lost its patience. It let out a muffled sound from its throat and lunged upward suddenly, instantly pouncing in front of the boy. The villagers' eyes nearly split from terror. They screamed Dito's name at the top of their lungs. Just when Dito thought he was a dead man, a heavy thud came from the ground. Bertron applied force with a single hand, like dragging a piece of old luggage, and pulled this beast, weighing hundreds of pounds, directly off of Dito. The monster that was fierce and evil just a moment ago was now kicking its limbs wildly, only able to let out bursts of miserable and helpless whimpering from its mouth. Anxious shouts from his companions came from the distance. Dito slowly opened his eyes. His mind was still a complete blur. He was clearly fighting the giant wolf just a moment ago. How did the world become so quiet in the blink of an eye? Anna's beautiful face was now right there, just inches away. She was leaning down with a worried look, softly asking him if he was okay, looking into those gentle green eyes. Dito was completely dazed, being this close. Could this be heaven? Before he could savor the moment any longer, a cold voice came from directly above. Bertron looked down at him with an expressionless face. Stop dreaming. You are still very much alive. Dito suddenly shuddered. Only then did he realize he was being held in the arms of this cold man. He let out a shrill and desperate scream. Dito completely broke down. He struggled frantically, shouting for the other to let go immediately. This situation was absolutely humiliating, but Bertron remained dead serious, warning him in a cold tone that he had injured his ankle when the wolf attacked. If he dared to step on the ground now, the bones would likely shatter instantly. He even brought up his status as a professional, telling Dito to stay still and behave, saying Carla had already gone to fetch the doctor. The surrounding villagers erupted in bursts of laughter, saying this was the consequence of not listening to adults. Dito was so ashamed he wanted to disappear. He could only cover his face tightly, letting out a desperate groan. Dito's leg was wrapped in bandages. As he hobbled into the house, still constantly crying out in pain, the tavern was now extraordinarily lively. The skin of that giant wolf was hung up high. Villagers gathered around, clicking their tongues in wonder. This size was simply absurdly large. Anna was even more full of excitement, asking repeatedly if he was the one who single-handedly dealt with this monster. The village head nearby was about to speak, preparing to describe Bertron in vivid detail, and how he had grabbed the wolf by its tail. But he was coldly interrupted by Bertron. He put down the wine glass in his hand and stated straight to the point that there was no need for Anna to know such bloody and cruel details. These words caught even the village head by surprise. He didn't expect that this cold man would actually consider a girl's feelings. Bertron didn't say anything more. He just drank his wine in silence. You said there have been no missing persons cases in town lately, right? The village head put down his glass. That is indeed the case. If this wolf had truly attacked a passerby, the consequences would be unthinkable. But then he shifted the topic, pointing out that it was too early to draw a conclusion, because on that wolf's claws, besides the residual hair, there was actually soil from a grave sticking to them. He calmly speculated that this beast might have just dug up some unlucky person's grave to feast on the corpse inside. Bertron even mentioned that if it really dug up a grave, the minerals from the decaying corpse would cause the wolf's claws in the deep of night to emit an eerie blue fluorescence. The village head listened in a daze, unable to help but sigh in amazement. The strange knowledge this young man possessed was truly far too much. He simply didn't seem like an ordinary traveler. Just then, someone in the tavern loudly proposed a toast. The atmosphere in the tavern gradually heated up. The villagers enthusiastically asked Bertron whether he had gotten used to the pace of life in this small village. Bertron only replied faintly that it was indeed very peaceful here. The villagers looked quite proud hearing this, stating plainly that the village patrol was very reliable. Bertron, however, thoughtfully mentioned that no wonder a girl like Anna dared to walk around outside alone late at night. It seemed the public security was indeed good, but the villager smiled and shook his head, saying that wasn't entirely due to the patrol's credit. This girl Anna has astonishingly large courage. She's even stronger than most men in the village. Back then, after the war ended, the village fields were ruined beyond recognition. It was Anna who took the lead in clearing the ruins, turning that place into a communal farm with her own hands. In everyone else's eyes, Bertron was a monster. Whenever he appeared, fear would spread like a plague. But this girl, Anna, clearly had a different way of thinking. She wasn't afraid at all. She even just wanted to feed him until he got a bit fatter. After all, he knew very well that he was just an outsider in the end. Once his injuries healed, he would eventually have to leave this place. This lively atmosphere of everyday life didn't originally belong to him. The cheering in the tavern interrupted his thoughts. The newly brewed apple cider was served. Everyone, fill your glasses quickly. The atmosphere in the tavern completely exploded. Anna raised her glass, loudly announcing that the second round of the revelry had officially begun. But amidst the noisy cheers, Anna's attention was always on that one person. Bertron sat alone in the corner, looking completely out of place. The apple cider in his hand wasn't even finished. Anna leaned in, asking with concern if the cider wasn't to his taste, or if the pickles were too sour. Seeing that he had barely touched his food, Anna simply picked up some bread, wanting to make a sandwich for him herself. This feeling of being cared for was something Bertron probably hadn't experienced in a very long time. Anna handed the sandwich to him, asking him to help taste it, to give some suggestions on her cooking. Bertron clearly hadn't adapted yet to being treated like an ordinary person. He hesitantly took the food, watching him chew without any expression. Anna suddenly reached out and pinched his cheeks. Since your facial muscles can move, why can't you even manage a fake smile? Faced with Anna's provocation, Bertron actually took it seriously. He put down the food, decided to give it a try, but when he turned around toward the guests in the tavern and showed that smile he had practiced for so long, the originally noisy tavern instantly fell into a deathly silence. The expressions on everyone's faces froze. Seeing everyone terrified like this, Anna quickly apologized awkwardly, telling Bertron to just focus on eating his sandwich and not to try smiling anymore. But before the two could even settle back down, Sato suddenly rushed over, slamming his head hard onto the table, giving Anna quite a start. This guy had clearly been watching them for a long time. He pointed at their legs, shouting that they were sitting much too close, that their knees were about to touch. Faced with this unreasonable scene, Bertron didn't even raise his head, only replying coldly, "Do you want to sit on my lap instead?" Dito completely broke down at those words, screaming and calling him a madman, while hurriedly backing away, but he clearly hadn't planned on giving up yet, turning around to question Anna if she was really going to let this man continue staying at her house tonight. Anna thought it was only natural. She couldn't exactly let him freeze to death outside in the cold. Dito jumped up in anger, proposing that Bertron go stay in the farm dormitory. The night deepened. As the guests in the tavern gradually dispersed, everyone reminded each other not to forget to go work at the farm tomorrow. Anna stood at the door seeing everyone off, but when she looked back, Dito was actually still loitering there, refusing to go home no matter what. He was still sulking over being scolded earlier about the disaster, insisting on seeing Bertron move out with his own eyes before he would drop it. Anna let out a helpless sigh, bringing up Dito's mother to persuade him, but only receiving even more intense resistance in return. Bertron, who had been silent all along, suddenly stepped forward at this moment, softly called out Dito's name. "If you are afraid of going home alone, I don't mind walking you there myself." This sudden kindness was actually more terrifying than a direct physical threat. Dito was scared out of his wits, screaming as he fled into the dark night. Looking at Dito's back as he fled in panic, Anna couldn't help but burst into laughter. This guy might be a coward, but in some aspects, he is truly persistent. Bertron withdrew his gaze, suddenly bringing up Dito's suggestion from earlier. He intended to move to the farm's collective dormitory starting tonight. Anna clearly didn't expect him to say this, hurriedly speaking up to ask him to stay. Clearly, her mother had already agreed. There was absolutely no need to move out because of Dito, but Bertron's next words left Anna completely stunned on the spot. He said, "The reason Dito made such a fuss is because that guy likes you." Anna didn't react for a moment, even doubting if she had misheard. By the time she finally snapped out of it, not only was she not shy at all, but instead, she felt as if she had heard the most absurd joke of her life. Anna laughed until tears almost came out. She thought this was simply nonsense. After all, Dito usually only mocked her, saying it would take another 10 years for her to be eligible for marriage. But Bertrand saw through it clearly. He said he wasn't looking down on you. Rather, Dito needs to spend 10 years to finally gather enough courage to confess to you, Bertron explained in a flat tone. Even though he currently lacks emotions, he can objectively judge others' true intentions through the way they look at people. The way that man looks at me is filled with naked jealousy. Anna listened in a daze, thinking that if Dito heard these words, that guy would probably explode on the spot. Precisely because he saw through all of this, Bertrand insisted on moving out to live, to avoid causing Anna any more trouble. But just as he was preparing to leave, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. With a hint of hesitation in his voice, he mentioned the cloth Anna helped cover his feet with last night, and asked if he could borrow it. Anna didn't react for a moment, even unable to remember which piece he was talking about. Anna finally remembered. It turned out he was talking about that small apron with the floral print, though she didn't know why he wanted it. Anna still kindly reminded him that there were plenty of thick blankets in the dormitory. There was really no need to take this small apron. But Bertrand's attitude was unusually firm. "I just need it." Since he was so persistent, Anna generously gave it to him. Anyway, that old apron rarely had a chance to be worn normally. She then warmly followed up, asking if there was anything else he needed, telling him to think about it carefully. Carla stood in the shadows, staring fixedly in the direction Bertrand had left. She always felt that this man of unknown origin looked at her daughter with eyes that weren't quite right. But just as she was about to turn around, her gaze was drawn to the wolf carcass. The front claws of that wolf were actually emitting a faint blue light. Carla suddenly stopped in her tracks. A rumor surfaced in her mind. If a wild wolf has dug up a grave, such traces would be left on its claws. In a closed small village like this, outsiders are always excluded and eyed with suspicion. But once you demonstrate extraordinary ability and earn everyone's trust, you have a chance to take root here. Carla fell into deep thought. If things really develop this way, this dangerous and mysterious man might truly integrate into their lives completely. If even the village head is starting to appreciate that man, then things will be real trouble. She bit her fingertip, weighing the situation repeatedly in the silent night. pushing open the door. A slight noise came from inside the room. Anna was lying on the bed with her arms and legs sprawled out, looking at her daughter's completely defenseless appearance. Carla's originally tense face finally revealed a hint of a helpless smile. She muttered softly that she was already a grown girl. Why was she still so reckless when sleeping? She didn't even know she had kicked off the blanket, Carla kept muttering, while carefully helping Anna cover up with the blanket. That man named Bertron. Although his true background was still unclear, Carla understood very well in her heart that she must not let him get close to her daughter. Looking at Anna's sleeping face, the worry in Carla's eyes grew deeper and deeper. She had to, before that man completely won the village head's trust. Find a way to drive him out of the village. Carla looked at the night sky outside the window, silently saying to Hans in her heart, "No matter what kind of favor you owe that guy, please give me enough strength to drive him away before dawn." In the blink of an eye, the morning sunlight poured into the room. Anna opened her eyes groggily, letting out a lazy sound. She rubbed her eyes, looking at the bright sky outside the window. What time is it now? The restaurant must have passed its opening time long ago. As she stumbled her way outside, she complained about why her mother hadn't woken her up. But as soon as she rushed to the door, Anna was completely stunned. The village head was politely saying to Bertron that he thanked him for his help during this time. Although he couldn't provide wages right now, he could send him to the nearest city. Bertron still had that same cool appearance. Replying faintly that it didn't matter, Anna could hardly believe her ears. She rushed forward regardless of everything, loudly questioning Bertron if he was leaving right now. All of this happened way too suddenly. Facing Anna's anxious questioning, Bertron only looked down at her in silence. Anna, regardless of the fact she was still in her pajamas, blocked her mother, loudly questioning why they were letting Bertron leave right now. All of this happened too suddenly. Carla, however, appeared unusually calm, stating plainly that the household didn't need a bachelor who only knows how to peel onions. That wolf caught last night is already enough to clear all the debts. And as for this matter, Bertron himself has already agreed to it. Anna couldn't say a word, only able to watch helplessly as things were settled. The village head approached at this time, intending to take Bertron to the city to sell the wolfskin and conveniently take him to see what a real restaurant actually looks like. Anna felt a flare of anger in her heart. Was her own cooking really that subpar? The village head didn't forget to add insult to injury, complaining that Anna's apple cider was too sweet and couldn't compare to city beer at all. Now Bertron was truly about to leave. No one expected that the usually taciturn Bertron would actually speak up to defend her, stating bluntly that this restaurant is excellent. The village head was quite overwhelmed by this aura and could only awkwardly smooth things over, saying that those words just now were only a joke. Anna took the opportunity to strike back, reminding him that the more familiar someone is, the more respect they deserve. The dignified village head was actually lectured by a junior. Although he was 100% unconvinced in his heart, he could only grumble and curse. As he turned to prepare the carriage for the city, just as the carriage was about to depart, Anna suddenly called out to the village head, loudly announcing that she was going to the city as well. Faced with the village head's puzzled gaze, Anna's mind raced quickly, immediately finding a perfect excuse, saying there was a batch of aged sausages at home that she should take the chance to go and sell. The village head left the decision entirely to Carla. After all, Anna was her own daughter. Although Carla felt some hesitation in her heart, she eventually relented and agreed to the request. Feeling that traveling together in a group would be livelier, Anna almost jumped up in excitement. This was the opportunity she had been looking forward to for a long time. The carriage wheels turned rapidly, carrying the group toward the distance. Anna leaned her head out and waved desperately, loudly promising her mother that she would definitely sell the sausages for a good price. Bertron sat directly across from her, silent and speechless as always. Watching the carriage gradually disappear from the frame, Carla stood in place and let out a long sigh. Although her daughter's personality had always been stubborn, and no one could stop her once her mind was made up. Looking at the empty small path, Carla still felt uneasy in her heart. This trip to the city to sell goods, will it really be as smooth as Anna thinks? Carla gazed at the receding figure, only hoping for safety throughout the journey, and that absolutely nothing goes wrong. The village head, listening to Bertron's wording, couldn't help but chuckle. Teasing him for actually calling this a carriage, it seemed he was a wealthy young master in the past. Bertron did not argue. He only whispered an apology. The village head took the opportunity, saying if he really felt sorry, then he should help take good care of these two girls. After all, the city is a mixed bag. There are always some ill-intentioned thugs who specifically target girls from the countryside. Bertron was quite straightforward, suggesting that before they went their separate ways, everyone should best look out for each other. Lala was stunned when she heard the news, completely unable to believe that Bertron was leaving. Anna could only helplessly admit that she also only found out about this morning. Since the family's debt had been paid off, her mother, Carla, would no longer keep him, directly letting Bertron leave with the village head. Although Anna knew her mother's intentions, she didn't expect the move to be so fast. Bertron turned his head to look at Anna. His tone was calm, yet hit the nail on the head, asking if she had made up the excuse of selling sausages just to follow him. Before Anna could even talk back, Bertron added another blow, stating bluntly that with the small amount of goods she brought, it probably wouldn't even cover the room fees in the city. The lie was exposed in public. Anna stuttered and couldn't say a word, wishing she could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. Lala, sitting to the side, revealed a meaningful smile. As a veteran lover of romance novels, she had already smelled the scent of gossip. Could this be the legendary everything for love, regardless of the cost? Anna was still a bit unwilling to give up, trying to use the unpaid debt as a reason to make Bertron stay, but Bertron was exceptionally calm. He said bluntly that Carla was right, since the creditor no longer intended to pursue it. He had no reason to stay any longer. What he truly cared about wasn't the money at all. But why Anna had chased after him? This question completely broke Anna's defenses. She simply turned her head to the side, shouting loudly to hurry up the journey and stop obsessing over these useless things. The carriage continued forward through the bumps until the towering city walls came into view. That magnificent white city finally appeared on the horizon. With a shout from the village head, everyone finally reached the destination. The carriage finally stopped at the city gate, looking at the city walls soaring into the clouds. Lala was completely awestruck. This was the first time she had seen such a magnificent building. Anna pretended to be very calm on the side, comforting Lala that she'd get used to it after a few visits, even patting her chest and promising that right now she wasn't afraid of those armed city guards at all, to find some common ground. Anna turned to look at Bertron, thinking that someone like him, who had been on the battlefield, must have been sick of seeing these guards long ago. To her surprise, Bertron had a look of disdain, even covering his mouth as if feeling slightly nauseous, stating bluntly that he indeed wasn't used to such low-level armaments. In his professional eyes, the city walls here were built with cut corners, and the guards' equipment was ridiculously bad. At most, they could only catch petty thieves. Seeing that Bertron was about to continue his sharp-tongued remarks, Anna was so scared she quickly covered his mouth. The village head also scolded him in a low voice. After all, the whole village's fabric supply depended on this. There would be no good outcome if they offended someone. But as the city guards approached, their expressions became very strange. The village head thought they were looking for trouble and quickly tried to smooth things over, saying that although this young man's mind was a bit slow, he was definitely a kind-hearted good person. To their surprise, the guards looked at each other, filled with disbelief, asking Bertron repeatedly if he really went to the village to pay off a debt. It turned out these guards all knew him. Not long ago, in order to find that creditor, Bertron almost turned the entire city upside down, making a mess of everyone's lives. Although the guards admitted he wasn't bad, this personality of not playing by the rules truly made people's skin crawl. Anna listened from the side, feeling completely exasperated. She thought she had brought a handsome man in distress, but it turned out she brought a troublemaker known by the whole city. Fortunately, they finally entered the city smoothly. Looking at the dazzling array of shops on both sides of the street, Anna took a deep breath and patted Lala beside her, preparing to start their grand plan to sell goods. Lala was full of energy this time, especially showing the village head the raw stones she had collected with her own hands, just waiting to sell them for a good price in the city. The village head was still not quite at ease, instructing Bertron to follow these two girls. Bertron agreed straightforwardly and mentioned he wanted to visit a tool shop as well. He even seriously proposed that if anyone dared to haggle with Anna, he would just roll up his sleeves and show his muscles, relying on brute force to settle the negotiation. The village head looked embarrassed after hearing this, stating plainly that Anna was a master at bargaining and didn't need those violent methods at all. What he truly worried about in the city were those thugs who specifically targeted girls from the countryside, so he demanded that Bertron must stay by her side. Like an older brother, Anna quickly found a buyer. Looking at the high price offered by the butcher shop owner, she directly jumped up in excitement. With Bertron standing there, that sense of pressure was indeed quite intimidating. Even the butcher, who was used to big scenes, was shocked by the scars all over his body and didn't dare to speak for a long time. Thinking that Bertron was about to make a move, the butcher finally spoke after a long silence and actually started commenting on his physique, saying he must eat only lean meat and clearly hasn't skipped his exercises. Bertron, on the other hand, looked serious, taking all of these words to heart. Lala, behind them, was clamoring to go to the pawn shop up ahead to sell those raw stones in her hand. Anna quickly spoke up to stop her, saying the sausage business here was almost finished, and everyone should best move together as a group. Unexpectedly, Lala wasn't appreciative at all. at all, even throwing back a line saying they weren't that close anyway, then ran away without looking back. Looking at Lala's receding back, Anna stamped her feet in anger. She knew Lala was anxious because the raw stones weren't selling, and was starting to get frustrated. But in this city where they knew no one, acting so impulsively, what if she really ran into trouble? Anna searched along the slaughterhouse and finally saw the pawn shop Lala mentioned, but this place looked eerie. It really didn't look like a place for legitimate business. Looking at those rickety wooden stairs, Anna's heart was thumping. She instructed Bertron to guard the door, and if she hadn't come out after 5 minutes, to hurry inside and save them. As soon as Anna stepped on them, a piercing creak came from beneath her feet, in the air. There was also a nauseating smell of monsters lingering. She could only cover her nose and mouth and brace herself to go upstairs. But when she pushed open that heavy door, the sight before her eyes made her freeze instantly. There was no shopkeeper in the room at all. Only 2 burly men with fierce faces. One was puffing on a cigar, while the other was fiddling with a sharp knife in his hand. The moment Anna pushed the door open, she was completely dumbfounded. Those 2 men were staring at Lala's bag of raw stones on the table, sneering, and asked her in an eccentric tone if the 2 sisters had run away together. Before Anna could even react, from the wooden cabinet nearby, Lala's scream suddenly rang out. She was desperately calling for help inside. The man approached with ill intent, while giving fake comfort, saying that someone like him liked girls like Anna. Immediately after, he pulled out a sharp knife, revealing a hideous face, threatening to introduce Anna to a good job. That thug kept rambling on, pointing out the window at the red light district to tempt Anna, saying if she went to work there, she would be guaranteed to earn a lot of cash. Before he could even finish his sentence, Anna suddenly let out a roar of anger, telling him to get lost immediately, and then launched a kick that landed hard on his vitals. Pushing open the heavy door, Lala was being tied up tightly with ropes, having already fallen into despair, constantly crying out for help. Anna quickly stepped forward to untie the ropes, comforting Lala that now was not the time to cry. They had to leave this hellhole immediately. But the moment the ropes were loosened, a loud noise suddenly came from behind. The thugs blocked the main door, even arrogantly shouting that if they wanted to leave, they should jump out the window. Anna knew that head-on confrontation wasn't the way. She calmly shielded Lala behind her and played her last trump card. She said her brother was right downstairs, that he was a big guy with black hair and blue eyes, built even sturdier than a bear. If she didn't return on time, he would immediately call the guards. The thugs were clearly intimidated, though they claimed she was bluffing. They were already starting to feel uncertain in their hearts. After all, no one wanted to invite trouble. To confirm whether Anna was lying, the leader decided to go downstairs to see for himself. The thug muttered while going downstairs. An older brother with black hair and blue eyes. His mind was full of images of a young boy, thinking he would be an easy target to bully. But the moment he raised his head, his entire body froze on the spot. The person standing before him was no kid, but clearly a murderous monster. Bertron just stood there quietly. The black fur collar made him look even colder. That overwhelming sense of pressure made the air feel like it was about to freeze. The thug was so scared he became incoherent. All his previous arrogance vanished instantly. He could only apologize while backing away. Fearing the other party would strike in the next second, he finally understood one thing now. This guy was truly from a different league. To try and get friendly, to save his own life. He actually took the initiative to mention Anna, saying a blonde girl was looking for her brother. Bertron was completely stunned. He clearly hadn't realized when he had become an older brother. But Anna's situation was already obvious. Before this gang could continue spinning lies, a loud noise suddenly came from upstairs. Anna was desperately resisting that sharp knife. Even landing a heavy punch on the opponent, the thugs had clearly lost their patience, actually treating Anna as goods for sale, warning their accomplice not to damage the merchandise. Anna shouted with all her strength, telling Bertron to hurry and call the guards. This final signal for help completely ignited the powder keg at the scene. The man was still there talking big, thinking Anna was just bluffing, even mocking the so-called older brother, saying he had long been dealt with by the accomplices downstairs. Just as the words left his mouth, the door was hit by a massive force. Before the gang could react, a dark shadow flew directly inside. The man who had just gone downstairs to check was thrown at the crowd like a sandbag. His entire face was deformed from being hit. He passed out on the ground instantly. The man was completely terrified by this scene. He simply couldn't understand what kind of monster could throw a living person with such force. Looking at the unconscious accomplice on the floor, they finally realized that the terrifying brother Anna mentioned had already fought his way to the door. Bertron just walked in like that, every step carrying a heavy sense of pressure. Anna finally saw her savior. Bertron had no intention of wasting words. While loosening his wrists, he calmly announced, that although he hadn't fully grasped the situation yet, he decided to take over here first. The man couldn't stand this kind of provocation, thinking the other party was just posturing. Even though his accomplice had sensed something was wrong, he still charged forward, holding his sharp knife, thinking they would definitely win with more people. The result was a very cruel reality. Bertron didn't even use much force. With just one simple, heavy punch, he directly ended this farce. Screams immediately echoed in the room. The thugs who were so arrogant just now could now only kneel on the floor begging for mercy, asking them to stop hitting. Unfortunately, it was too late for regrets now. The thugs who were so overbearing just a moment ago were now all tied up like dumplings with ropes, squatting in the corner with bruised and swollen faces. This farce had finally come to an end. Lala was so impressed by Bertron's fighting ability that she admired him to the point of total submission. Anna was even more filled with lingering fear, saying honestly that if it weren't for Bertron, she might have lost her life today. Thinking that the matter would end there, Lala was clamoring about being hungry, wanting to quickly find a place to have a big meal. But the guards suddenly blocked their path. Although they had acted bravely for a just cause, they still had to cooperate with the investigation according to protocol. This ordeal lasted until late at night. Anna was so tired she slumped over the table, complaining about the administrative efficiency of this place. The village head explained awkwardly on the side. After all, this wasn't some big city. The guards handling this kind of administrative business indeed had very little experience. So they just had to ask everyone for their patience. The village head drank while scolding Anna, saying she was too reckless when facing human traffickers. If Bertron hadn't stepped in just in time, the consequences would have been unthinkable. Anna could only lower her head and admit her mistake awkwardly. The village head then turned to pull Bertron aside, constantly expressing gratitude for saving their lives and inquiring about his plans for what comes next, warning him not to secretly follow along to fight again. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to explain things back home. Bertron only remained silent in response to this. Lala, on the other hand, was carefree, pestering Anna and acting cute to get closer to her. She just said their relationship was average earlier, but now she's already acting like they're the best of sisters? Just when the atmosphere was at its most relaxed, the village head suddenly shifted the topic, inquiring about where Bertron's hometown was, and hinting that if the journey was long, it would be best to set off and leave early. Bertron calmly gave the answer, saying he was from Silesian, but the moment he heard that name, the village head's reaction became very strange, as if he had heard some forbidden news. Silesian was no ordinary place. That was the capital of the empire. The people living there were all top-tier nobles. The village head looked at Bertron before him, realizing his identity was extraordinary. Since his hometown was such a distant place, the village head casually asked a question, whether he had brought enough travel expenses to go back. In response, Bertron leaned right in, thick-skinnedly, asking if he could borrow some money. The village head pushed him away in disgust, stating bluntly that this excuse was too clumsy, suspecting he wanted to intentionally owe debt and not pay just to find a reason to keep loitering in the village. Bertron could only shift his gaze away awkwardly. Just as everyone was worrying about money, Anna suddenly noticed a notice. It described the celebration activities for tomorrow. As long as one could dodge the wild boars and reach the finish line, one could get 5 gold coins and a fat pig. Anna hurriedly asked Lala exactly how much a wild boar was worth. After hearing it could be sold for 10 gold coins, her eyes lit up instantly. This was simply an unexpected windfall delivered to their door. The village head watched as these young people got so excited over this small bounty. He laughed helplessly at their lack of worldliness. But this was indeed the fastest and most direct way to solve their urgent problem. The village head was about to continue lecturing when he turned around and found everyone gone. Bertron, at some point, had already approached the notice board and was studying the rules with a serious face. The village head simply could not believe it, that a big shot from the capital would actually be interested in catching wild boars. He even switched to sharp-tongued mode, mocking whether he intended to drag a fat pig all the way back to Silesian. Furthermore, the pigs from these festivals are worth nothing at all in the eyes of a butcher. It wouldn't even cover the travel expenses to go back. The village head firmly opposed this kind of meaningless nonsense, but Bertron remained unmoved. Instead, he asked a dead serious question in return. Don't you all look forward to the experience of roasting a whole pig in the square? His tone was so sincere that it was impossible to refuse. Anna and Lala were instantly convinced. Their heads were filled with thoughts of a barbecue party. The village head was jumping with anxiety on the side, shouting for them not to fall for it, saying this guy definitely wanted to find an excuse. to continue loitering in the village without leaving later on. The midnight moonlight cast a cold light down. On the streets of the small town, a group of fully armed knights were searching for something with hurried expressions. The atmosphere was exceptionally oppressive. The lead knight asked in a low voice whether the target had been discovered yet. The subordinate could only shake his head helplessly. Although it was certain the person had passed through here, finding someone in the countryside was not easy. Franz covered his face in frustration. As a noble royal knight, he had clearly lost his patience, even unable to resist cursing under his breath. This errand was giving him an immense headache. He truly could not understand why that high-ranking personage of noble status would run off to such a backwater place, bumping around like a headless fly. This is Franz, the third son of the Duke of D. Hart's family. Not only does he possess outstanding beauty, but he is also Prince Bertron's confidant. As a noble knight commander, he now appears in this desolate wilderness. Franz's face was full of disdain. How could a dignified prince hide in such a remote backwater? The guard beside him quickly told him to be quiet. In order to get the local soldiers to cooperate with the search, they had to refer to this place as a city to the public. Franz clearly wasn't buying it. In his eyes, the walls of his own territory were better than this. Since there was no one else around anyway, he naturally spoke without any reservations. But just then, the sound of villagers' discussions came from afar. That big guy who just came back today, have you heard about him? He actually, by himself, took down the entire human trafficking gang. Franz suddenly stopped in his tracks. That big guy the villagers were talking about, could it be the person he was looking for? The guards by the roadside were chatting enthusiastically, saying that the big guy had come back again, and it was actually to pay off a debt from years ago. Everyone thought he was slow-witted. After all, who would, for a few ragged books, specifically run back just to pay money? It turned out, back during the war, in order to start a fire for warmth, Bertron used a few books from the bookstore. He felt he had to give an account for this. But seeing how honest he was, the bookstore owner actually wanted to take the opportunity to fleece him. How much could books from such a small place be worth? Yet the owner and his wife were insatiably greedy. In the end, Bertron didn't say a word, directly leaving that precious warhorse to them to settle the debt, and then he actually just left on foot like that. The guards felt it was more and more absurd as they spoke. There are hungry wolves everywhere around here. He not only walked out without a scratch, but also took down a human trafficking den along the way. He's practically like a monster. Franz suddenly called out to the guards, demanding they clarify the story they just told. Facing this group of uninvited guests, the guards were clearly terrified. Franz directly revealed his identity. He was a royal knight from the capital, on orders to search for a fugitive here. To get clues as quickly as possible, Franz led his men directly into the jail cells, staring at the group of captured traffickers. That bear-like man with black hair, was it he who personally captured you? The traffickers were tied up tightly. Facing the interrogation, they could only swear it was true. But when Franz pressed for the man's name, they started to stutter and hesitate, saying that man started fighting the moment he entered, giving them no chance to see him clearly at all. Franz clearly lost his patience, suddenly drawing the long sword from his waist, its cold blade pressed against the man's throat, under the threat of death. A trafficker finally remembered a name. That person seemed to be called Rom. Franz frowned and continued to press. Is that really his full name? The other party curled into a ball in fear, only remembering that the name seemed to be longer. Franz let out a thoughtful, cold sneer. This group of traffickers was facing death, yet they were still eyeing his accessories. That guy wearing the eye patch was staring at the gold-inlaid sword, calculating what kind of high price it could sell for. Franz instantly saw through his greed. The cold tip of the sword pressed directly against his throat, warning him not to have those crooked thoughts. Now, immediately explain everything you know, down to the smallest detail. The traffickers were scared out of their wits and quickly provided a key clue. That big guy wasn't alone. He had 2 village girls with him. Franz fell into deep thought. It seems the target is indeed nearby. However, these low-life scumbags probably can't provide any more intelligence. Franz turned his head to look at Eric. A murderous aura seeped through his voice. Go seal the door shut for me. Eric closed the main door along the way. Before the traffickers could react, they were kicked over hard by Franz. Franz's tone dropped to the freezing point. That man is indeed a barbarian, who never listens to anyone's orders, but a bunch of filth like you isn't qualified to call him a big guy? The scene shifts. The night outside the inn is thick. The village head is already dead drunk. Anna pulled the blanket off in a fit of anger. complaining that the old man got himself drunk. Before the food was even served, Bertron could only shake his head helplessly. Skillfully carrying the village head on his back, Anna kept rambling on the side, asking if the village head creates such a farce every time they go to the market. Bertron walked steadily, while making excuses for the old man, saying he just wanted to find a place to lie down. But as long as one goes out with the village head, it always ends up in this kind of situation. Bertron watched the busy Anna and sighed. The village head really trusts her. Anna told him not to overthink it. This kind of trust isn't meant to give her any benefits. Bertron realized his slip of the tongue and could only mutter a quiet apology. While settling the drunken village head, Anna revealed a little secret. She might very well become the next village head. Bertron was somewhat surprised. Isn't this kind of position usually hereditary? Anna smiled and waved her hand. In this remote small village, titles are just for people who love to mind everyone's business. Though the village head is usually a man, Anna is very confident in her own abilities. If she doesn't step up to take responsibility, who else can the village count on in the future? Bertron watched her in silence, suddenly asking if she hated her hometown. Anna was taken aback by this strange question. If she didn't love this place, why would she want to fight for that position? Bertron explained that his tone just now sounded a bit negative. Anna finally breathed a sigh of relief. That was just a catchphrase she used to complain casually. Bertron's tone became somewhat subtle. He heard that, between old friends or couples, there will come a day when they get tired of each other's faces. Anna clearly couldn't keep up with his pace. For a moment, she actually didn't know how to respond. Bertron confessed that he had never been married, but he knew about those vows at weddings. He looked at Anna, asking softly whether that kind of eternal promise would truly fade with time. He thought of his late parents. Although they always showed mutual dislike when they were alive, complaining that the other was a troublemaker, the first thing they did every morning upon waking up was to confirm if the other was still by their side. Anna was completely stunned by what she heard. Bertron misunderstood her silence, thinking this was a profound insight that she had gathered from marriage, and considerately said that there was nothing wrong with that. Anna completely lost it now. She sat up abruptly, loudly arguing that she had never been married at all, let alone marriage. She hadn't even been in a relationship in her entire life. The air froze instantly. Bertron was silent for a long time, before awkwardly replying, "I see." Anna also realized she was too excited, shrinking into the corner of the bed and apologizing repeatedly. Bertron didn't mind. Instead, he comforted her in a gentle tone, hoping that Anna would one day in the future also find that kind of eternal love. Anna responded in a small voice, wishing that Bertron would also get what he desired. Bertron said, "I understand," in a low voice. He looked directly into Anna's eyes, saying that once he regained his lost emotions, he would definitely go to see his partner. He would offer eternity to that person. This was not just a promise, but something that covered the rest of his life. The ultimate vow for all his footsteps. Anna was completely frozen on the spot. At this moment of extreme ambiguity, the door was suddenly pushed open. Lala from the inn stumbled upon this scene, looking at the posture of the two by the bed. She let out a long, meaningful gasp. Lala was so excited she even had a nosebleed, backing away while waving her hands, saying she definitely wouldn't disturb their good time, then slammed the door shut with a bang. Anna jumped up in a fright, screaming frantically at the door, desperately explaining that it was all a misunderstanding. Lala ran off while holding her nose, shouting at the top of her lungs, saying she was going to the first floor to eat snacks, and told them to make sure they finished within half an hour. She couldn't help but mutter quietly that Lala was truly addicted to romance novels. With a head full of strange fantasies, Bertron, however, remained unusually calm. He looked at Anna, asking softly if she planned to go chase her back now. Anna was stunned for a moment. What could she even explain if she chased after her? It would only make the situation more awkward. Since Lala had already made it clear that she absolutely wouldn't return within half an hour, Anna simply sat back down in her original spot, rather than rushing out now to make a fool of herself. It was better to stay here and talk through what wasn't finished just now. The eternal vow of love. It seems your parents got along very well. After all, Bertron doesn't seem like a man who understands romance. He usually speaks so casually. Anna couldn't help but want to inquire about how his parents got along back then. Was it also like what's written in novels, giving flowers that you can't even eat? Unexpectedly, Bertron actually spoke up. He said his father used to, every Sunday, place a bouquet of flowers by his mother's pillow until his mother felt it was a pity that flowers withered. His father actually, for her sake, personally tended to a small garden. He planted 12 types of flowers in the garden to ensure that fresh flowers bloomed for her in all 4 seasons. Does such extreme romance really exist in reality? After hearing such a romantic story, Anna's first reaction was actually to ask if that garden grew any fruit. After all, in her understanding, anything you can't eat is useless. Although she quickly realized that those words were a total mood killer. Bertron then discovered that Anna seemed to have absolutely no concept of such delicate emotions. The elders were always nagging in her ear to just find someone from the same village to settle down with. Saying those ethereal feelings would only end up hurting people. Anna explained helplessly that in their tiny village, everyone cared more about having a full stomach. Talking about love would only get you laughed at by the neighbors. In a place where even staying alive is a struggle, has romance truly become a sin? Especially after the war ended, the atmosphere in the village became even more oppressive. Knights no longer pursued honor, and girls didn't dare to hope for flowers. Anna said the adults were right. Most of the young men who harbored dreams of being heroes died on the battlefield, while the girls who pursued romance only came back covered in scars. Her mother had warned her since she was a child, never to believe in the love spoken by nobles, that it was nothing but a deceptive trick. Bertron finally understood why her eyes were full of defensiveness and hostility when she first met him. But even if the outside world is dangerous, there are still people in the village who want to leave. Anna laughed self-deprecatingly, saying she would most likely marry someone ordinary like Dito. Bertron was silent for a moment, asking if she really liked Dito. Anna answered very straightforwardly that it was only friendship and had nothing to do with romantic love at all. Since she didn't like him, was she really going to marry him? Anna asked back helplessly. In that small village of theirs, it is very hard for an unmarried woman to establish herself. She might even be driven away at any time. To have a stable place to belong, does liking someone or not really matter anymore? Anna clapped her hands, wanting to quickly end this heavy topic. Since she had asked so many questions, it should be Bertron's turn to ask. She generously stated that it was now free question time. No matter what he wanted to know, she would answer truthfully. Bertron was silent for a while, suddenly bringing up a past event. He said Anna had complimented him not long ago, saying he was cute. Anna froze for a moment before reacting. It turned out to be the time he gave her the apron. She didn't expect that such a casual remark. Bertron would actually remember it until now. She explained with some embarrassment, after all, Bertron is so tall and big, just like a big bear. Yet he was holding a small floral apron in his hand. That sense of contrast was indeed quite interesting. Bertron clearly didn't intend to let her off, then followed up with another question. If it were the village head holding the apron instead, would she still think it was cute? Anna refused without even thinking about it. Just imagining that kind of scene made her feel uncomfortable all over. It seems a word like cute also depends on the face. Bertron clearly hadn't asked enough yet. He hypothesized another scenario. If it were her mother, Carla, also holding an apron and acting cute in front of her. Anna literally shivered after hearing that, stating bluntly that if her mother really did that, she would definitely think her mom had something wrong with her head. Bertron didn't give up and mentioned that Dito again. Anna completely bristled this time. That guy who is like a grasshopper. If he dared to do that, she would absolutely not be able to resist strangling him. After going in such a big circle, Bertron finally reached a conclusion. It seems that in Anna's eyes, only he is that special exception. Anna was made a bit flustered by these straightforward words. Just as she was about to explain a few words, Bertron suddenly pulled back his smile, coldly dropping a sentence that he wasn't cute at all. Bertron quickly spoke up to apologize. He thought that asking more questions could help him regain his lost emotions. Anna ventured a bold guess, whether Bertron's current state was because of a head injury, which led to the loss of his sensory perception. His body had not been injured. All the coldness and numbness stemmed from that cruel war. She had heard people mention that after experiencing extreme pain, in order to let themselves survive, some would subconsciously shut off all emotions. You probably wouldn't have thought of it, but he is a cursed man. Meanwhile, at this time, Lala was hiding in the kitchen, munching loudly on a carrot. She was still thinking about Anna, wondering how things were progressing between those two. In Lala's mind, a grand drama had long been orchestrated. A soldier in distress falls in love with a countryside restaurant owner. This was simply the most perfect romance novel plot. The more she thought about it, the more excited she got, even starting to fantasize about when she would also encounter such a perfect man of her destiny to have a passionate love affair before getting married. Just as she was immersed in her beautiful dream, a voice suddenly came from behind. Politely addressing her as lady, Lala practically bounced up. Which lady? Where is she? I want to meet that noble lady too. But when she whipped her head around, what she saw was Eric with an embarrassed face. He was standing at the door looking flustered. Clearly caught off guard by Lala's sudden enthusiasm, Eric gave an awkward smile, hurriedly confirming the other party's identity. He was indeed looking for someone, and wanted to inquire for some information along the way. Lala looked over his uniform, curiously asking if he was a guard. These words struck a nerve with Eric. He immediately retorted loudly that he was not that kind of idle fellow at all. Lala got even more excited upon hearing this. Since he wasn't an ordinary guard, could it be that the person before her was actually a noble knight? Eric knew very well in his heart that a knight must come from a prestigious family. Someone of his status was not qualified to be called a knight at all. But looking at Lala's admiring expression, he straightened his back as if possessed, admitting that he was Sir Eric, thinking to himself that telling a small lie should be fine. Lala was indeed fooled, circling around him and complimenting him non-stop, exclaiming, "No wonder his aura seems so extraordinary." Eric felt a bit lightheaded from the praise, casually asking Lala if she was an employee of this inn. Lala smiled and waved her hand, saying she was just from another village to sell goods. Then she brought the topic back around, wanting to know who this Lord Knight had come all this way to look for exactly. Franz directly spread the map out on the table, pointing at the 4 areas on it, ordering that they must find the missing His Highness Bertron in these places. The guards nearby were filled with worry. They were only 5 people in total. If Lord Franz wasn't going to help, the task simply couldn't be distributed. Franz coldly reminded everyone that he was the brain of this team, not the hands and feet used for manual labor. Since no one could sleep, then no one should think about staying idle. He suddenly called out Eric's name and assigned the largest area on the map directly under his name, ordering him to be solely responsible for the search there. Eric almost jumped up in fright. He was the one with the least seniority and the least experience among the group. If he messed up, no one could bear the responsibility. But Franz wouldn't listen to any explanation at all. He patted Eric heavily on the shoulder, with a tone of unquestionable authority, stating bluntly that he never misjudged his choice of people. Since he brought Eric along, it means he is definitely not just an ordinary soldier. His colleagues joined in one after another. All of them were flattering Eric, saying that since this was Lord Franz's order, everyone was full of confidence in him. Eric described the person they were looking for as very tall, with black hair, and might look a bit down and out. Lala blinked after hearing this, subconsciously asking a question. Is that person a wanted criminal? Eric reacted as if his tail had been stepped on, suddenly shouting, "No!" This sudden reaction made Lala flinch and shrink back. He quickly lowered his voice to explain that the specific reasons could not be disclosed. He could only plead with Lala to find him at the inn in front of the square if she had any clues. Lala smiled and agreed, even adding a gentle sentence, saying she would be waiting for his news. Looking at Lala's brilliant smile, Eric's previous nervousness vanished completely. Lala clearly hadn't asked enough yet. She tilted her head and continued to press. That down-and-out black-haired man. What exactly is his name? Does even that have to be a secret? Eric was now in a difficult position. He hesitated again and again, but still couldn't resist those big eyes and insisted Lala must first swear that she absolutely could not tell anyone. Lala quickly nodded in agreement. Only then did Eric lower his voice and whisper the name. His name is Bertron. Upon hearing this name, the smile on Lala's face froze instantly. Eric was still standing there foolishly, completely unaware that he had just casually given away the most important piece of intelligence. My tears and laughter, he said he would take them all away. Bertron slowly pulled open his clothes. Those crisscrossing stitched scars were revealed to Anna without reservation. And right in the center of his chest, a deep blue teardrop gem was actually embedded. He spoke bluntly in a calm tone that this was what that magician had personally placed into his heart. Ever since Anna complimented me on being cute, this place in my chest has always had a sort of warm feeling, even though due to the curse, there shouldn't be any sensation here at all. Anna was carefully observing the gem. What exactly is going on with this? Before the two could figure out a result, the door was suddenly burst open. Lala rushed in, shouting that something big happened outside. A suspicious person is looking for Bertron, but the scene before her made the air freeze instantly. Lala's gaze became meaningful. Was 30 minutes still not enough? Anna argued loudly in a panic that this was all a misunderstanding. She was just giving some advice. But can this kind of thing really be explained clearly? Lala was still stuttering there, saying that everyone is an adult. It's normal for these things to happen. Anna was jumping with anxiety. Bertron, on the other hand, looked calm, explaining while buttoning up his clothes that this was just a psychological consultation. The rest are private matters. There is no need to say more. Lala muttered under her breath about what could be done in 30 minutes. Anna quickly interrupted the topic. What exactly is the urgent matter? Lala then remembered there was a knight searching for someone everywhere. That person called himself Eric. He seemed very energetic and insisted that if there were clues, one must find him. But Bertron acted very cold after hearing this, saying he didn't know this person at all. Bertron pressed for details. Lala thought back for a moment, saying the man described him as being very tall, with black hair and looking very scruffy. Bertron silently noted the name. It seems that knight named Eric had indeed seen him when he was down and out. Anna couldn't help but laugh on the side. After all, he was indeed quite a mess when they first met. Bertron, however, looked dead serious. Using such vague characteristics as clues will only bring confusion to the search. Looking at his professional way of critiquing, Anna suddenly realized that he really was an officer before. But why would the royal knights be looking for him? Bertron was silent for a moment. He already had the answer in his heart. It should be his uncle who was looking for him. Since he left his hometown, a full 3 years have passed. Lala thought this was a good thing. Since it's family looking for you, it means they really miss you. Anna, however, couldn't smile at all. If it really is family, does that mean you're about to leave? Faced with this heavy question, Bertron didn't say a single word. Only a deathly silence remained in the room. Bertron suddenly called out to Anna, asking softly, "Did I make you feel uncomfortable?" Anna didn't react for a moment, not knowing why he would ask that. Bertron looked down at the gem on his chest. He brought up the change he mentioned before. Ever since Anna complimented him on being cute, that warm feeling has never disappeared. He didn't want that feeling to be interrupted. Even more, he didn't want to lose this change. This was an experience he had never had before. If, during this period of time, I have not only avoided becoming a burden to you, but have also been able to help a little, could you please promise me to let me continue to stay in your life? Even if it's just for a little while longer. Seeing him make such a humble request, Anna's heart completely softened. She nodded gently. All right. I promise you, as long as you want to stay, there will always be a place for you here. In the small town tavern late at night, this group of people had reached their limit to find the missing highness. They had searched almost every corner of the city. Franz ate his bread expressionlessly. Even though his body was extremely exhausted, he still maintained the cold sternness of a soldier, turning a deaf ear to his subordinate's complaints. A subordinate looked discouraged, saying the people in this place were too xenophobic. As soon as they saw soldiers in uniform, they avoided them like the plague. Franz knew very well in his heart that in such remote and backward little places, the authority of the royal family simply didn't work. The villagers only cared about their own territory. That's why he specifically arranged for Eric to be responsible for searching the largest area. After all, among that group of fierce-looking men, only Eric looked the least threatening. A subordinate suggested simply revealing their identities to force the local officials to cooperate, but Franz flatly refused. He would never allow the royal family's reputation to be tarnished. The search had fallen into a stalemate. Franz ordered everyone to continue the investigation, but they had no idea that the target person was right nearby. The search work was forced to a halt for a reason so absurd it was laughable. The local guards refused to cooperate. Because the whole village was celebrating the pork festival today, Franz slammed the table in anger on the spot. This remote place was simply beyond saving. In their eyes, finding a person was actually less important than a pig. While spreading jam on his bread, Franz coldly inquired about what this so-called festival was actually about. He heard it was a group of people in an enclosure with wild boars being released, chasing after whoever could endure until the end. Whoever won would get a fat pig as a reward. Franz let out a cold sneer after hearing this. A game for simple-minded people like this was perfect for filtering out those fools. He told his subordinates with certainty that His Highness would never appear in a place like that. A person with his personality hated noise and these kinds of boring gatherings the most, but he never would have dreamed that at this moment, by the bustling arena, the man he said would never appear was walking through the cheering crowd. Bertron looked at the registration desk in front of him without a single moment of hesitation, heading straight toward the noisiest place with large strides. Anna simply could not believe it. That Bertron was actually going to catch a pig. He explained with a calm face that since he was going to continue bothering her, he should bring back a pig as a thank you gift. After hearing this, Anna couldn't help but tease him. It seems you're very confident about winning the championship? Eric weakly speculated whether His Highness might be short on rations, which is why he went to participate in that pig-catching contest. Franz let out a cold snort after hearing that, thinking this was simply nonsense. When he heard that someone had seen His Highness, accompanied by 2 young girls, Franz showed even more mockery. He was certain that with His Highness's social skills, it would be impossible for him to make friends in this lifetime. In his eyes, His Highness at most saved some people in passing, and would never associate with commoners. Franz looked at Erich before him, suddenly adopting the posture of an elder, saying he brought him out to see the world, and even praised him as a soldier with potential. The reason turned out to be that Erich was very good at being obedient. This superior arrogance made him completely fail to realize that the friendless highness he spoke of had already completely changed for a woman. Being praised like this by his superior, Erich appeared flattered on the surface, but was secretly feeling uncertain in his heart, thinking that everyone only thought his personality was gentle because they saw him as an easy target. Just then, a knock suddenly came from the door. A crisp female voice was calling. "Excuse me, is Mr. Erich there?" The atmosphere in the room froze instantly. The subordinates keenly perceived that it was a young woman's voice outside the door, and she was looking for Erich by name. More importantly, she mentioned that name, inquiring if last night there were people searching everywhere for someone named Bertron. Franz whipped his head around. It seemed his intuition was right. Erich's harmless face indeed became the key to breaking the stalemate. Erich stood up nervously to respond. His other colleagues couldn't help but reveal mischievous grins, teasing that his tactic of playing the underdog actually managed to catch a big fish. The door slowly opened. Lala appeared before everyone, with a gentle smile on her face. But before Erich could even ask anything, Lala leaned in first, with a hint of inexplicable enthusiasm in her voice, exclaiming that he was actually living here alone. Erich subconsciously looked back and was completely dumbfounded. The originally majestic colleagues of the Night Order were now like sardines in a tin, all squeezed into the shadows behind the door. Franz quickly made a gesture to stay quiet, signaling him absolutely not to blow their cover. The subordinates whispered complaints while squeezing. "Is it really necessary for us to hide like this?" Franz lowered his voice to explain. A large group of grown men surrounding her would definitely scare the witness away. Erich could only brace himself and turn around, squeezing out a stiff smile. Asking Lala why she had come all this way, and what important matter she had, Lala appeared very generous, stating her purpose directly, saying she happened to hear news about the person they were looking for yesterday. Erich almost jumped up in excitement, hurriedly asking for the other's whereabouts. Franz, hiding in the dark, held his breath, staring intently at the movement through the door crack. Erich thought he had found the lead, hastily asking for the specific location, but Lala's next words left everyone present dumbfounded. She said a celebration was being held in town today, and that missing prince had actually appeared at the farm in the southeast, and was even eyeing those sheep. A noble prince going to steal sheep? Franz and the others simply couldn't believe it. How could such an absurd thing happen to their own prince? Erich wanted to confirm it one more time, whether she had identified the wrong person. After all, the prince is absolutely not the kind of person who would go and seize the property of the common people. Unexpectedly, Lala had quite a temper, feeling that her intelligence was being belittled. She dropped a line saying she was disappointed in him, and turned straight around to leave. The only clue was broken just like that. Looking at Lala's departing back, Erich only felt a massive headache. Where should he go to find the person now? It turned out that Lala wasn't helping at all. She was simply fulfilling Bertron's request, deliberately pointing the guards in the wrong direction, so that Bertron could successfully make his escape. In her mind, she wasn't lying, but rather protecting a great love story, helping a distressed prince and his sweetheart fly far away. She had even already imagined a soul-stirring and romantic grand drama, feeling that she was practically the incarnation of justice. Meanwhile, on the other side, Franz actually believed this nonsense. Although he also thought the prince stealing sheep was absurd, he really had no other clues in his hands right now. He decided to take his men to the farm to try their luck. He even specifically praised Erich beside him, feeling that, thanks to the intelligence he brought back, the search work had finally made progress. Being praised like this by his superior, Erich felt very pleased with himself, but they had no idea at all that they were walking step by step into the trap personally set by Bertron. Franz suddenly sensed something was wrong. How could that Lala, who led the way just now, address Erich as Lord Knight? The gap in status was far too wide. Erich, being exposed in public, was completely frozen on the spot. He was no royal knight, just a low-ranking official running errands. The other guards also gathered around, teasing him about whether he was deliberately swindling people outside in order to get information. Scared, Erich could only apologize desperately. Just at this awkward moment, cheers came from the distant square. That so-called pig-chasing contest actually began in a grand and bustling manner. The people from all over the city gathered together. Deafening shouts were everywhere. Lala finally managed to squeeze through the crowd, and at last found the strayed Anna. Anna pulled Lala to hide in the crowd, confirming that their movements just now hadn't been discovered. As long as the plan went smoothly, Bertron would definitely not be able to catch up to them. Just as the pig chasing contest was about to start, Lala immediately spotted that figure busy in the center of the arena. Who would have thought that he, who was usually ice cold, would actually greet them from so far away? Seeing the way Anna couldn't stop smiling, Lala couldn't help but start teasing, saying she must have already lost her heart to him. Otherwise, why would she be smiling so sweetly? Anna quickly retorted loudly, emphasizing that the two of them had a purely professional relationship. There was absolutely no romantic sentiment involved. But this explanation sounded a bit guilty to the listener. Before the two could argue to a conclusion, the whistle for the start of the race blew. But at this very moment, Anna suddenly remembered a fatal matter. She forgot to tell Bertron that most crucial piece of intelligence. If she didn't say it now, the trouble following this would be huge. Anna said it was fine with her mouth, but her body was more honest than anyone. She shouted loudly toward the arena, telling Bertron absolutely not to push himself too hard. Safety was the most important thing. Lala stood by, rolling her eyes as she listened. Just a moment ago, she said it was a purely professional relationship. Now with this worried appearance, even a ghost wouldn't believe her. Before the two could continue bickering, the atmosphere on the field changed instantly. Accompanied by a heavy thundering of hooves, herds of black pigs went like crazy, charging fiercely toward the crowd. This was no fun competition. It was simply a chaotic stampede. The men participating were knocked over left and right. Screams of pain rose and fell one after another. Anna was frantic with worry in the stands. There were black pigs and figures darting everywhere. She couldn't find where Bertron was at all. The sense of unease in her heart grew stronger and stronger. In the middle of the chaotic arena, Bertron walked out steadily, tucking one person under each arm. He actually rescued those injured unlucky souls from under the pig's hooves. The host looked on with a puzzled face, asking him why he went to all that trouble. Bertron only gave a cold reply. He had seen enough casualties on the battlefield. Although these words didn't quite fit the celebration, there was certainly no questioning his strength. The host announced to the public, "The champion of this pig-catching contest is Bertron." Lala clapped her hands in excitement. Anna's eyes were shining even more. She had already planned it out in her head. Wait a moment. She would take the big fat pig they won straight back to make roast meat. But when Bertron approached, he was only carrying in his hand a little black pig not even as big as a palm, which was staring with round eyes and oinking at them. Anna was completely dumbfounded. Is this the prize he risked his life to win back? This tiny little lump. Forget about the whole village having a feast together. It wouldn't even be enough to get stuck between one's teeth. Looking at Bertron's serious face, Anna and Lala looked at each other. What on earth should be done with this little guy? They couldn't actually treat it as the hope of the village and take it back to raise it, could they? Bertron explained with a serious face. The original big fat pig was a prize for the whole village. According to local tradition, it had to stay on site to be distributed to all residents. He didn't want to ruin everyone's fun, so he voluntarily gave up that big pig and brought back this little piglet instead. In his view, this not only showed his generosity, but could also leave a good impression on Anna's mother. Anna's heart was thumping with anxiety. Looking at this piglet that was useless except for being cute, she really wasn't sure. Would her mother, Carla, really like this kind of surprise? Carla pointed at Bertron's nose and scolded him, telling him to take this useless pig and vanish from her sight immediately. This house doesn't raise things that eat for free. Bertron, however, wasn't angry at all. He felt that since the pig was too small, then the solution was very simple. He just needed to go catch a bigger one and come back. Since domestic pigs weren't enough to eat, then he would go up the mountain right now to catch a wild boar with his bare hands. Seeing that Bertron was really going to catch a wild boar, Anna was so scared she hurried to stop him. She suddenly felt that the little pig in her hands actually looked quite pleasing to the eye. There was no need to risk his life for a piece of meat. In order to let Bertron stay, Anna pulled Lala close. Pointing at the man crouching on the ground playing with the pig, she started her lying through her teeth mode. She said, "Look at Bertron now, huddled in the corner with a little pig. How helpless and pitiful he looks, just like an abandoned little animal." Lala looked at Bertron's muscular physique and the dense scars on his arms. She fell into a complete silence. How does any of this relate to being pitiful? Anna, however, spoke with more and more enthusiasm, feeling that as long as he kept this look, even her picky mother, Carla, would surely not have the heart to drive him away. After explaining these unreliable plans, Anna hurriedly ran to find the village head, leaving Lala alone to be confused in the wind. Watching Anna's receding back, Lala let out a helpless sigh. It seems her love-struck sister is truly beyond saving. Franz stopped in his tracks at the village entrance. This tall black horse before him looked quite familiar indeed. He tentatively stepped forward, wanting to see where the horse's owner actually was. Before he could even get close, the beast actually opened its mouth to bite. Franz hissed in a breath of cold air from the pain, but this familiar bad temper instead made him certain of the owner's identity. This is Bertron's horse. Its name is Mona. While calming the horse, Franz recalled Bertron once saying that this horse shows respect to no one but him. Passing villagers saw this scene and couldn't help but praise him loudly, saying this horse usually has a very wild temper. Even its own owner sometimes can't do anything with it. Franz followed the conversation to inquire, asking where the horse's owner was now. A villager casually pointed toward the village, saying the man was right inside the village. Probably busy at the moment. The village head had slept very deeply, waking up with a terrible headache, thinking he had drunk too much at the festival. But when he opened his eyes, Anna was actually right there. Even the carriage back to the village was ready. But when the village head looked closely, the one driving the carriage up front was actually Bertron. Now he completely couldn't sit still. Anna, however, looked relaxed. Since the village head had been unconscious from drink, she could only ask Bertron for help. The village head's mind was now full of cold sweat. If they brought this man back, Carla would absolutely fly into a rage. Unfortunately, it was too late for regrets. The carriage had already stopped in front of the house, and at this time, Carla was staring at them with a gloomy face. As soon as Anna entered the house, she cautiously greeted her mother. Bertron even specifically brought a gift, a very fine-looking little black pig, hoping to use it to ease the atmosphere, but Carla wasn't buying it at all, directly getting straight to the point by stating that Bertron was an unwelcome guest. She even publicly questioned why, since she had clearly driven him away, he still had the thick skin to come back. In Carla's eyes, the work Bertron had done in the shop before was simply worthless. Anna listened from the side, trembling with fear. But Bertron was surprisingly calm. He followed Carla's words and continued. Since the previous payment doesn't count, then it means I haven't paid off my debt yet. Carla was momentarily stunned. She didn't expect this man would play it this way. Bertron instead put on a look of sudden realization. No wonder the work felt so easy before. It turns out it didn't meet the standard for debt repayment. This move by Bertron to turn the tables completely caught Carla off guard. Not only did he have no intention of leaving, he also took the initiative to demand more dirty and tiring work. Before Carla could even refuse, Bertron walked inside with large strides, even asking very seriously what he should feed this pig. The scene became chaotic in an instant. Carla had a headache from the noise and could only crossly tell him to put the pig in the cellar first. Anna saw there was a chance and hurried to lead Bertron to the backyard. Now Carla completely exploded. She took out all her pent-up anger on the village head, blaming him for failing to stop this man. The village head also looked aggrieved. He felt that he just didn't dare to drive the man away. It wasn't as if he had committed some great mistake, but that wasn't what Carla was worried about at all. She was afraid that once Bertron stayed, he would really settle down in the village. The village head didn't think it was a big deal. Anyway, it wasn't the first time Anna had picked someone up and brought them back. Looking at Anna's receding back, Carla's expression suddenly became very complex. She said to herself that she was getting old after all, and there were some things she probably really couldn't stop. Watching Anna and Bertron talking and laughing, Carla still had a knot in her heart. She really didn't want someone of unknown origin interfering in their lives anymore. The village head couldn't stand watching from the side. He put away his usual smiling face and told Carla very seriously that Bertron is definitely not a bad person. Carla thought the village head had been bribed, but his next words made her freeze completely. The village head admitted with a face full of guilt that it was he who failed to look after the children properly. He almost let them fall into the hands of human traffickers. If Bertron hadn't stepped in just in time, the consequences would be unimaginable. At the mention of human traffickers, Carla fell into a long silence. She looked at Bertron, who was busy building a pen for the little pig nearby. The hostility in her eyes faded a little. Anna had no idea what had happened. She was cheerfully showing off the pig pen they built with their own hands to her mother, facing the man who saved her daughter. Carla's feelings became incredibly complex. Anna looked at the newly built pig pen, her head full of images of the piglet growing up, thinking it would definitely grow into a giant in the future. Carla, however, threw cold water on her from the side, reminding her that city food can't compare to the village and not to hold too much hope. Immediately after, Carla turned to look at Bertron, announcing a decision in a stiff tone. From now on, he would be fully responsible for the pig's feeding. Anna could hardly believe her ears. Wasn't this clearly allowing Bertron to stay? To save face, Carla deliberately added several harsh conditions. She said Bertron could only stay until the day the pig was slaughtered. If the piglet suffered even a little, he would have to pack his bags and leave immediately. Furthermore, he was absolutely forbidden from staying at the shop and had to sleep in the village's collective dormitory. Faced with these difficulties, Bertron did not hesitate for a second and agreed very straightforwardly. Anna literally jumped up with joy, shouting that her mother finally agreed, although Carla still maintained that ice-cold look. Seeing Anna smile so happily made Carla feel even more uneasy in her heart. She always felt that Bertron was acting too eager, which instead made her feel something was not right. Night fell. The atmosphere in the small shop became a bit subtle. Bertron put on an apron and began serving dishes to the customers properly. But his stern appearance was completely out of place in this cozy little shop, making the diners lean in and whisper. Everyone was whispering behind his back. This outsider clearly said he was leaving. How did he end up coming back to work? Some people even went directly to ask Carla what she was thinking. Carla was already annoyed and snapped back crossly, telling them to mind their own business. She kept using the same old excuse, saying Bertron was just a temporary worker who would have to get out once the pig was fattened up. Bertron didn't say a word. He just silently did the work in his hands, as if the discussions around him had nothing to do with him. By the time all the work was finished, the moon was already hanging in the treetops. Carla felt a bit uneasy and specifically came out to ask Bertron if he still remembered the way to the dormitory or if he wanted her to take him there. Bertron held up his lantern, declining Carla's politeness, and walked alone into the cold midnight wind. He walked very steadily. The sound of his leather boots on the gravel path sounded exceptionally clear in the silent night. Just as he passed a thicket of bushes, a sudden noise came from behind him. Anna jumped out abruptly, wanting to catch this ice-cold man off guard with a prank, but Bertron didn't even turn his head. Even the hand holding the lantern didn't shake once. Anna laughed a bit dejectedly, exclaiming that this guy really is a block of wood. There was no scaring him at all. She originally just wanted to find an excuse to talk to Bertron a little more. But looking at the direction Bertron was heading, Anna suddenly realized something was wrong. The way to the collective dormitory was on the other side. He was going completely the wrong way now. Bertron stopped his pace. His tone was so calm that no emotion could be heard. He said he had heard that in the village. There was an old building that had been abandoned for a long time. He didn't intend to go to sleep, but rather wanted to take advantage of the night, to go to that deserted place and see what was what. Anna reacted immediately, asking if he was looking for the person who planted the poison, the hiding place that was mentioned. Bertron nodded. He felt that if there were pursuers in the future, that place might be a good refuge. But Anna was somewhat hesitant, because there had always been rumors in the village saying that the castle was cursed. Bertron just smiled after hearing this, with a hint of inexplicable calmness in his tone. He said that things like curses actually require a massive price to be paid. Ordinary people simply cannot afford such a heavy cost. Anna could tell he was implying something more. She couldn't help but press him, asking if it was because he had experienced it himself. Bertron was silent for a moment, finally confessing the shocking truth. That terrifying curse on his chest was not the result of being plotted against by an enemy, but was something he actively sought from a wizard in exchange. He gently touched the scar, saying it was the only way at the time. Only in this way could the war be ended as quickly as possible. Anna completely failed to understand how someone could be so cruel to themselves. But in Bertron's view, if he had lived on in disgrace due to a defeat back then, the rest of his life would have truly fallen into regret. Anna looked at his determined look, asking if he really didn't regret it at all. Bertron answered very straightforwardly. He never regretted the choice he made back then. And furthermore, he had even already found a clue to change things. After hearing these words from Bertron, Anna had mixed feelings in her heart. Since Bertron wanted to go to those ruins, Anna decided to lead the way personally. The two of them ducked into the woods one after the other. The mountain path at night was not easy to walk. Anna walked in the very front. Despite being so tired she could hardly keep up the pace, she still insisted on climbing over the hill. Bertron followed behind, carrying the lantern, silently observing the surroundings all along the way. Finally, after pushing through the last thicket of bushes, Anna pointed ahead and shouted, "That is a legendary castle." In the middle of this desolate wilderness, a magnificent ancient castle was actually hidden here. It is like a sleeping giant, waiting for the arrival of uninvited guests. Looking at the eerie ancient castle before her, Anna remembered some rumors. This used to be the Lord's residence. Ever since the Lord passed away, it has completely turned into a wasteland. Bertron casually asked, "Is it because of a curse?" Anna shook her head, saying she wasn't sure. But this place indeed feels strange. Bertron, however, appeared very calm. He felt that the so-called curse was probably just rumors and gossip spread because the Lord's cause of death was unknown. After all, when humans face the unknown, they always like to use supernatural powers to forcibly explain those points of doubt This rational analysis left Anna momentarily unresponsive. The two walked inside while talking. Bertron observed the surrounding environment, feeling that this was indeed a good place. Even if the pursuers really came looking, they probably wouldn't find this blind spot. However, he immediately followed up by throwing cold water on the idea. Although it's hidden enough, it's definitely no place for a long-term stay. After all, besides avoiding pursuers, one would also have to deal with the unique beasts here. Walking into a room deep within the castle, Bertron noticed a slight sense of incongruity. Compared to those abandoned corners outside, there was actually a bit of a lived-in feel here. He looked around, holding the lantern, speculating that someone must have lived here not long ago. So he casually asked Anna if homeless people often stayed here. Anna was silent for a moment, finally telling the secret hidden in her heart. Actually, in this very place, someone was once seriously injured. Facing Bertron's puzzled questioning, Anna slowly uttered a name. It was her father, Hans Bear. Bertron was clearly somewhat surprised. In his impression, Anna's father should have died in the war. Anna nodded, confirming that her father did indeed die at the end of the war. But the truth is far more complex than the rumors. He didn't die on the battlefield, but rather died in this very place. Before that tragedy occurred, father always used the excuse of researching crops to frequently enter and leave this ancient castle. No one ever expected that this honest and simple agricultural scholar was actually hiding a shocking secret here. Anna pointed to the furnishings in the room and said, "These were all moved here by my father. After all, in those days, if the villagers saw him doing these things, he would definitely be accused of neglecting his proper duties." Bertron found it somewhat hard to believe that, for the sake of a hobby, he would actually travel such a long distance. Anna's thoughts returned to the past. At the end of the war, father was conscripted into the army. Coincidentally, the unit he was in happened to be stationed near the village. They thought being close to home was a good thing. But when father came back from the battlefield, he had completely broken down. His head was wrapped in bandages soaked with blood. He hid in the shelter all day, refusing to say a single word. Bertron originally wanted to offer some comfort, but Anna revealed a bitter smile. She said what broke the family's heart the most wasn't the injuries her father had suffered, but the intensified, inhuman torture that followed after escaping death. The thing that brought her father the greatest pain was actually not the brutal enemy, but his own military commanders. They suspected father was a spy, or a deserter disguised as a refugee. They even tied him up tightly, interrogating him on how he managed to survive. But having experienced such a tragic battle, father had long ago been scared out of his wits. He simply couldn't give a response to the interrogation. Seeing that they couldn't get any results, the commander actually made a decision to drag this already crippled man back to the front lines. Once again, he said as long as he returned to the battlefield, even a dead man can be made to speak. Anna's voice was filled with endless regret. She always felt that it was this ancient castle that brought an unfortunate curse upon her father. If he had never come here in the first place, perhaps he could have passed away more peacefully. Looking at Anna, who was lost in self-blame, Bertron offered a soft word of comfort. To survive in such chaotic times is already very difficult in itself. Anna wiped the corners of her eyes, trying hard to squeeze out a bright smile. She said there was no use dwelling on these things now, and after hearing Bertron's analysis, she also began to believe that the so-called curse might just be a rumor. Since this place is safe for the time being, Anna decided to cheer herself up first. She planned to bring some blankets over later, so that the two of them could spend the night here. Watching Anna lead the way down the stairs, Bertron remained silent behind her for a long time. He also wanted to give Anna an equally bright smile. He stopped his pace and fell into silence. This kind of emotion, which he had never felt before, left him somewhat at a loss for a moment. In the blink of an eye, the next morning arrived. Warm sunlight flooded the courtyard. Anna and Bertron were busy working. The two were talking and laughing while sweeping the floor, looking much closer than usual. But as the scene fell into her mother Carla's eyes, she could not find any reason to be happy. She stared at those two figures in the distance, feeling somewhat uneasy in her heart. Anna has indeed grown up and has reached the age where she should be interested in men, but she couldn't stand to watch her daughter just like this all day long, sticking together with Bertron. Even for the sake of this man of unknown origin, Anna hardly paid any attention to her own mother anymore, seeing the two of them acting as if no one else were around. The sense of unease in Carla's heart grew heavier and heavier. Could this excessive closeness really be a good sign? The more Carla watched, the more she felt something was wrong. What if this man of unknown origin really took a liking to her daughter? But on second thought, she felt it was impossible. Bertron doesn't look that young anymore. Surely he wouldn't have designs on a young girl, right? Just as she was thinking this, Bertron walked over, saying he had finished cleaning the restaurant entrance, and asked Carla what work was next. Carla wasn't in a hurry to assign work, but instead asked Bertron out of the blue, "Exactly how old are you this year?" hearing Bertron say he was only 25. Carla was clearly somewhat surprised. This guy was actually younger than he looked. Since the conversation had reached this point, Carla simply started interrogating him like a census taker, asking why he wasn't married yet at his age, and if he didn't plan to go back home to be with his parents. Bertron was silent for a moment. He spoke up, saying his marriage had to be decided by his uncle, but his uncle currently had no such plans. Carla was completely confused. For such a major life event, shouldn't it be the biological father who has the final say? Bertron's voice grew low. He said his family members had all passed away during the war, and now his uncle was his only remaining relative. The atmosphere instantly became a bit oppressive, seeing that Carla was no longer speaking. Bertron intended to turn and leave, but at the moment he took a step, Carla suddenly reached out and stopped him. Carla suddenly called out to Bertron and tossed out an awkward question. She asked Bertron if he thought Anna was beautiful. Before the other could even answer, Carla started muttering to herself. She said Anna didn't look like either of them as a couple, even though both she and her husband were very good looking. Bertron listened with a serious face and even casually added a compliment, saying that Carla was indeed very beautiful. Carla almost jumped up in anger, shouting that this wasn't what she meant at all. She stared into Bertron's eyes again, insisting on getting a proper answer on whether he thought Anna was cute or not. Bertron was silent for a long time. Finally, he managed to choke out that he wasn't quite sure he said that. Now, if he closed his eyes, the only thing he could think of was actually only the cowlick on the top of Anna's head. Carla almost fainted from anger on the spot after hearing this. How exactly is this man's brain wired? Seeing Carla's strong reaction, Bertron even made a serious proposal to go look at Anna right now and come back to give an accurate evaluation. Carla quickly waved her hand to stop him. Making a trip just for a question like that would be a complete waste of time. But when she casually asked if he absolutely had to take a look at Anna right now, she didn't expect Bertron to actually nod and say yes. Carla was completely defeated and lost her temper. She threw the rag directly at Bertron, telling him to hurry up and go work at the farm. If they kept chatting like this, she was afraid she would get sick from anger first. Before leaving, Bertron suddenly turned back, saying he would keep Carla's secret today. Carla was completely confused, not reacting at all to what he was saying. Bertron explained with a serious face that if Anna knew her own mother complained she didn't look like her, that young girl would definitely be heartbroken. So for Carla's sake, he decided to keep the conversation they just had buried in his heart. After saying that, he walked away carrying the broom, leaving Carla alone on the spot in a daze. Carla was now completely exploded with rage. This guy messed with her mind in a chaotic way, and then ended up striking the pose of an instructor, especially thinking about Bertron saying earlier that he could only remember the cowlick on Anna's head. Carla felt it was simply a bad joke. She shouted and cursed at Bertron's back, that he was simply an irredeemable idiot. Did he not know how excellent Anna was? Even if it was just a cowlick, her daughter was the cutest in the whole world. Just as Carla was yelling with vigor, Anna happened to pass by carrying a basket. Hearing her mother's inexplicable roaring, Anna was completely stunned on the spot. She couldn't understand at all why early in the morning everyone was discussing the cowlick on her head. Anna crouched on the grass, looking at this little black pig in front of her. She remarked that this guy was truly lucky, being able to come out for a walk every day. After all, right after the war ended, these pigs were all kept strictly locked up. Because there were corpses everywhere back then, they would even go and gnaw on the remains. It wasn't until things were finally cleaned up now that they finally regained their freedom. Anna changed the subject, asking about the farce from this morning. She was curious about what Bertron had actually said to make her mother Carla that angry. Bertron was quite frank, stating bluntly that he might have messed up. Anna looked incredulous after hearing that. This guy could actually tell when someone else was angry. Bertron explained very seriously, by observing the eyebrows and the tone of voice, one can judge a person's emotions. What he is most worried about now is that Carla is still worrying about him. He wanted to tell Carla personally that he is very safe now. Bertron lowered his head, his tone full of self-deprecation. He felt that his very existence would naturally make Carla feel afraid. So he always wanted to prove himself, and that he would absolutely never hurt anyone. Anna couldn't listen anymore. She rushed up and grabbed the corner of his clothes. She stared into Bertron's eyes, telling him word for word, "You aren't scary at all. In fact, it's quite the opposite. In my eyes, you are actually very weak, even though you are tall and big. You don't look threatening at all." Bertron was completely stunned. He never thought he would receive such an evaluation. Anna became more and more excited as she spoke, telling him to stop wasting his effort, because the harder he tries to prove his innocence, the easier it is to make people suspicious instead. Seeing Anna's serious expression, Bertron fell into a deep silence. For the first time, he realized that in the eyes of others, he wasn't that terrifying monster. Anna continued her frantic persuasion, telling Bertron to be a bit more confident. She mentioned her previous compliment about him being cute, that those were all sincere words. Bertron was still a bit hesitant, feeling that this face of his didn't look anything like harmless, no matter how you looked at it. Anna was so frustrated she stomped her feet, saying that if you really looked fierce, how would I have dared to take the initiative to talk to you back then? Under Anna's strong logic, Bertron finally chose to compromise. Like an obedient student, he repeatedly muttered to himself that he was both weak and cute. Anna was very satisfied with this, feeling that this big guy had finally seen the light. The scene shifted back to the shop. Carla was planning to call Bertron to work, but when she pushed open the door and looked, the room was actually empty. Only a mop leaned against the bucket. The person had vanished before the floor was even finished. Carla felt this was quite unusual. That big bear was usually the most diligent. He was definitely not the type of person to slack off. Just as she was wondering where the guy had gone, Anna shouted from the back that they were out of carrots, vanishing suddenly in the middle of a job. Where on earth did Bertron go? Carla took a turn around the shop, but still didn't see any sign of Bertron. Anna also thought it was strange after hearing this. That guy had left for the farm long ago. Reasonably speaking, he should have been back by now. Now Carla couldn't sit still. She felt a bit creeped out in her heart. Ignoring the lunch that wasn't prepared yet, she turned around and ran toward the farm. Anna shouted desperately from behind, but couldn't stop her mother's footsteps. It turned out Carla remembered a rumor saying that during the war, an army had buried treasure under the farm. Now the news was spreading everywhere. Many thieves had set their sights on that place. The more Carla thought about it, the more scared she became. If Bertron ran into those desperate criminals, the consequences would be unimaginable. She was now filled with deep regret. If she had known, she shouldn't have kicked him out to stay elsewhere. If she had kept him sleeping on the kitchen floor back then, there wouldn't be all this trouble. Carla prayed while running wildly, hoping that that idiot absolutely wouldn't get into trouble. Carla arrived at the farm panting for breath. Seeing a large crowd gathered from afar, her heart skipped a beat. Had her greatest fear actually come true? Carla quickly rushed into the crowd, grabbing her acquaintance, Dean, to ask what was happening. Dean pointed toward the grass not far away and began to explain with a face full of lingering fear. It turned out a pack of wolves had just rushed into the farm, frantically attacking the flocks of sheep here. Everyone tried to protect the livestock, and several people were injured in the melee. Carla's heart pounded as she listened. Just as she was about to ask about Bertron's situation, Dean suddenly gave a thumbs up and began frantically praising Carla's turkey, saying thanks to that black-haired big guy who took down all the hungry wolves by himself. Even more incredible was that in such a tragic battle, he didn't even have a scratch on him. Carla looked in the direction Dean was pointing and saw Bertron carrying a wolf carcass with that calm appearance, as if he had just easily done a minor task. Seeing Bertron safe and sound, Carla's heart finally settled back in its place. As soon as Dean saw Bertron coming over, he started shouting and making a scene, saying that Bertron's bossy wife had arrived. Carla glared at him crossly. What kind of time was this? To still be joking? Bertron, however, followed the rules quite well. The first thing out of his mouth was an apology, saying he had delayed his time to return to the shop. He even wanted to go back and work right away, asking Carla if she wanted him to process the ingredients first. But at the moment he raised his hand, Carla spotted something wrong at a glance. Beside that pile of old stitched scars, there were actually several fresh, bright red cuts. Carla grabbed his arm and screamed on the spot in anger, saying, "You are clearly injured." She turned around and began to take her anger out on Dean, scolding the kid for talking nonsense just now. Didn't he say Bertron was perfectly fine? Dean looked aggrieved being scolded, saying he wasn't this big guy's father. How could he have looked that closely? Carla didn't want to hear any nonsense now. She told Dean to shut his mouth. She pulled Bertron along toward the dormitory, insisting on taking him to get the medical kit for bandaging. Bertron still wanted to be stubborn and say it was nothing, but was shut down by Carla's words. "Less talk. Follow me right now." Carla's movements were swift. She helped Bertron bandage his wounds properly. She warned him with a serious face that if the wounds worsened, she would have to take him to the village doctor immediately. To be on the safe side, Carla gave him the day off directly, telling him to stay in the dormitory and rest today. But Bertron, that workaholic, actually still wanted to insist on going to the shop to help. Carla's temper flared up instantly upon hearing that, saying that if onion juice seeped into the wounds, the pain would definitely be enough for him to handle. She told this blockhead to obediently follow the proprietress's arrangements. Bertron was silent for a long time, before suddenly blurting out, "Then could he go sit in the shop for a while?" Carla was practically laughed into a fit of anger, asking him if he even understood what rest meant. Did he really have no other hobbies in this life? Bertron explained with a serious face. He just wanted to head over there, not for the sake of doing work. Then he added another sentence. If he had to find a reason, then he would say it was to go see Anna. Carla was now completely speechless. This man spoke far too bluntly. Looking at Bertron's matter-of-fact appearance, Carla's heart suddenly felt a bit uneasy. Was this guy truly innocent, or was he having designs on her daughter? Bertron suddenly asked out of the blue if it was because she hated him, that she was always so fierce toward him. Carla just rolled her eyes after hearing that, asking him why he had to beat around the bush. Since the conversation had reached this point, Carla also simply and helplessly laid her cards on the table. She said she didn't hate Bertron, but there was too much uncertainty about him. No one could be completely at ease with someone like that. After all, everyone has spent so much time together, yet they don't even know who he actually is. Bertron was silent for a moment, finally revealing his background. He said he used to be a military officer and came here only to repay the debt to Hans. Carla, after hearing this, didn't feel relieved at all, but instead felt the matter was even more absurd. A military officer with a bright future, coming all this way just to pay back a few onions. Anyone who heard this reason would think it was fake. There must be some other ulterior secret. Just as Carla was pressing him step by step, Anna's words suddenly flashed through her mind. Her daughter had desperately guaranteed before that Bertron was both cute and harmless. Looking at Carla's suspicious gaze, Bertron seemed to give up the struggle. He gave a faint reply, that he would never try to prove anything again. He announced in front of Carla that no matter what others said, he would continue to stay and raise the pig, and would even take on all the chores, big and small, in the village. Carla was completely confused, and totally couldn't keep up with his train of thought. But before she could even react, Bertron suddenly raised his volume. He shouted with a face full of affection, asking Carla to accept the truest version of him, and even begged Carla that she must love him. Carla was scared nearly out of her wits, refusing loudly on the spot, saying that she absolutely could not do such a thing. Bertron, unexpectedly, would not let it go, saying that she definitely could, because her daughter Anna had already done it. These words were like a bombshell, making Carla jump with rage. This brat? What kind of love potion did he give Anna? Just as the two were arguing incessantly, Anna was hiding in the back, rubbing her ears. She felt a chill down her spine, as if someone was talking behind her back, but Bertron was still there pestering, insisting that Carla love him more in the future. Carla rolled her eyes to the sky, stating bluntly that communicating with him was too exhausting. It would be better to talk to a wall. Seeing the atmosphere reach a breaking point, Bertron suddenly changed his expression. He told Carla to calm down and rest first, and to pass a message to the guards for him. It turns out that while he was moving the wolf carcasses earlier, he discovered something was wrong. On the hind legs of those wild wolves, there were neat incisions on all of them. This was no accident at all, but rather someone deliberately driving them. Looking at these clean wounds, they were definitely made by trained soldiers. Carla was now completely stunned. How could there be soldiers in the village? Bertron speculated that a nobleman was passing through, and the retinue, in order to clear the road, drove the entire wolf pack into the village. This matter was much more serious than an argument. The appearance of a high-ranking figure often meant even bigger trouble. Carla's heart was thumping with anxiety, always feeling that whenever noblemen enter the village, nothing good ever happens. As soon as the words were spoken, there was movement at the village entrance. Anna was standing by the roadside, staring blankly at the figures in the distance. Franz was riding a tall horse, strutting arrogantly into the village. Anna hurried forward to greet him, asking if he was looking for a place to eat. Franz looked incredulous after hearing that, seeming not to expect that such a small, run-down village actually had a place where one could eat. Anna saw that his face was very unfamiliar, so she inquired about his origin. Franz pulled the reins and introduced himself, saying he was the royal knight Franz. He had traveled all this way, only to find a person named Bertron. He even snapped his fingers, flippantly calling Anna little girl, asking if she had seen a person named Bertron. Anna wasn't buying it, correcting him on the spot by saying she was already 20 and not to always treat her like a child. Franz clearly had no patience for this, feeling that such a small matter was not important at all. But looking at Anna's serious face, she still managed a forced apology. Seeing this, Anna deliberately acted afraid, tentatively asking if that Bertron was some kind of dangerous wanted criminal. These words made Franz quite angry. He acted as if his tail had been stepped on, loudly rebuking Anna to stop talking nonsense. The attendants nearby quickly pulled him back. Fearing he would cause a scene in the village, Franz caught his breath, then explained that Bertron is absolutely not a criminal. Anna immediately pushed further. Since he's not a bad guy, then what exactly did you want with him? Franz was caught off guard by the question. With a cold face, he snapped that it was classified. Carla had warned Anna that these people certainly had a significant background. Anna already had a plan in mind. She intended to stall this group first. She absolutely could not let them find Bertron. She deliberately feigned ignorance, saying she had never heard of that name. Then she put on a smiling face, warmly inviting them to have a meal. Franz originally wanted to refuse directly, saying he didn't have time to be here. Anna quickly threw out the bait, saying the restaurant was the most well-informed place in the village. If they wanted to find something out, sitting there was definitely the right move. The attendants behind Franz were already exhausted, each of them there crying out in hunger. Looking at his subordinate's miserable state, Franz finally relented. Anna was overjoyed in her heart, quickly bustling about to go get well water. While leading the way, she calculated that as long as she kept this group trapped in the restaurant, Bertron would be safe for the time being. But the look in Franz's eyes before leaving seemed like he wasn't that easy to fool. As Anna watched Franz, her heart felt a bit uneasy, but his arrogant posture was definitely the type her mom hated most. This man was indeed handsome, like a melancholy prince from a fairy tale. Anna forced a smile, inviting these lords into the restaurant. Franz didn't even look at the menu. He casually ordered 5 sets of light meals. He even followed up with a sentence, "In a small countryside place like this, he didn't expect to eat anything good anyway." Hearing this, Anna's fist tightened. She really wanted to throw a punch at his face, but for the sake of the big picture, she could only grit her teeth and endure it. Not long after, a table full of hearty meals was placed in front of these knights. The attendants' eyes lit up, and without a word, they began to devour the food. Franz was just about to ask about the guests in the village when the restaurant door was suddenly burst open. The village head rushed in with great haste while shouting Anna's name and clamoring that he was starving to death. Anna was exceptionally enthusiastic toward the village head. The village head was clearly a bit flattered. Just as he was thinking of ordering some fried onions, Franz suddenly interjected, interrupting the two's small talk. He introduced himself as a knight from the capital. The village head didn't buy it after hearing this, asking in return what such a high-ranking person was doing in this remote wilderness. Franz mentioned Bertron again and described his appearance in detail. The village head deliberately played dumb and asked if this person was a fugitive. Franz quickly denied it and demanded that the village head must report immediately if he found any outsider. Unexpectedly, the village head gave a cold laugh, asking on the spot, "On what grounds?" Franz was completely stunned. He clearly hadn't expected that anyone would dare to speak to him like that. The village head continued to press him, asking what the benefits were for providing information. Franz brought up national interest, saying it is a citizen's duty to cooperate with knights. The village head's laugh became even more sarcastic after hearing that. He said these kind of deceptive lies he had already grown tired of hearing back during the war. Franz was laughed out of anger by the village head's words. He felt there was something wrong with the atmosphere of this village. He said with a stiff face that he wanted to see the village head here to have a proper talk about ideological education. As it turned out, the village head didn't even bat an eye and calmly replied that he was indeed the village head. Franz froze on the spot. Anna saw her chance and, carrying steaming hot meals, precisely interrupted the conversation. She kept addressing him as the village head, completely leaving Franz out in the cold. The surrounding villagers joined in the commotion, one after another asking Anna to take their orders. Franz looked at this chaotic scene, feeling incredibly frustrated in his heart. Since the village head was a tough nut to crack, he decided to pick an easier target instead. But just as he stopped an older lady, before he could even begin questioning her, Anna, like a ghost, rushed out again carrying a tray. She loudly shouted out the serving of dishes, blocking all of Franz's questions back. Franz roared in anger, ordering his men to hurry up and do their work, instead of just focusing on stuffing things into their mouths. Anna, however, wasn't fazed by this at all. While enthusiastically handing out food, she used the rules of business to leave these knights with no room for a temper. Franz looked at this group of useless subordinates who had been bought off by the food. Feeling as though all the anger of his lifetime was being spent today, Franz was still desperately emphasizing his status when Anna shouted at the top of her lungs, "Who wants fried onions?" directly drowning out all his words. The village head, while no one was paying attention, quietly pulled a man aside. He lowered his voice and urged that Bertron was a good lad, and that they had to give him a hand. He told the man to hurry to the farm for Bertron to give him a heads up by saying a nobleman had arrived from the city and was looking for him all over the streets. Franz had struggled for a long time, without getting a single useful word out. Seeing that it was getting late, he could only withdraw with his men, face darkened. But just as he was preparing to head out the door, Anna blocked the way with a smiling face. She said the total was 3 gold coins and 40 silver coins. Franz was stunned on the spot. He could hardly believe his ears. This wasn't running a restaurant. This was clearly highway robbery. Franz looked at the bill and was about to explode. He questioned Anna loudly, saying the price was simply outrageous. He even accused Anna of constantly serving dishes they hadn't ordered. Anna immediately changed her expression after hearing this. She lowered her head and muttered in a small voice, saying she was just cooking according to habit. She even covered her face, looking as if she had suffered a great injustice. Seeing this, the surrounding villagers began pointing fingers at Franz one after another. A dignified royal knight actually eating a meal at a small shop without paying. Franz felt extremely uncomfortable being watched. Now he was truly backed into a corner. To save the last bit of his dignity, he could only grit his teeth and pay up to end the trouble. Anna instantly became high-spirited once she took the money. She stood at the door and called out loudly, "Please come again!" Franz walked to the side of the carriage and suddenly stopped his pace again. He turned his head, his expression becoming exceptionally serious. He said that as a customer, there were some things he had to make clear. Before Franz left, he didn't forget to put on the air of an expert. He suggested very seriously that when cooking, one must pay attention to removing the fishy and gamey smells. Anna laughed awkwardly, explaining that there were special circumstances, but Franz wouldn't listen at all. He stated bluntly that with this kind of cooking skill, this shop would go out of business sooner or later. Finally, he added a parting shot, saying today's meal was truly terrible. Only after saying this did he wave goodbye with satisfaction. Looking at Franz's back as he mounted his horse, the smile on Anna's face instantly vanished without a trace. She vented frantically in her mind that this man was simply the worst bastard under the sun. As soon as Franz left the restaurant, the more he thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. He always felt that the people in this village were all hatching some kind of conspiracy behind his back. Everyone seemed to be deliberately avoiding any in-depth conversation. Bertron, that bastard is definitely hiding in this village. The others should have discovered some clues and traces by now. But when he turned the street corner, the sight before him left him completely dumbfounded. His subordinates, who were supposed to be searching, were actually gathered around drinking and chatting. Franz walked over with a darkened face. This wine seems to be going down quite smoothly, doesn't it? Several soldiers were scared out of their wits, quickly apologizing in a garbled mess. Franz didn't want to hear any nonsense at all, loudly demanding to know where the others were. As it turned out, looking around, the scene made him even more furious. Some subordinates were playing with children. Some were even helping villagers find their sons. This is absolutely preposterous. I sent you here to investigate, not to provide poverty relief. Franz released a deafening roar of anger at the group. Does everyone think they came here for a vacation and to play around? These worthless fellows. What exactly do they think this mission is? Franz suppressed his rage with effort, asking where Eric had gone. The subordinate answered cautiously, saying he was sent to the west side to gather information. But when Franz reached the west side, the scene before him almost made him faint from anger. Eric was actually squatting in the water, vigorously washing clothes, while Lara nearby looked on with disgust, urging him to use more strength to get them clean. Franz roared, unable to endure it any longer. Eric, what on earth are you doing? Eric was startled into a frantic mess. He stammered an explanation, saying that he was gathering intelligence. Franz grabbed him by the collar. What intelligence could there be in these ragged clothes? Eric was about to cry from grievance, saying a horse stepped on the lady's clothes, so he had to stay to make amends and apologize. Just as Franz was about to lose his temper, Lara behind him suddenly spoke up. Since you all are so busy, hurry up and leave after washing that one. She could handle the rest of the work herself. Franz was originally full of rage, but the moment he heard the voice, he felt as if he were frozen in place. This voice sounded far too familiar. Franz took a large step forward and called out to Lara, who was just about to leave. He went straight to the point to confirm whether she was the one who had given the clue. Lara seemed somewhat hesitant, not remembering meeting this lord at all. Franz suddenly changed his expression. He lowered his head slightly, and his tone became extremely gentle. Though the two had indeed never met face to face, he had a deep impression of this voice. Then he changed his tune, saying he hadn't expected the owner of the voice to actually be this cute Eric. Standing behind him, watched in a daze. This guy was at it again. As long as it was for gathering intelligence, Franz would use this tactic, using this frivolous posture, to bewitch innocent women. Franz winked his eye, while attempting to inquire about Bertron, but Lara wasn't buying it at all. She took a sharp step backward, telling Franz to stay away from her, saying he shouldn't think that being handsome meant he could just wink at people. Lara clutched her clothes tightly, loudly accusing Franz of having bad intentions, saying he surely wanted to use sweet talk to deceive her to the core. Her elders had long ago warned her to be very careful of handsome strangers. Franz was completely stunned on the spot. He never expected that his foolproof charm would actually suffer such a crushing defeat before this village woman. Facing Lala's accusations, Franz was so anxious he argued back loudly. He hadn't thought about abducting anyone at all, since pleasantries were useless. Then he would get straight to the point. He came to the village this time specifically to capture Bertron. Franz stared intently at Lala. Last time, it was this woman who gave Eric the clue, saying that Bertron would appear at the ranch in the southeast to steal sheep. But when Franz led his men there wasn't even a ghost of a shadow there. He angrily questioned Lala, why she provided false intelligence, and what her ulterior motive was. Lala was so scared she kept backing away. She desperately explained with a sob in her voice that she absolutely did not lie. She simply told the knight the rumors, exactly as she had heard them. Watching Lala cover her face and cry loudly, Franz's originally tough momentum instantly vanished by more than half. He could least tolerate a woman's tears. He could only turn his head away awkwardly and say a quiet sorry that he indeed had been too fierce just now. Franz did not want to dwell on it any longer, immediately calling for Eric to leave. Although Eric was still a bit hesitant, he could only hurry to keep up. The subordinate rode behind them, tentatively asking Franz, since they hadn't found the highness yet, if getting into conflicts with villagers now was a bit more trouble than it was worth. He also suggested letting Eric take that pile of clothes back first. Franz refused without looking back. They didn't have time to waste here. They had to set off and leave immediately. He turned and seriously urged Eric to keep a close watch on Monat. That is a national treasure. If it were to be lost, even if Eric paid with his life, he probably wouldn't be able to bear the responsibility. Eric could only give a low, firm response. The subordinate nearby looked full of worry. When they were at the bookstore earlier, they had taken this item by force, which had already caused a lot of unpleasantness. If this really was a gift personally given to the bookstore by the highness, is it really okay for them to take it without asking? Franz gave a cold snort. No matter what the highness was thinking, national treasure is a national treasure. No one has the right to dispose of it privately. As soon as he thought of that bastard Bertron, Franz felt a surge of uncontrollable anger. That guy could even give away Mona to a villager so casually. Then the other national treasure, the Fenrir cloak, must certainly be in danger right now. If we can't catch him as soon as possible, who knows what other absurd things that madman will do. Bertron was rolling up his sleeves, vigorously wringing out the cloak in his hands. Carla, watching from the side, was terrified. She couldn't help but speak up to remind him that this fabric was clearly worth a fortune. Wasn't it a bit too wasteful to use it as a rag? Bertron replied as if it were a matter of course. Because this thing is of high quality, using it to wipe damp wood is simply perfect for the job. He didn't care about luxury at all, as long as it was convenient for the work. At the same time, Franz was addressing his subordinates, issuing the final direct orders. As long as they found a trace of the highness, no matter what means were used, even if it required a forced abduction, the person must be brought back immediately. All consequences would be borne by him, Franz, alone. The knights accepted the order in unison, but they never would have dreamed that the highness they were hunting with a bounty was currently holding a broom and leisurely cleaning up at the village entrance. Passing villagers saw Bertron and hurried forward to greet him. Everyone had heard that he was injured and advised him to rest more. Bertron waved his hand, indicating that this minor injury was nothing. He looked at the villagers gathered together, curious about what was happening. It turned out it was already lunchtime. Everyone was preparing to light a fire to cook, warmly inviting him to eat together. Bertron didn't agree immediately. He looked around, subconsciously asking where Anna was now. Bertron always felt something wasn't right. Usually at this time, Anna should have arrived at the farm to deliver food. The villagers spread their hands helplessly. Anna was indeed late today. Everyone could only start the fire themselves. Bertron remained silent for a moment. He suspected something had happened in the village, which prevented Anna from being able to get away. He even directly stated his guess, that some nobleman had probably slipped into the village quietly. Hearing the word nobleman, the villagers were so scared they almost jumped. Bertron continued his analysis. The pack of wolves that suddenly appeared today was very likely forced out of the territory by a nobleman's guards. The villagers became more and more indignant as they listened. In their memory, as long as a high-ranking figure appeared, nothing good ever happened in the village. Bertron followed the thread of the conversation, asking if it was because the village was forcibly requisitioned during the war. A villager sighed, saying that was only one of the reasons. What broke people's hearts the most was the prisoner exchange. After the war, right here in this vicinity, several wounded soldiers had actually disappeared inexplicably. Those noblemen, under the banner of investigation, turned the entire village upside down. Like bandits, they demanded meat and beds as soon as they opened their mouths, forcing the whole village to act like slaves, serving them day and night. Another villager also approached. He said that even before the war, a handsome-looking nobleman had sneakily slipped into the village. The villagers grew more and more agitated as they spoke, and even made a harsh threat in public. If they ever ran into those noblemen again, they would definitely shove their heads into the ground to be used as fertilizer. Looking at everyone's angry faces, Bertron stood aside in silence. He absolutely could not expose his identity. Otherwise, he would be the first one these enraged villagers would bury. Just then, the man ran over in a great hurry. With a grave expression, he pulled Bertron to a deserted corner. Something big has happened in the village. A group of prominent people are looking for Bertron by name. Anna is desperately dealing with them at the restaurant, trying to find a way to stall for time for him. But that group of people will likely search their way to the farm very soon. The man suggested to Bertron that if he didn't want to be captured by them, it would be best to go back to the house and hide right now. Bertron calmly followed up with a question. Whether among that group of people, there was a man who was exceptionally handsome. Thinking back carefully, there was indeed a blonde man who could make a fortune just with that face. But that guy's words were too mean. It's estimated that even if he were sold, within 3 days, he would be returned because of his big mouth. Hearing this precise evaluation, Bertron already knew in his heart, it really was that troublesome Franz. Franz was sitting on the stone steps, looking somewhat depressed. The search work had made no progress. Seeing the sunset already shining at an angle, the subordinate beside him reminded him in a low voice that the sun was about to go down. Franz let out a helpless sigh. He knew being anxious was useless. He could only order to rest for today and continue when day breaks tomorrow. Just as he was about to stand up, the village head suddenly appeared behind him. The old man's tone carried surprise as he asked why he hadn't left yet. Franz turned his head. Before he could even open his mouth to explain, the village head started muttering with a worried face. In this countryside place, wolves roam everywhere once night falls. If you don't hurry and leave, I'm afraid your lives might be in danger. Franz walked down the steps. Since the village head had said so, he went along with it, intending to lead his men out of the village first. Franz originally intended to leave, but seeing how late it was, he could only brace himself to ask where the inn in the village was located. The village head was completely stunned after hearing this. As if he had heard some kind of joke, he bluntly told Franz that in a remote backwater place like this, there was no such thing as a proper inn. Franz was now completely out of options. He quickly lowered his requirements, as long as there was a place to shelter from the wind and rain, and a place to settle the horses. He even made a point to emphasize that he would definitely pay enough money. The village head stroked his beard, showing a meaningful expression, saying there was indeed a place in the village that could barely squeeze in their group of people. The scene shifted. Franz actually returned to the restaurant run by Anna. Anna smiled exceptionally brightly. She stood at the door, speaking sarcastically, welcoming the distinguished guests once again. Then she didn't forget to add a parting shot, asking if Franz hadn't scolded her enough and came back specifically to keep complaining that the food she made was terrible. He had spoken so harshly just now, yet now he wanted to stay overnight. Franz gnashed his teeth in anger. A creaking sound even came from his mouth. He had never suffered such humiliation in his life. Eric and the colleague behind him were quite frightened by this sound. They quickly leaned into his ear, whispering to urge him to stay calm no matter what. Although Franz felt frustrated in his heart, in order to not end up on the streets, he could only force himself to endure it. Anna was actually quite generous, not only preparing blankets for them, but also bringing out free snacks. Eric quickly took the lead to thank her, praising that the service was truly impeccable, and casually inquired about the restaurant's situation. Anna explained that usually she manages it with her mother, but her mother just happens to be away today. Seeing that the atmosphere had eased quite a bit, Anna casually asked about the person they were looking for. Eric shook his head helplessly, indicating there were still no clues yet. Anna speculated from the side that after searching so long without a sign, could that person possibly be dead already? Franz immediately refused the idea, concluding that the guy was as tough as nails and absolutely could not die easily. Anna listened intently from the side. It turned out the person these royal knights were looking for was actually Bertron. But who exactly was Bertron to make this group of people go to such great lengths? Anna tentatively opened her mouth to ask, that lord you are looking for, could he be an even more remarkable nobleman? Anna deliberately lowered her posture, saying that if the other party was a nobleman, commoners wouldn't dare provoke him casually. Franz gave a cold snort, stating that the guy was not a nobleman at all, just a contractor who breached his contract. He not only left the royal capital without permission, but also took an unfinished contract with him. So the knights' order chased him all the way. To catch this tough nut, the superiors even allowed the use of force, as long as he could be captured alive. Franz even threw out a bait, saying that as long as clues could be provided, the entire village would receive a bounty. Anna only gave a faint response after hearing this, but her heart was already in a mess. She tentatively asked the group exactly how long they planned to stay here. Franz's answer was very blunt: until Bertron is caught. Seeing Anna keep questioning him, Franz's suspicion was instantly piqued, asking in return if she felt uncomfortable. Anna quickly found an excuse, explaining that the pressure of hosting high-ranking figures was too great and she was truly a bit nervous. Franz, however, didn't buy it at all. Instead, pressing her step by step. Suspecting whether Anna knew Bertron, Anna felt uneasy under that gaze, trying to find an excuse to hide in the kitchen. But before she could even move her legs, her wrist was firmly grabbed by Franz. Franz's voice was ice cold, ordering Anna to tell the truth immediately. Just as Anna was at a loss for what to do, the sound of a door opening came from the entrance. Carlo walked in carrying a lantern. He hadn't yet seen the situation in the room clearly. Before he started blaming Anna, asking why she hadn't turned off the door light yet, it wasn't until Carlo walked a few steps closer that she discovered her daughter's wrist was being held by a strange man. Carla's temper flared up instantly, demanding to know what this knight actually wanted to do to her daughter. She even mocked him without reservation, asking if a knight who drank 2 cups of urine would only know how to bully a weak woman. Franz was a bit embarrassed by the scolding, quickly releasing her hand and explaining it was just a misunderstanding. He put on the air of a gentleman, solemnly introducing himself as the 3rd son of the Duke of Gerhardt's house. As it turned out, Carla wasn't buying it at all. She gave a cold laugh and retorted that since the family had passed down for 12 generations, the ancestral tombstones could probably build an entire village. Franz secretly complained in his heart. This woman's temper was even more explosive than he had imagined. He realized the first impression was likely completely ruined and could only brace himself to find a way to fix it. Franz attempted to ease the misunderstanding, politely asking for Carla's name. Carla, however, didn't fall for that at all, telling him to stop putting on knightly airs and not to think he could get away with it just because he was handsome. Franz was left dazed by the retort, completely failing to understand what acting handsome even meant. Carla couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with him, directly sending Anna back to her room to rest, leaving her to handle the remaining guests. Anna took the opportunity to bolt away. Seeing this, Franz still wanted to reach out and stop her, questioning where exactly she thought she was hiding. But before his hand could touch Anna, it was firmly caught by Carla's backhand. Carla reminded him with a cold laugh that since he liked grabbing people's wrists so much, he should experience it for himself. Franz was stunned by the strength of the grip. That previous arrogance vanished instantly, and he could only apologize humbly. He begged Carla to let go of his hand first, stating that the rudeness just now was indeed a misunderstanding. Carla finally let go of him slowly and announced her own name. She was Carla, the owner of this establishment. Carla shouted loudly in the restaurant, saying that to apologize to the knights. She had specially prepared some fine-aged wine. While her mother stalled that group, Anna quickly grabbed a basket and quietly slipped out through the back door. She jogged all the way through the night to a remote corner of the village. Anna tapped gently on the window, lowering her voice to call for Bertron. The window was slowly pushed open. Bertron's stern face appeared under the moonlight. Anna even had the mind to joke, asking where on earth he had been hiding all day. Bertron quickly explained clearly that someone suggested he hide first, so the villagers could deal with the pursuers. Anna nodded. Carla was currently drinking with those knights. They wouldn't be able to get away for a short while. As Anna spoke, she shook the basket in her hand. She said she ran all the way here, fearing that Bertron would wait too long and it wouldn't be good if he starved. Seeing Bertron remain silent, Anna tentatively asked another question. Was it possible he really wasn't waiting for her? Bertron took the plate. His tone sounded very calm, saying he had been waiting for this meal all along. Anna felt a bit embarrassed, feeling that her cooking skills were average and not worth such anticipation from him. But Bertron put down the plate, staring directly at Anna, saying he wasn't just waiting for the food. He had actually been waiting for Anna all along. Anna didn't react for a moment, tentatively asking once more, asking if he had been waiting a long time. Bertron gave a firm, affirmative answer. Anna still couldn't believe it, confirming once again if the person he was waiting for was Anna. Bertron himself. Bertron did not hesitate for a single second, once again gave a firm, affirmative answer. He softly called out Anna's name, his voice sounding exceptionally clear in the small room. Anna was completely stunned, even forgetting how to respond. She could only stare at him blankly. Anna slowly reached out her hand, gently placing it over the back of Bertron's hand. Anna softly comforted Bertron, telling him not to worry too much about those pursuers. After all, the villagers were all on his side. But Bertron fell into silence. Anna sensed something was wrong. Tentatively calling his name, Bertron suddenly turned his head away and stopped looking at her, saying only, "It's nothing." Anna thought he was worried about the future and began analyzing the situation on her own, saying if the pursuers never left, the villagers would sooner or later grow weary. When that time came to protect themselves, they might be forced to drive Bertron away, sending him to that cursed castle. Anna struggled to force out a smile and joked that even if that day really came, she would definitely still go there to deliver food to him. Bertron suddenly interrupted her, his tone becoming exceptionally serious. He stared directly at Anna and asked the most central question, as he is now. What exactly is his identity to Anna? Anna was caught off guard by the question, not understanding for a moment what this question actually meant. Bertron simply made his point clear. He only wanted to know what Anna thought. He worried whether certain actions of his, in Anna's eyes, had already crossed some boundaries. Bertron softly listed everything Anna had done for him, providing him food and shelter, giving him refuge, and even wanting to help him break the curse. At first, he had always thought this was merely because Anna was soft-hearted and held a trace of sympathy for him. But now, with the pursuers right outside the door, Anna still chose to stay. This had long since exceeded the scope of sympathy. Bertron was actually very afraid that he might become arrogant, afraid that one day he would take Anna's dedication as something for granted. He looked at the girl before him and discovered that Anna actually didn't have even a shred of fear toward him. Just as Anna wanted to speak and explain, Bertron suddenly gripped her hand tightly. As if talking to himself, he said if this warmth disappeared, it would be like falling into a cold night, and he would surely regret it forever. Anna was a bit dazed listening to this. She couldn't help but tease in a low voice, saying that he, a person who didn't understand emotions, could actually say such poetic words. Bertron did not shrink back. Instead, he looked at her even more seriously. He said that he had been thinking repeatedly during this time about exactly what kind of way could truly touch her heart. Anna was silent for a moment, finally speaking to respond to Bertron. She said that she was actually very lost too. Even she herself couldn't figure out why, even though the soldiers were right outside the door, she still wanted to help him at all costs. Anna told Bertron honestly that she was actually very afraid of those soldiers holding swords in their hands. Whenever she saw those people, she would think of the terrible war. But compared to these fears, in Anna's heart, there was another thought that made her even more afraid, and that was the thought of Bertron suddenly leaving. Bertron jerked his head up, seeming not to expect Anna to say that. Anna continued to explain softly. She said she still hadn't figured out what Bertron actually meant to her, but before she could fully understand it, she hoped Bertron could stay and not just leave like that. Anna showed a gentle smile. She wanted a little more time to truly get to know Bertron. A groan of lament came from the tavern. Eric was drinking frantically. While complaining that life was becoming unbearable, Franz stood nearby with a face full of disgust, advising him to stop if he had drunk too much. But Eric couldn't stop at all. He pointed at Franz next to him and shouted that all of his pain was because of him. Franz looked completely bewildered, not realizing at all what he had done. Eric became more aggrieved as he spoke, stating bluntly that serving this Lord Knight was simply the hardest job under the sun. Franz left a trail of broken hearts everywhere, and every time he caused a mess, Eric was the one who had to clean it up in the end. Now, one didn't even need to ask around to find Franz. Just look on the street to see which girl is holding handmade cookies, or which girl is carrying an axe looking for someone everywhere. Then Franz is definitely nearby. Seeing Eric's breakdown, Franz actually felt quite wronged. He offered a helpless apology. After all, being handsome wasn't something he could control himself. To make Eric stop crying, Franz even made a grand promise that he would try hard to be less handsome in the future. This absurd comfort left Carla nearby completely speechless. Eric couldn't hold on after all and collapsed face first onto the wine table. Franz next to him wasn't doing much better. He wobbled and struggled a few times before completely blacking out as well. Looking at these two dead drunk men, Carla's face was full of disdain, stating bluntly that this sight was simply eyesore. Just then, Anna quietly returned to the tavern carrying a lantern. Before she could even steady herself, Carla's anger flared directly at her. Carla loudly questioned Anna why she only bothered to come back now. She was clearly just supposed to deliver a meal, yet she had been delayed outside for so long. Anna was caught off guard by the question, stammering, not knowing how to explain. After all, everything she had just experienced was truly something she couldn't easily talk about. I heard that the man named Bertron fled all the way here to escape the debts he owed during the war. Regarding Bertron's identity, the more Carla listened, the more she felt something was wrong. Since he is the son of a duke, How could that uncle ever let him work like a common laborer? Anna tried to explain for him, saying that Bertron himself doesn't care about status and only wants to be treated as an ordinary person. Carla gave a cold laugh after hearing this, stating bluntly that this excuse was far too convenient. This man is definitely hiding something. To keep the family from getting involved in trouble, Carla directly issued an ultimatum, telling Anna to go drive him away first thing tomorrow morning. Anna was completely stunned. She didn't expect her mother to be so heartless, but Carla's attitude was very firm. The village seems peaceful now, but who knows when the villagers will change their minds. Furthermore, those knights wandering around the village all day have already made the farmers feel uneasy. Even the work in the fields has been delayed. Carla reminded Anna earnestly, those people are real soldiers, with long swords for killing in their hands. Even if they look quite friendly now, who can guarantee they won't draw their blades against us in the next second? However, at this moment on the other side, the knights regarded as threats by Carla were huddled together without any dignity. They were sleeping dead to the world, and even let out bursts of snoring. Carla gave her final instructions. When going to the farm to deliver breakfast tomorrow, she must personally tell Bertron to leave this place immediately. Anna lowered her head and agreed. Though her heart was filled with 1,000 reluctances, she understood her mother's concerns. Looking at her daughter's expression, Carla's tone softened slightly, stating bluntly that Bertron actually wasn't bad. It's just that the current situation is too dangerous. In the blink of an eye, the next morning arrived. Sunlight spilled into the village. Carla looked at the basket full of onions. How could there be endless onions to peel? When will these trivial and annoying days finally come to an end? Carla looked at the few workers in the shop who were being tied up by the knights. She couldn't describe how furious she felt. With these soldiers sitting here, there wasn't even enough manpower to get work done. She turned to look at Anna, asking in a low voice to confirm if she was preparing to deliver food to Bertron. Anna nodded gently. Carla cautiously warned Anna not to use the back door, because Franz was currently guarding it. She reminded Anna once again that what they agreed on last night cannot change. The words must be made clear today. Tell Bertron to leave the village immediately. Although Anna was extremely reluctant in her heart, she could only agree in a low voice. To cover her daughter's departure, Carla decided to go to the back door herself, to distract Franz's attention. Franz came forward with a bright expression, politely greeting the two women. Franz originally wanted to ask someone for information, but before he could even open his mouth, the passing village women acted as if they had seen a ghost, screaming that a nobleman was on the loose. While running away without looking back, Franz stood there with a blank expression. He didn't understand what on earth he had done wrong. Then Carla walked over, asking him bluntly why he wasn't eating, but instead was standing here dazing off alone. Franz politely stated he would eat later. As a result, Carla's face darkened the moment she heard that. Demanding to know if he looked down on her cooking skills, Franz quickly explained that after having the drinks last night, he knew Carla's cooking skills were amazing. It's just that he had matters at hand to attend to. But Carla wasn't buying it at all. She gave a cold response and turned away. Franz felt incredibly depressed in his heart. He clearly kept praising her. Why did this lady still act like she hated him so much? And it wasn't just Carla. The people of the entire village seemed to hold some inexplicable hostility toward him. Franz began to reflect. Was it because of the conflicts between noblemen and villagers during the war that made them reject him so much? He couldn't help but ask if there were any other reasons at all. Carla glanced at him sideways, giving an absurd yet realistic answer. It's because you are far too handsome. In this war-torn village, a good-looking nobleman often means the beginning of a disaster. Franz didn't react for a moment, but Carla went on to talk about an incident from over 20 years ago. At that time, a young nobleman arrived in the village to escape the chaos of war, relying on his handsome looks. He seduced girls all over the village, and finally fled before the truth came out. Ever since then, stay away from handsome noblemen became a lesson passed down by word of mouth in the village. Franz listened with an embarrassed face, unable to help but follow up with a question. Was that man never caught in the end? Carla shook her head helplessly. That person vanished without a trace. The only clue was his appearance. Golden hair and a pair of beautiful blue eyes. Carla stopped and looked directly at him, her tone becoming exceptionally cold. He looked exactly like you. Franz was left speechless. He originally thought it was just a coincidence, but Carla's next words left him completely frozen on the spot. Carla stared into his eyes and asked, "So, I want to confirm, what exactly is your father's name?" Franz's tone instantly turned cold. He questioned Carla whether she was aware of how rude that question about his father just now actually was. Carla replied with a calm face that she certainly understood. A son always wants to defend his father's reputation. Franz rebuked her sharply. He emphasized that since arriving here, he had done his best to maintain restraint and politeness. But if Carla continued to provoke him, there was a limit to his patience. As a high and mighty nobleman, his tolerance toward commoners was absolutely not a reason to be trampled upon at will. Carla looked at the angry knight before her and only responded coldly that she would engrave this lesson deep in her mind. Just as the atmosphere reached a deadlock, the village head walked over with a group of people. Carla asked the village head in a blunt tone what he was doing bringing people over at this time. Before the village head could even exchange pleasantries, the members of the Knight's Order nearby quickly tried to smooth things over. They felt that staying in the village and doing nothing was truly unjustifiable, so they took the initiative to ask the village head to see if there was anything they could help with. It just so happened that the village head mentioned there was a pack of wolves roaming near the public ranch. These usually pampered knights actually decided to set out right now to help the villagers drive away the hungry wolves. The village head tentatively asked Franz if he wanted to go to the ranch to take a look as well. Franz remained silent for a moment, but ultimately nodded and agreed. Carla, standing aside, found it quite surprising that a nobleman like him who hated trouble would actually take the initiative to intervene in such trivial matters. Franz, however, spoke with high-sounding words, even if it was just to drive away a few wolves. As the commander, he couldn't let the soldiers act on their own. Before leaving, Franz looked at Carla and teased, "Could it be that you want me to stay and keep you company here alone?" Looking at Franz's appearance, Carla was calculating something else in her mind. How long would it take to peel so many onions? If only she could keep this guy here as a laborer to peel onions? Franz didn't hear her mumbling clearly. Carla quickly waved her hand, thinking that counting on this lazy young master was less likely than the sun rising from the west. She urged Franz to set off quickly and stop getting in the way here. Carla looked at that basket of onions and let out a deep sigh. This mountain of housework ultimately still had to rely on her. To get through it bit by bit, Carla looked at the onion in her hand and couldn't help but start missing Bertron. If that man were still here, this work would probably have been finished long ago. Just as she was fretting over the onions, the sound of a door opening came from the entrance. It was Dido. Before Dido could even steady his footing, Carla looked as if she had seen a savior. She ordered Dido, without taking no for an answer, to hurry over and help her peel the onions. Dido was completely dazed by this sudden errand. He just wanted to open his mouth to complain a few words, but was scolded by Carla. Cut the nonsense. Get over here and work for me right now. Dido could only work while cautiously inquiring where those knights from the royal capital had gone. Carla replied casually that they followed the village head to hunt wolves. Bertron appeared silently behind the door. He pushed the door and walked in, asking Carla if she was calling for him. Carla asked back with a face full of suspicion if it was that big-mouthed Dido who had been spreading rumors outside. Dido stammered, just about to admit it, when Carla grabbed him, angrily calling Dido an idiot for actually daring to use lies to lure those searching knights over here. Dido was being choked so hard he couldn't breathe and could only desperately beg for mercy. But Carla wasn't buying it at all. She ordered Dido to shut up and sit down honestly to peel onions. After dealing with this troublemaker, Carla turned to look at Bertron. She stated straightforwardly that she had some important matters that she had to tell him right now. Carla and Bertron sat facing each other. The atmosphere in the room was so oppressive it was suffocating. Carla was the first to break the silence. She reminded Bertron straightforwardly that those knights patrolling the village had already become a heavy burden for everyone. Bertron responded in a low voice. He knew very well in his heart that all these troubles started because of him. Although Carla found it hard to say, for the safety of the entire village, she had to play the villain herself. She looked into Bertron's eyes and said word for word, "We need you to leave this village." Although Carla spoke tactfully, the meaning was already clear. Everyone knew Bertron wasn't a bad person, but those pursuers were simply too dangerous. She thought he would hesitate or defend himself, but unexpectedly, Bertron agreed exceptionally bluntly. He only calmly replied, "I understand," and thanked her for the care during this period. This quick reaction caught Carla somewhat off guard. Bertron finally urged her to take care of herself. Then he walked out the front door without looking back. Looking at that gradually receding back, Carla had mixed feelings in her heart. This guy left just like he arrived, always catching people so unprepared. Dido, hiding behind the door, poked his head out, whispering to confirm if that man was gone. Carla looked at the empty doorway, responding in a low voice that he had already left. As soon as he left, Carla regretted it. She slapped her thigh and exclaimed that it was too crazy to actually let that child hit the road on an empty stomach. At the thought of Bertrand not having breakfast, Carla felt a heavy tightness in her heart, always feeling like she had mistreated him. Dido, standing nearby, couldn't help but complain, saying that her tendency to worry about others was exactly the same as Anna's. They truly were mother and daughter. Meanwhile, at this time, Bertron was walking alone on a path in the wilderness. He actually had a plan in mind long ago. Since that person had already shown up, there was only one place he could go. He looked up at the castle in the distance. On the other side, Anna was busy taking in the laundry, but she discovered Bertron's change of clothes were still hanging neatly on the line. Her heart skipped a beat. The clothes were still there, but the person was gone. Where on earth did Bertron go? Anna anxiously searched and asked around. A villager replied casually, saying they saw Bertron leaving with Dido. At this time, Dido was hiding in a corner while cutting pungent onions. His eyes were streaming with tears from the fumes. Before he could catch his breath, Anna rushed over in a great hurry. Her posture looked as if she were ready to fight for her life. Dido hadn't reacted to what was happening when he was slammed into by Anna, making him scream out in pain on the spot. With a face full of grievance, he held his position and asked Anna why she was so furious. At that moment, Carla also arrived at the scene. Anna was about to ask about Bertron's whereabouts, but Carla interrupted her with a calm face, admitting straightforwardly that she had personally driven Bertron away. Carla's attitude was exceptionally firm. She said everything was over, and to act as if nothing had ever happened. Everyone must return to their normal lives. She urged Anna to hurry back to the shop, to tidy up the restaurant again, and prepare for business. Anna couldn't say a single word. She could only follow silently behind her mother. The restaurant soon regained its liveliness. Anna was busy as usual, mechanically serving every guest, until the sunset dyed half the sky red. Suddenly, the rapid sound of horse hooves came from afar. Franz arrived with the royal knights, appearing at the village entrance once again. Carla was just about to breathe a sigh of relief when she was startled by this sudden movement. Carla forced a smile and went to meet him, teasing Franz that he returned too late, saying she thought he had been carried off by wolves. Franz smiled and took off his cloak. With a hint of cynicism in his tone, stating bluntly that he would have to disappoint Carla, he deliberately gestured with his injured arm, exclaiming as if to show off that it seemed the wolf's teeth weren't hard enough. Carla had no mood to continue joking with him, urging these uninvited guests to sit down quickly. After all, the food had been prepared long ago. The moment Franz entered the room, he fixed his eyes on Anna. Looking at Anna's absent-minded expression, the smile on his face became even more playful. He approached Anna as if no one else were there, deliberately lowering his voice to call her name. Then he brazenly raised both arms, pretending to be weak and fragile. He said he had been bitten on the hand by a wolf, and now he couldn't even hold a spoon steadily, insisting that Anna must feed him by hand. Anna wasn't buying it at all. She retorted crossly that since he couldn't hold a spoon, he should just pick up the bowl and drink directly. Carla quickly interjected from the side, praising her daughter for being smart. To keep Franz from continuing to pester her, Carla simply used her trump card. She mixed the bread and soup all together, intending to make Franz gulp it down in one go. Before Franz could even refuse, Carla crudely blocked his mouth with the food. While the room was in a mess, Anna's thoughts had already flown far away. She silently called for Bertron in her heart, wondering if he might be there. Inside that cursed castle, the night was deep. Anna carried a faint oil lamp and came alone. Before the eerie old castle, the surroundings were so quiet they made one's skin crawl. Anna stopped before the tightly closed gates. Anna held the lamp to search for him in the darkness, tentatively calling Bertron's name. Unexpectedly, a response actually came from the shadows. Bertron slowly walked out. Seeing that familiar face, Anna's worried heart finally settled down. So he really was hiding here. Anna quickly handed over the basket in her hand, asking with concern if he had eaten. Bertron only replied faintly, saying he had already eaten a little something. Anna looked at the man before her. A long-lost smile finally appeared on her face, but Bertron's expression remained as calm as ever, as if he were hiding some heavy thoughts. Anna didn't sense anything unusual. She murmured while opening the basket, saying she specifically brought a lot of food for fear that Bertron would go hungry here, and telling him he must eat it all up. Anna smiled and poured some fruit wine for Bertron. Bertron, however, hesitated a bit, feeling that, since he couldn't get drunk anyway, giving him such good stuff was simply a waste. Anna waved her hand dismissively, stating bluntly that even if he couldn't taste it, she still wanted him to try these delicious things. She also happened to complain about last night, saying the real waste was on those nights. In order to get those uninvited guests drunk, Carla had truly spent a fortune. Now that noble son of a duke was sleeping soundly in the shop with his subordinates, Anna suddenly lowered her voice, curiously inquiring about Franz's identity. She felt this matter was truly strange. How could a dignified third young master of a duke's house come all this way just to find Bertron? Bertron was silent for a moment, before finally revealing a shocking secret. It turned out Franz was once his employer. The two were not only childhood playmates, but Bertron had also served as his bodyguard. After hearing this, Anna was directly stunned, looking at him with a face of disbelief. A dignified royal knight actually needed Bertron to protect him. While gnawing on some bread, Anna secretly complained in her heart, feeling that Franz only had a good appearance, but in reality must be a useless fellow. Bertron, however, spoke up for his old friend, stating bluntly that Franz's swordsmanship was actually superb. It was just that the guy's personality was too erratic, like an unbridled wild horse. So the Duke entrusted him to discipline him. Anna finally realized the truth after hearing this. No wonder she always felt something was off about that man. She began to vent her grievances to Bertron, saying that Franz was simply strange to the extreme. He would hit on every woman he saw in town. He smiles flirtatiously all day long. The most excessive thing is, he actually tried to charm Carla, even making up a bunch of nonsense, insisting that Anna feed him by hand. Hearing this, Bertron's tone instantly turned cold. He whispered, "So that happened." It seems the next time they meet, he'll need to have a serious talk with Franz. Anna didn't realize the change in atmosphere yet, and was still happily agreeing from the side. Bertron's expression became very serious. He intended to see Franz tomorrow. After all, that group of fully armed knights had already made the villagers feel uneasy. Anna's heart skipped a beat after hearing this. She repeatedly confirmed if Bertron was serious. Bertron nodded, and specifically instructed Anna to tell Franz to come alone tomorrow. Anna was still worried, fearing it would be dangerous if the other party brought a sword, but Bertron acted very nonchalant, as if everything was under control. Anna suddenly fell silent. She asked a hypothetical question in a low voice. If she refused to deliver the message, what would Bertron do then? In reality, what she truly feared in her heart was that once the two of them met, Bertron would leave with them. After all, the other party was the son of a duke and could never go back empty-handed. Anna began to make incoherent excuses, saying the family debts hadn't been paid off yet, and even the piglets in the backyard hadn't grown up. She even suggested that Bertron keep hiding until those knights gave up on their own. But Bertron saw through her thoughts. He explained that since the other party hadn't left, it meant they were certain he was here. Franz was not the kind of person who would easily let matters rest. Anna ultimately failed to convince him, and could only lower her head in disappointment. Bertron repeated the request once more, asking her to make sure to bring Franz over tomorrow. Seeing Anna's dejected look, Bertron suddenly changed his mind. He planned to ask Franz for a favor, so that he could stay here for a while longer. Anna could hardly believe her ears. She eagerly followed up, asking if that son of a duke would really agree. Bertron gave a firm affirmation. Since they wouldn't have to part for now, then they should get along well during this time. Anna's whole being lit up. The previous gloom was swept away in an instant. The two sat side by side. The surrounding air became much gentler. Bertron suddenly brought up last night. He hadn't forgotten the question Anna asked about what kind of existence he was. In Anna's heart, at that time, Anna had stammered and couldn't explain clearly. But now Bertron had an answer in his heart. Bertron looked directly into Anna's eyes. With an unprecedented seriousness in his tone, he softly asked, "Anna, do you like me?" Facing this sudden directness, Anna completely lost her composure. She subconsciously retorted loudly. Trying to cover up her racing heart, she began to list things incoherently, saying Bertron would help her peel onions, would accompany her to feed the pigs, and even always took over the heavy objects that she couldn't carry without saying a word. Anna loudly emphasized that she simply liked these things, but Bertron looked calm, thinking that this was merely basic politeness. These words completely ignited Anna's temper. She angrily questioned him, whether asking such a question so suddenly counted as a polite behavior. The atmosphere instantly became a bit awkward. Bertron whispered an apology. Anna made an excuse that her mother was waiting at home, anxiously wanting to flee the scene, while not forgetting to mention, confirming that she would send the knight over tomorrow morning. Just as she picked up the lamp to leave, Bertron suddenly stood up, insisting on personally seeing her back. On the forest path in the deep of night, Anna walked in front carrying the lamp. She kept urging him verbally, telling Bertron to stop following her. After all, those pursuers hadn't gone far. Walking side by side like this was far too dangerous. But Bertron was like a mountain, stubbornly following behind, insisting on escorting her to the village entrance. Looking at this man's silent silhouette, Anna found she couldn't bring herself to be harsh. She stopped her pace and turned around. Her tone finally softened. Apologizing for her bad temper just now, she told Bertron honestly that she was just startled by that sudden question about whether she liked him. Bertron also responded in a low voice, blaming himself for not being thoughtful enough. Under this quiet moonlight, Anna seemed to have made a certain decision. She looked directly into Bertron's eyes and made a request. Please wait for her a little longer, until she completely sorted out her feelings, until she could say that answer calmly. Before that day arrives, she hoped he could always stay where he was. Hearing Anna's selfish request, Bertron didn't have any hesitation, slowly promising to do as she wished. Anna finally showed a smile, softly thanking him. Anna thought silently in her heart that actually her feelings were already very obvious. It was just that she wasn't brave enough yet. She only hoped that when that day comes, when she can finally open her heart, Bertron would still be within her sight. But before this sentimentality could continue, Bertron suddenly let out a sentence. If Miss Anna could like me, that would be truly wonderful. This sudden words from the heart was like a heavy hammer, directly knocking Anna into a daze. She froze on the spot, even doubting if she had misheard. Just as Anna's mind was in a mess, the rock beneath her feet suddenly collapsed, accompanied by a terrified scream. Her whole body instantly fell toward the abyss. Bertron witnessed everything from behind. He screamed Anna's name with all his might. As he watched the lantern plummet into the darkness, Bertron did not hesitate for a single second, and actually followed, leaping down as well. He reached out his hand, desperately trying to catch her. The figures of the two vanished together beneath the cliff. At the same time, Anna's mother, Carla, was at home, feeling a wave of panic in her heart. She carried a lamp to the storage room to check, but was stunned by the sight before her. The ingredients originally prepared to serve guests had inexplicably diminished by more than half. Anna hadn't returned yet, and the family supplies had mysteriously vanished. This night, which was already not peaceful, seemed to be sliding toward the edge of losing control. Carla pushed open her daughter's bedroom door, only to see an empty bed. She instantly realized what happened. Anna must have slipped out secretly to deliver food to that Bertron. A terrifying thought flooded her mind. What if Anna really followed that man to leave the village for good and fly far away? What should she do then? Just as Carla was hesitating whether to ask the patrol for help, in the silence of the deep night, the rapid tolling of a bell suddenly rang out. This heavy sound instantly shattered the tranquility of the village. Carla pushed open the main door and looked out the window, her heart skipping a beat. This bell meant something major had happened. Before she could even snap out of it, a cold voice suddenly came from behind. "Madam!" Carla jerked her head around, discovering Franz standing behind her. Though she didn't know when he arrived, Franz's sudden appearance startled Carla, whose nerves were already strained, causing her to scream out on the spot. She patted her chest and complained, "How could this man walk without making a single sound?" "Don't dignified knights ever sleep?" Franz explained with a grim face. "Professional habit, making him maintain absolute vigilance. Toward any unusual movement, he pointed toward the rapid tolling of the bell outside and asked, what on earth was going on? Carla let out a helpless sigh, saying that was the signal for a robbery at the farm. There were always some idiots who believed treasure was buried there, and would bring tools to dig and steal every now and then. But Franz did not take this as a joke. He keenly sensed the danger. He turned around abruptly and shouted angrily at his still sleeping subordinates. Everyone get up immediately. He concluded these were not ordinary petty thieves, but organized bandits who had invaded the village. While Franz was putting on his coat, he ordered Eric to hurry and prepare the horses. Carla watched from the side, dumbfounded. She didn't understand why these big figures from the capital would care so much about such a small matter. Franz asked back without turning his head. Does protecting villagers depend on the size of the village? The entire Knights Order mobilized, heading straight for the farm where the incident occurred. Before leaving, Franz dropped a few words. He said the duty of a knight is to protect the royal family and the people. No matter how big or small the village, they are the strongest shield for everyone. Even if unpleasantries had happened before, they must take a back seat in the face of danger. By then, Eric had already prepared the horses and reported loudly at the door. After Franz confirmed everyone was wide awake, he didn't delay for a second and led his men charging directly into the night. Looking at the backs of these people acting so swiftly, Carla couldn't help but mutter softly, "What's the big deal? Aren't they just soldiers?" But watching the dust as the knights rode away, Carla's heart sank again. Since the village patrol was now busy catching bandits with the knights, finding her daughter would have to depend on her alone. Carla carried her lamp, looking out at the pitch-black wilderness. Where could Anna have possibly gone? The alarm bell in the distance echoed continuously, but in the silence of the deep cliff, Bertron was tightly shielding Anna in his arms. He immediately asked if Anna was injured. Seeing that Anna was only a little startled, Bertron finally breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that he caught her before she hit the ground. But before Anna could apologize, her eyes swept to Bertron's ankle, and she instantly let out a terrified scream. Bertron's ankle was actually twisted, at a severely distorted angle. This was clearly a serious injury caused by landing forcefully in order to catch Anna just now. But Bertron acted as if nothing was wrong, saying calmly that it seemed it was just dislocated. Anna could hardly believe her ears. This kind of injury made one's skin crawl just looking at it. Did he not feel any pain at all? Bertron shook his head, saying that he indeed could not feel pain, but he had to set the bone back now. He softly told Anna to turn her head away because the upcoming scene would not be very pleasant. Anna obediently closed her eyes, and immediately a terrifying sound of bones grinding reached her ears. Hearing that cringeworthy noise, Anna still couldn't help but worry, but Bertron appeared exceptionally relaxed. He said that as long as the bone was reset, it would heal in an hour or two at most. Anna was completely confused. This was entirely beyond her understanding. How could anyone's sprain heal so quickly? Bertron didn't explain much. Instead, he inquired about Anna's condition with concern. Anna replied half-jokingly that besides her heart almost jumping out, she was otherwise fine. But as the atmosphere gradually quieted, that direct confession from earlier surfaced in Anna's mind once again. Bertron also seemed to sense the awkwardness. He realized that his words just now were indeed a bit ill-timed. Anna frantically wanted to stop the topic. Bertron pointed to his immobile foot, then looked at the extinguished lantern. In this pitch-black forest, they couldn't go anywhere. They could only sit down and face each other. Bertron made a request with a sincere tone if she could listen to his explanation regarding those impulsive words just now. Although Anna was a bit uneasy, she still nodded as if possessed. Bertron gazed into the distant darkness as memories of a buried past flooded his mind. In order to win that brutal victory, he had once personally cast a curse upon himself, attempting to completely erase all emotions. But now, this curse seemed to be failing. Bertron draped his coat over Anna. In this rare moment of tranquility, he slowly began to speak of the past. He said that reading emotions on a brutal battlefield was actually a survival instinct. In order to see through who would flee out of fear or who wanted to stab him in the back, he had to study the human heart. Anna listened intently, unable to help but asked softly if he had never learned any beautiful emotions. Bertron fell silent for a moment. Those warm things to him were truly too difficult to understand. After the war, no one would show him any kindness. He had tried to imitate the way others acted, and had even observed Franz. But he soon discovered that Franz's flamboyant personality was simply not suitable for a teacher, since he couldn't find the answer in reality. Bertron began to recall his own parents. He remembered the way his parents were, and remembered that although his mother always scolded his father, in the end, she would always burst into laughter. The light in those eyes was a puzzle he could never understand. And now, he seemed to want to find that lost answer through Anna. Looking at the memories of how his parents got along, Bertron had once naively thought that Anna's gentleness toward him was the love he had always yearned for. He had humbly hoped that his guess was not wrong, because he had already put in all his effort to learn how to be like a normal person, to perceive and respond to this emotion. But now he was gradually beginning to understand that even if he truly misunderstood, that would be all right too. The kindness Anna showed him, and the smiles when they looked at each other, perhaps they didn't mean what he thought they meant. Bertron looked down at Anna in his arms and brought up her previous request, since Anna asked him to wait a bit until she sorted out her own heart. Then he was willing to wait forever. Anna asked to confirm, somewhat in disbelief, but what she received was Bertron's most firm promise. Yet Anna's heart was filled with bitterness. Liar. She didn't believe at all that Bertron would stay. The moon hung high in the night sky. There were probably still 3 or 4 hours until sunrise. Maybe I should sleep for a while too. She leaned against the tree trunk, allowing exhaustion to wash over her. In this forest shrouded in darkness, the two huddled together like that and fell into a brief dream. Just as dawn was breaking, Anna woke up from her deep sleep. Before she could even react, she found herself being carried in someone's arms. Bertron was walking forward steadily, sensing the movement in his arms. He asked in a low voice if Anna was awake. Anna was completely dazed, not understanding why they had to travel this way. He clearly could have just woken her up. Bertron explained in a calm tone that he had tried just now, but he couldn't wake her up at all, and they had to get back to the village. Before Carla woke up, compared to wasting time there, just carrying her was obviously much faster. Facing this irrefutable logic, Anna was momentarily speechless, but returning to the village like this, wouldn't it cause even more trouble? On the way back, Anna asked Bertron in a low voice if his ankle injury was any better. After receiving an affirmative answer, she suddenly brought up the matter of nightmares. Bertron obviously didn't follow, not understanding why she was asking that. Anna explained that sleeping in the wild naturally makes one prone to nightmares. More importantly, she had seen Bertron looking very terrified in his sleep. This matter had been weighing on her mind. Anna quickly explained that she didn't peek on purpose. It was just shortly after Bertron had moved in that she accidentally overheard him talking in his sleep. In the dream, Bertron kept pleading, begging the other person not to do that. That genuine outpouring of emotion made Anna feel that Bertron was enduring immense pain in his dreams. Bertron fell silent for a moment, his tone becoming somewhat heavy. That wasn't some fictional nightmare, but a reenactment of past memories. That past he desperately wanted to escape was ultimately still in his dreams over and over again, haunting him. Those worst experiences would always repeatedly haunt him in his dreams. Facing Anna's concern, Bertron only explained softly that it was like an old scar aching faintly. Although it was uncomfortable, he had already grown used to it. Suddenly, Anna seemed to have thought of something. She enthusiastically proposed wanting to do something for Bertron. Since nightmares could bring back pain, then could wonderful flavors also awaken lost emotions? She asked Bertron if before he lost his feelings, there was any food he liked the most. Bertron tried hard to recall, but his memories had already become blurred and unclear. He felt there was no need for such trouble. After all, the current him had long since lost so-called preferences, but Anna refused to give up. If this were truly meaningless, she wouldn't have brought it up at all. This might be the key clue to making him change. As long as there was a shred of hope, she wanted to give it a try. Anna continued to persuade him patiently. Since negative emotions from the past could still affect him today, then those once wonderful flavors might also bring about a positive stimulation. After hearing these words, Bertron actually admitted for the first time that it was a good idea. He promised Anna that he would try his best to remember as soon as possible. As they spoke, the silhouette of the village was already close at hand. Seeing they were about to enter the village, Anna signaled Bertron to stop. Being escorted this far was already enough. She could walk the rest of the way herself. Anna thanked him softly and signaled that he could leave now. But Bertron stood in place, seeming to have something else he wanted to say. Anna called his name with some confusion, but he only shook his head and turned to disappear into the twilight. Looking at Bertron's hesitant back, Anna couldn't help but ask if there was still something left unsaid. Bertron stopped his pace, turned around, and said softly, "Actually, it's not a big deal. It's just that last night was the first time in such a long time that I didn't have any dreams." Anna froze on the spot. She immediately realized this meant Bertron's condition was taking a turn for the better. But before she could express her joy, Bertron's expression suddenly changed. He urgently urged Anna, telling her to hurry home. Immediately after, an angry shout came from the distance. Anna jerked her head back and found her mother, Carla, holding a lamp, standing not far away with a face full of rage. Carla questioned Anna loudly about what on earth she was doing, sneaking out in the middle of the night. Anna tried to explain clearly, but Carla wouldn't listen at all, directly ordering her to shut up and stand still. Carla turned to look at Bertron, questioning him why he hadn't left yet. He had clearly promised so well before. Now it seemed it was all lies. Carla was convinced that Bertron deliberately made her lower her guard, just to take the chance to pester her daughter. Anna retorted loudly in desperation, but was harshly rebuked by Carla. In order to find her missing daughter, Carla had searched for an entire night. Now she had completely lost control. Just as the atmosphere reached a deadlock, Bertron, who had been silent, suddenly shielded Anna with his body. He offered a solemn apology to Carla, admitting that all of this was his fault. He tried to take all the responsibility to spare Anna from being punished. But Carla was not appreciative. Instead, she told him to get lost immediately. This was their family's private business, and was no place for an outsider to intervene. Carla's anger had reached its peak. She pointed at Bertron's nose and issued a final ultimatum once again, telling him to vanish from her sight immediately. Seeing that Bertron still didn't move, Carla suddenly rushed forward, tightly grabbing his collar, desperately trying to push him back. Just as the three were in a standoff, the sound of rapid horse hooves suddenly came from afar. Before anyone could react, Franz jerked the reins to a halt. He drew the longsword from his waist in one motion, pointing the blade directly at Carla in front of him. Franz's voice was ice cold. He questioned which person the woman before him thought she was laying hands on. Bertron grabbed the longsword. He suddenly reached out his hand, tightly gripping Franz's collar, and slammed Franz heavily onto the ground. A dull thud sounded. Franz curled up in pain. Even the longsword in his hand flew out of his grip. Anna and Carla, standing to the side, were startled and froze on the spot. By this sudden counterattack, Bertron did not stop there. He took heavy steps, approaching the struggling Franz step by step. Bertron suddenly crouched down and tightly choked his neck with one hand. Franz, being choked tightly by the neck, could only let out painful coughs. The guards in the distance saw this and hurriedly shouted his name aloud. The men were preparing to draw their swords and charge, but were stopped by their companion. It really was him. At this moment, the first light of dawn spilled down. Bertron looked up at the sky. His tone was terrifyingly calm. "The sun has risen. Whatever you have to say, wait until after breakfast. Then he leaned into Franz's ear, using a voice only the two of them could hear. He ordered him not to speak before then. The early morning sunlight spilled into the room, but the atmosphere was so oppressive it was suffocating. Eric looked at Franz, who was lying on a bench, applying a wet towel to his forehead, and couldn't help but mutter in a low voice. Clearly, it was his neck that was injured. Why was he applying it to his forehead? The guard next to him sneered, stating bluntly that the commander was putting on an act. Otherwise, if he moved again, he might get another severe beating. Franz felt agitated hearing this, and told them to shut up through gritted teeth. On the other side, Carla was staring at Bertron with a cold face, even forbidding Anna from speaking. Bertron, however, appeared exceptionally composed. He took a solemn oath in public that between him and Anna, absolutely nothing out of line had happened. Carla let out a cold snort after hearing this, asking him back if he even understood what truly out of line actually meant. Instead of backing down, Bertron responded half-jokingly that if he actually gave an example to illustrate, he would probably receive another slap from Carla. These words completely ignited the powder keg. Carla slammed the table and stood up abruptly, pointing at the slumped Franz not far away. "You nearly snapped the neck of a young nobleman, and yet you can still sit here, talking and laughing as if nothing happened." Facing this fatal questioning, Bertron fell into silence. Carla pressed him step by step, demanding that he give an explanation. "What exactly is your identity?" Bertron remained silent for a moment. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, he slowly gave an answer that instantly turned the entire room to stone. He said he was actually young Master Franz's attendant. As soon as these words were spoken, even Franz, who was lying on the ground half dead, widened his eyes in shock. Carla didn't believe this rhetoric at all. How could an attendant dare to slam his master nearly to death? Bertron, however, did not change his expression, saying this was entirely the Duke's intention. In order to discipline his disobedient third son, he specifically arranged for a peer like him to correct the young master's wrong behavior at any time. Carla frowned as she listened. Even if discipline was needed, she had never seen someone use their fists directly. Bertron's tone remained calm, saying the Duke thought so at first too, but Franz was simply too ridiculous. When he was 14 years old, he proposed to a lady 5 years older than him at a banquet, and even won a duel against her fiancé on the spot. Then after winning, he felt it was boring and actually called off the engagement in public. With these old scandals exposed in public, Franz flew into a rage on the spot. He questioned Bertron loudly why he was bringing up these useless childhood memories here. Bertron merely raised a finger, making a gesture for him to be quiet. He stared coldly at Franz, signaling the young master to shut up first. Bertron continued to drop heavy bombshells. He said the Duke personally promised back then that as long as he didn't kill him, he could discipline him however he liked, calling him Franz. Even so, they used to be very good friends. Bertron turned to look at Franz, asking the young master if that was the case. Franz froze in place and remained silent for a long time. Before gritting his teeth and squeezing out a yes, he admitted in public that everything Bertron said was the truth. Bertron took the opportunity to sigh, saying he had to leave after the war to pay off debts. He didn't expect that upon returning after 3 years, he would see the young master being taken care of so well. He even felt somewhat emotional. It seemed only Franz in this world was still worried about him, and only he can correct the young master's twisted personality. Carla's temper flared up, listening from the side. Since he was such a loyal attendant, how could he disappear for 3 years without any news? Bertron didn't pay her any mind at all. Instead, he stared at Franz, lamenting that the young master was already 23 years old and that he thought he would have learned to take responsibility independently. Franz retorted in anger, loudly correcting him that he was already 26. Bertron only gave a cold smile. He said that didn't matter at all, because in Bertron's eyes, Franz's current level was no different from when he was 14. Carla didn't want to get more entangled, proposing they have breakfast first to end this farce. She told Anna to go to the kitchen to prepare. Anna obediently turned and left. But Bertron actually started walking too, naturally following behind Anna. Carla immediately called him to a halt, asking where on earth he thought he was following her to. Bertron answered very seriously that he was going to help Miss Anna peel the onions needed for today's business. Hearing this, Eric, who was nearby, was completely dumbfounded. A dignified attendant of a duke's house actually wanted to peel onions. Eric quickly suggested in a low voice that such menial work should be done by them instead, but Carla wasn't buying it at all. She took Bertron directly to the second floor. As soon as the door closed, Carla asked him point blank, "You're actually a nobleman too, aren't you?" She warned Bertron to stop lying, because no matter how much of a scoundrel Franz was, no noble parents would allow a commoner to beat their child as they pleased. Furthermore, the reactions of those soldiers just now had already given everything away. Bertron was silent for a moment, Finally nodding and admitting his identity, Carla let out a cold snort, concluding that all his talk about discipline and authorization were just made-up lies. Bertron shook his head. He said although the status was fake, those evil deeds Franz committed at 14 were all entirely true. Carla stared intently at Bertron, wanting to know exactly what his background was. Bertron's tone was calm, saying he was just a veteran, hiding his identity only to repay a private debt. Carla let out a cold snort. Although she was a countrywoman, she knew how high a duke's status was. Would a duke's son come all this way, truly just to find a friend? Bertron, however, spoke of the cruelty of the nobility. He said that in such a family, a third son was nothing more than extra baggage. As long as the older brothers didn't die, people like Franz would never have a chance to rise. Carla just kept shaking her head. No wonder these people were handsome. But their personalities were more twisted than the next. She casually asked about Bertron's family affairs. Bertron stated frankly that his only living relative was his uncle. He held no title of nobility. He could even guarantee it with his life. Carla didn't want his life. She just wanted this group of troublesome people to finish breakfast and get the hell out of the village. But Bertron gave an unexpected answer. He directly refused Carla. He said not only was he not leaving now, but he would stay here for a few more days. Bertron asked back why he should leave. Carla thought this was simply nonsense. She said Bertron had saved Anna and helped the village hunt down the hungry wolves, no matter what debt he owed. It should have been paid off long ago. Carla didn't even care about etiquette, directly demanding to know from Bertron if he had any improper intentions toward her daughter, Anna. Bertron was silent for a moment. He said he didn't understand so-called desire or affection, but he indeed wanted to spend a little more time with Anna. These words completely infuriated Carla. She would never allow a nobleman to pat his butt and leave after playing with someone's feelings. Carla pointed at the door and roared, telling Bertron to get out of the village immediately. She believed that nobles should vanish into their flashy royal capital instead of being here seeking some hypocritical inner peace. Bertron suddenly reached out and firmly pressed down on Carla's shoulders. He lowered his voice to remind Carla that she had better calm down right now. If she kept shouting this loudly, that Franz, who hadn't gone far yet, would probably rush in immediately to see what was going on. Bertron lowered his voice further and asked Carla what exactly she was afraid of. Was it the shadows left behind by those nobles during the war that were still torturing her even now? Carla didn't answer directly. Instead, she looked at him with a complex expression. She only wanted to confirm one thing, whether Anna was truly important to Bertron. Bertron did not hesitate for a second and gave an affirmative answer. Carla gave a self-deprecating laugh after hearing this. She had thought countless times about marrying her daughter to the first man who would sincerely say those words, but she never expected that this man would happen to be Bertron. This feeling made her both relieved and felt absolutely terrible. Carla took a deep breath, telling Bertron to listen carefully to every single word she was about to say. She was prepared to reveal a shameful past hidden for over 20 years. Carla finally gave a brutal choice between two options. If after hearing the story, Bertron still felt that Anna was important, then he must either get out of the village immediately and never come back again, or completely abandon his identity and stay here for a lifetime to grow old with Anna. Carla hoped Bertron would choose the first option, take the money and vanish at once. She demanded that after Bertron made his decision, he must tell Anna personally. Bertron did not back down and made a vow on the spot. Carla finally relented and began to recount that shame buried for 20 years. In those days, the lives of the villagers were predictable to the very end. Find someone from the same village to marry and have children before age 20. Then watch the children repeat the same life and finally die around age 60. Surrounded by acquaintances, Carla never thought about rejecting such an ordinary future. That year, she was only 16. Just as she was immersed in this taken-for-granted peace, right behind her, a sudden, urgent call rang out. Carla turned around. The man who called her was Hans from the same village, Bertron. He had spotted Carla while weeding in the fields. At age 16, Carla had already started discussing marriage with him. Although there was always something a bit odd in this man's personality, Carla felt that making do with him for a lifetime didn't seem like such a bad thing. She thought she would naturally marry this fellow villager until that handsome intruder appeared in the restaurant run by her parents. He was not stingy with his praise for Carla, saying that in such a remote little village, he could actually meet such a beautiful woman. That man had dazzling blonde hair and deep blue eyes. He claimed to be a nobleman who fled here to escape family disputes. At that time, Carla did not harbor any unrealistic fantasies. She only regarded this nobleman as a brief interlude in her life, like a gust of wind that would dissipate after blowing through. But how could she have known that this man she saw as a passerby would actually become the source of her nightmares for the next 20 years? Originally, everything should have proceeded according to plan, until that nobleman suddenly asked Carla a question. He wanted to know if Carla truly loved that fiancé. Carla tried to use laughter to cover her inner turmoil. She felt that such a question was truly too embarrassing, but the man looked completely serious. He said that he and that mediocre fiancé were completely different because he had already fallen deeply in love with Carla. This kind of sweet talk, never heard before, instantly pierced through the girl's defenses. At that moment, Carla thought she had met her Prince Charming from a fairy tale, but the slap of reality is never late. Early the next morning, the village was in an uproar. That nobleman, who was full of words of love, had tried to seduce the miller's daughter last night and was caught red-handed on the spot before dawn even broke. He had already fled in disgrace. Even more ironic, this so-called noble had seduced at least 20 girls like Carla in the village. Those once beautiful vows became the laughingstock of the whole village in the blink of an eye. Carla finally realized that the first love she cherished as a treasure, in his eyes, was nothing more than a casual game of hunting. That liar vanished, but the traces he left behind took root inside Carla's body. When she discovered her body was no longer changing as expected, Carla knew her life was completely ruined. On the eve of her wedding, she cried as she confessed the filthy truth to her fiancé, Hans. She told Hans that she and that nobleman already had an irreversible past. She thought she would face anger, humiliation, or a broken engagement. But Hans only silently held her tightly in his arms. This honest man chose to accept everything. Even after Anna was born, with a head of blonde hair, exactly like that liar's, Hans still loved her as his own biological daughter. He smiled so brightly, holding the baby in swaddling clothes. This so-called nobleman, like a wheat field during the autumn harvest, Hans used a lifetime of tenderness to shield Carla from the gossip. But precisely because of this, Carla knows better than anyone else just how fragile this happiness, built on lies and tolerance, truly is. She admits she is imposing the shadows of her past onto her daughter, but as long as it keeps Anna away from those fatal temptations, even if she is hated by her daughter for a lifetime, she will never let the tragedy of those years repeat itself with Anna. Carla put away her memories and issued a final ultimatum to Bertron. Since Anna is so important to him, then he must choose one of two paths: either get out of here now and never come back, or stay here completely and never think about leaving for a lifetime. Carla thought this pampered man would hesitate, but Bertron's answer was so fast it caught her off guard. He said he decided to stay. This clean and decisive attitude instead made Carla lose her composure. She called out to Bertron as he prepared to go out, questioning why he didn't think it over carefully. How could a decision concerning a lifetime be spoken of so lightly? But in Bertron's eyes, as long as he could stay by Anna's side, this choice was not difficult at all. Carla still couldn't believe it. She pressed Bertron further, asking if he already intended to marry Anna. Bertron, however, gave an extremely calm and honest answer. He said that right now, he still doesn't understand romantic feelings, much less knows whether there is a place for him in Anna's heart. Carla pushed step by step. If the two of them don't end up together in the end, does a nobleman like him really intend to be a farmer in the countryside for the rest of his life? Bertron looked into Carla's eyes without a hint of wavering in his tone. He could work on this land, just like all the other settlers. As long as he could stay, the so-called noble status was completely worthless to him. Facing Carla's doubts, Bertron remained exceptionally calm. He told Carla honestly that he indeed did not quite understand so-called happiness or pain. But this did not mean he was a useless person without a goal. On the contrary, he was very good at finding the optimal solution to problems. All these years, he had always been searching for answers regarding his own life, and the place that allowed him to find the most answers was not the bustling imperial capital, nor a noble mansion, but right here in this seemingly ordinary little village. Bertron turned around, his back reflecting an unquestionable firmness. To him, this place was no longer a temporary shelter, but the only home where he wanted to take root. Carla fell into silence. This man's words sounded truly too sincere. So sincere that it made her feel irritated. She didn't even know how to argue back, especially those overly serious eyes, which always made one feel that every word he spoke was a heartfelt truth from the bottom of his soul. Carla even began to wonder how someone with a personality like his could manage to be a nobleman in the deceitful imperial capital. Before Carla could clear her thoughts, Bertron was the first to show a look of disappointment. He lamented in a low voice that it seemed Carla did not intend to leave him any room for choice. Even though he had already given his answer, Carla still refused to accept it. Did she have to keep rejecting him until he left of his own accord? Bertron covered his chest, his tone filled with a sense of grievance. In the end, you just want to drive a poor man like me away, don't you? This time, Carla completely lost her temper. This guy was definitely doing it on purpose. He's just acting pitiful, isn't he? Just as the two were at a standstill, Anna's breakdown scream suddenly came from a distance. She questioned angrily, what on earth was everyone so busy with? There were clearly so many people in the house. Why was she the only one busy in the kitchen, running around in circles? There wasn't even a single person to help keep an eye on things. Bertron was preparing to turn and leave, but Carla called out to him again from behind. She hoped Bertron would take her words to heart and reconsider everything carefully after going back, especially to discuss it with those people. Before making a final decision, Carla reminded him solemnly, since he was a nobleman, he should understand the responsibilities he carried. Go and have a proper talk with everyone. After that talk, then decide whether or not to continue staying in the village. Bertron was silent for a moment, finally responding in a low voice that he understood. Bertron looked at Carla and lamented in a calm tone that because of that irresponsible nobleman, she must have had a very hard time all these years. Carla immediately became alert. She didn't even want to mention anything about that man again, much less did she want Bertron to apologize to her on behalf of that bastard. Bertron did not stop. He took the opportunity to ask for that nobleman's name. Carla only remembered that he asked her to call him Phil. The full name seemed to be Philbert, but looking back now, that was most likely just a fake name used to deceive people. Carla was somewhat impatient. She warned Bertron to never even think about finding that person. She never wanted to see that bastard again in her life. Bertron responded in a low voice that he fully understood now, since Carla didn't want to see him again. Then the solution to the problem was actually very simple. As long as that man is found and then completely killed, it will be fine. Bertron carried this murderous intent. Bertron ignored the others. He directly called out to Franz, telling him to meet at the back of the mountain after finishing breakfast. Before anyone could react, Bertron pushed the door and went out. He now had an extremely urgent matter that needed to be handled immediately. Anna watched Bertron leave, clearly not yet recovered from the chaos just now. Under the shadows of the trees on the back mountain, Bertron had been waiting for a long time. He casually teased Franz that he certainly ate that breakfast quickly. Franz retorted crossly, being called out in such a frantic hurry. Who could still have the mind to eat? He stared at the man in front of him and asked the question he had been holding in his heart. During these 3 years of disappearance, what on earth had Bertron been doing? He said back then he was going to pay off his debts, but ended up being completely out of touch ever since. Franz was even worried for a time whether he had been pushed to a dead end and had to use his life to settle the debt. Bertron, however, acted as if it were nothing. He not only denied the matter of the debt, but even started to mock himself, saying that this corpse of his wasn't valuable enough to be used to settle a debt. This erratic way of thinking made Franz feel a sense of helplessness. However, looking closely, Bertron's current state was actually better than it was 3 years ago. Bertron explained as a matter of course that it was because his current residence provided high-quality meals every day. Franz couldn't help but complain that this guy had clearly just gained weight. Just then, Franz discovered that his boots had been dirtied by a little black pig rubbing against them. Bertron calmly stated that this was a piglet raised by the restaurant. It just happened to be time for a walk, so he brought it along for a stroll. Franz was completely bewildered. Could it be that the extremely urgent and important task Bertron mentioned earlier was just taking this pig out for a walk? A dignified noble of the empire. When did he sink so low as to come to a village to be a pig herder? Franz turned his back to Bertron and announced the itinerary on his own. He intended to lead everyone back to the imperial capital before the afternoon. He didn't even want to hear any explanations, fearing he would be dragged into an even more troublesome quagmire. But Bertron, holding the piglet, spoke with unusual firmness. He flatly refused, saying he had no intention of going back at all. Franz simply could not believe it. He wondered if Bertron had been brainwashed by something strange, but Bertron suddenly stared at him and gave a random compliment, saying that Franz still looked very handsome. The sudden praise completely threw Franz off balance. Before he could react, Bertron began to inquire about Franz's father's past. He wanted to know if that Lord Duke had ever wandered outside in his youth due to family conflicts. Franz denied it decisively. In his view, that great Lord Duke had never left the imperial capital in his entire life. He would only kick others out of the house and would never allow himself to be left wandering outside. Upon hearing this definite answer, Bertron seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, muttering to himself in a low voice, "Since that's the case, then I'm relieved." Only then did Franz suddenly realize that after the conversation had gone in a big circle, the core issue still hadn't been resolved. He stared at Bertron solemnly, wanting to confirm if the other person truly intended to completely abandon life in the imperial capital. Bertron did not answer him directly, but simply asked back calmly if he insisted on not leaving today, what exactly would happen next. Franz finally realized that without resorting to force, there was no way to take Bertron away. Bertron, while holding the piglet, reminded him in a calm tone that if they really fought, the outcome of the victory was obvious. This matter-of-fact attitude made Franz feel a surge of anger. He suppressed his emotions and told Bertron to listen carefully. The reason His Majesty the Emperor is so eager to find him is because he is worried about his safety. This is not only about family affection, but is also mixed with complex political considerations. The Emperor is afraid the outside world will rumor that in order to stabilize his throne, he has secretly eliminated his nephew, who is the heir to the throne. Bertron felt that such a claim was simply nonsense. Not only was he very tough to kill, but in his eyes, his uncle had always been a wise monarch. Franz interrupted him rudely. The point right now is not at all how absurd the rumors are, but that if Franz fails this mission, the Emperor will inevitably send the next wave of search teams. Those people won't be like Franz, and take past friendship into account. By then, Bertron's travels among the people might very likely be interpreted by political enemies as secretly recruiting soldiers, and might even be characterized as a long premeditated rebellion. After Bertron finished listening, he only felt that such a political leap of imagination was truly ridiculously large. Bertron still felt that although his uncle was timid and always cared about others' opinions, he wasn't so absurd as to suspect his own nephew of rebellion. Franz finally reached the end of his patience. He loudly reminded Bertron that it had been a full 3 years, not 3 months, and not 3 weeks. From the Emperor's perspective, he had already shown the maximum amount of patience. Bertron looked down at the pig in his arms. He fell into silence for a moment. Franz tried to offer a compromise. As long as Bertron was willing to return to the imperial capital to meet the Emperor once, if he still wanted to come back after that, he would never stop him again. This was not only for Bertron, but also for Franz, as the final dignity of a knight. But Bertron still refused, because he had already promised Carla. Franz confirmed repeatedly whether Bertron had truly reached some kind of agreement with Carla. Seeing Bertron remain silent, Franz changed his demeanor again. He began to speculate maliciously whether Bertron had privately done something out of line to Anna. Bertron restated coldly that he simply had no feelings, but Franz would not let it go, thinking that having feelings and doing that kind of thing were two different matters. These frivolous words completely enraged Bertron. He directly moved to shove Franz to the ground and warned him that if he dared to talk nonsense again, he would have to face the consequences. Franz sat on the ground in a sorry state, finally putting away that smiling face. He really couldn't figure out why Bertron would go to such lengths. Were that ordinary mother and daughter really so important to him? Franz stared at Bertron, his tone becoming more serious than ever before. He demanded that Bertron confess regarding that woman named Anna. Exactly what secret was being hidden? Bertron really wanted to know how Anna actually viewed him. Meanwhile, Anna was facing her mother's interrogation. Carla saw through her daughter's unease, telling her to stop trying to avoid the topic by pouring water. Carla promised she wouldn't be angry. She just wanted to hear Anna's honest thoughts. She even began to suspect whether something had happened when the two were alone last night. Anna hurriedly cleared the air. She repeatedly emphasized that things between them were perfectly clean. They hadn't even shared a kiss. Last night, they just quietly leaned against each other and closed their eyes to rest for a while. But Carla did not intend to let her off. She asked teasingly whether in such an atmosphere, she had never thought about taking the initiative to kiss him. Anna was a bit overwhelmed by her mother's bluntness. Carla smiled and waved her hand. Judging by her daughter's current reaction, it seemed she didn't have that kind of romantic impulse toward Bertron. Anna lowered her head and remained silent for a long time. She finally spoke slowly. To her, Bertron is an extremely eccentric and unforgettable person. That feeling is very wonderful. It even makes her feel that when she gets old, she must tell this man's story to her grandchildren. Bertron is also a nobleman, isn't he? Since the other party is a nobleman, then no matter what he is thinking in his heart or what kind of opinion he has of her, it actually no longer has any meaning. Anna tried to break the suffocating silence. She asked her mother with a smile what she wanted for lunch, since they hadn't had it in a long time. Why not make an omelet? She even excitedly suggested going for a walk on the mountain because it is currently the season when eagles lay eggs. Franz completely could not understand if that so-called needed person Bertron mentioned was really just that commoner woman Anna. He even directly questioned whether he really intended to marry that woman. Facing this near offensive doubt, Bertron only replied coldly that the current situation could not be explained any more clearly. Franz was about to be driven mad by this stubborn fellow. He offered an exchange condition. As long as Bertron promised to eventually return to Schlesien, he would be willing to help. But Bertron said he had already promised Carla that he would absolutely not leave. Franz moved to a second best option, asking him to at least leave a token, like the romantic gesture of a knight leaving jewelry. With his fiancée before going off to war is most capable of touching a person's heart. But Bertron's answer made the atmosphere instantly turn cold. He stated bluntly that all of his valuable things had long since been used to pay off debts. Now he had no decent jewelry on him at all. The only thing that could be considered valuable, the wolfskin cloak, was even categorized as a prohibited item by Franz on the spot. Bertron spread his hands. Since that wouldn't work either, then he truly had nothing else to give. Franz looked at the village in the distance. With a little less disgust in his tone, he had to admit that this place looked like it wasn't actually that bad. Bertron followed up with a question, whether he truly thought so. Franz gave an affirmative answer. The scenery here was indeed quite good. A moment of tranquility softened the originally tense atmosphere slightly. Bertron gazed into the distance, seeming to be thinking about something. When Franz asked curiously what he was looking at, Bertron only replied indifferently that it was nothing. Franz told him if he still had any concerns, he could feel free to speak up now. Bertron shook his head, since Franz had already made up his mind to help. That was already enough for him. Franz looked at the scene before him and could hardly believe his eyes. On the way back to the village, Bertron suddenly disappeared and had actually ducked into a cluster of flowers. He was as if no one else were there, picking those yellow wildflowers. Franz tentatively asked him if those flowers were intended to be given to Anna. Bertron answered matter-of-factly. This time, Franz completely lost his composure. He scolded Bertron loudly, telling him to hurry up and throw those flowers away. In his view, Bertron's current behavior was simply like a 10-year-old child. How could he take weeds from the roadside and give them to a woman as a gift? He ordered Bertron to go to the neighboring town immediately to buy some decent flowers. Bertron was still hesitating, feeling that the distance was too far and he still had things to say to Anna. He didn't want to waste time on the road. Franz wouldn't listen to any explanation at all, directly telling him to shut up and get the horses. Looking at Bertron's back as he ran off, Franz held his forehead in helplessness. That foolish guy actually went to prepare a bouquet just because of one sentence. This made Franz unsure whether to cry or laugh for a moment. If the world had remained at peace, Bertron could have become an exceptionally excellent king. He was prudent, ambitious, and kind. But precisely because of that kindness, in order to unswervingly shoulder those cruel responsibilities, he had personally wiped out all of his emotions. Franz still remembered the day Bertron was appointed as commander and walked into the laboratory. That was the last time he saw Bertron smile. In that golden light, Bertron softly instructed him, "Franz, protect Schlesien for me." From that day on, that young man who could smile completely vanished behind cold armor. Franz fell into deep thought alone. Bertron seemed to be finding his former warm self, but this made him look at Anna with an added layer of doubt in his heart. If that cold guy thought of sending flowers because of this woman, then Anna's identity might not be as simple as it appeared on the surface. Franz put on a smiling face and took the initiative to approach and act friendly. He praised Anna's cooking this morning, saying it was simply a divine delicacy. But Anna didn't buy it at all. She called him out directly, saying he was clearly complaining before that the food here smelled disgusting. Franz explained awkwardly. That was only because the journey was too tiring. Anna replied coldly, "But when you held a knife to my mother's neck, was that also because you were too tired?" These words left Franz completely speechless. He realized that no matter how much he tried to please her, in Anna's heart, he was already a complete bastard. Anna issued an order for him to leave, telling him not to delay her work. Franz put away his smile, his tone becoming incredibly solemn. He not only wanted to apologize for the past, but more importantly, about the truth regarding Bertron. Franz was still trying to save face for his companion. He said if Bertron had said anything offensive before, he was willing to apologize on his behalf. After Anna heard this, she replied casually, Bertron did indeed say that he was a bastard who started as a beggar. These words made Franz freeze on the spot. He never expected that the proud commander would actually badmouth himself like that. Seeing this, Anna quickly explained. In fact, no one in the village actually calls him that. Franz could only awkwardly smooth things over. Although that guy doesn't have a bad heart, sometimes he really speaks without thinking. After circling around, Franz finally asked the question he cared about most. In your eyes, what kind of person exactly is Bertron? Franz calculated secretly in his heart. He wanted to see clearly if this woman was acting, whether she wanted to completely change her fate by clinging to a nobleman. But Anna's answer left him completely astonished. Anna said with a serious face that he is very useful. As long as he has taught something once, he will absolutely never forget it. Whether it's tidying in the restaurant or preparing ingredients, he does it all excellently. Franz was completely speechless. The hero of the empire in his eyes, in Anna's view, was actually just a perfect worker. Franz simply could not believe it. Anna actually treated Bertron like a handyman and ordered him around. Anna, however, felt this was very normal. She only let Bertron do the rough work that required physical strength. She even joked that she must never let that guy take the helm in the kitchen. Otherwise, the restaurant would definitely go out of business. What collapsed Franz the most was Anna had discovered a special skill of Bertron's because he had no emotions and would never shed tears. His efficiency at cutting onions was simply unrivaled. Franz felt a surge of anger as he listened. He questioned Anna since she knew Bertron lost the ability to cry. Because of the tragedy of war, how could she treat such pain as a joke? Anna stopped her work and looked at Franz calmly. She pointed to her own nose and asked Franz if he noticed that it was actually crooked. During those chaotic years of war, in order to keep this restaurant from being forcibly seized by those soldiers, the bridge of her nose had been brutally broken. To Anna, war was not some grand narrative, but an unhealable scar on everyone's body. Anna calmly told Franz that since the bridge of her nose was broken, she had almost lost her sense of smell. So when she cooked, she had to be more careful than others to properly handle the odors of the ingredients. For a moment, Franz didn't know what to say. Anna recalled the days just after returning from the shelter. At that time, the village was filled everywhere with corpses that no one was handling. The government told them to move away, but they had absolutely nowhere to go. In order to rebuild their home, everyone had to work with their lives on the line. Anna took it upon herself to do the filthiest and most tiring cleanup work, only because she couldn't smell anything, and could persist longer than anyone else. She looked at Franz and said word for word, "This doesn't mean that because we have suffered. Bertron must suffer as well. In this world, no one is qualified to judge Bertron's pain. They accepted that man not because of sympathy, but are living in a way unique to commoners." Anna joked with a smile. "This is not the same as your noble, hypocritical etiquette." Franz could only manage a bitter smile. Asking her if she was mocking him, Anna shook her head. As commoners struggling to survive, this is already all the tenderness they can offer. Carla blocked the door directly, asking Franz if he still had something to do in the kitchen. Anna walked away carrying a bowl, not forgetting to playfully stick out her tongue before leaving. Franz stammered, unable to say a full sentence for a long time. Carla didn't have the patience to wait for him, and directly issued an order for him to leave. She said her daughter still had to work, and asked this lord not to get in the way here. Franz had not yet recovered. His mind was full of that terrible scene from just now, but Carla's voice suddenly rang in his ear. She asked why this lord kept staring at her. Franz was startled. His whole body suddenly froze. Carla, however, did not intend to stop. Her tone was full of provocation. Was it because he failed to cut off her head that he felt disappointed? Franz roared in anger, telling her to stop talking such terrible nonsense. Carla shrunk her neck back at the shout, still muttering under her breath. Saying that, with him being so loud all of a sudden, did he have even a bit of sincerity in his apology? Franz was instantly silenced. He avoided her gaze and couldn't say a single word. What on earth was this mysterious sense of guilt about? Seeing him like this, Carla directly found a job for him, since he really felt sorry. Then go and peel the potatoes. Franz, however, looked confident. He said as long as he had a knife in his hand. A small task like this was nothing to speak of. Anna shook her head as she listened nearby. She said that peeling potatoes didn't require a knife at all. One had to use a spoon to scrape off the skin and eyes bit by bit. Franz, holding the spoon, was still trying to save face. He said that in a swordsman's hand, even a spoon could become a weapon. As soon as these words were spoken, the air went silent. The mother and daughter looked at him like he was a fool, just staring at him like that. Anna leaned toward her mother's ear and whispered a word, saying this guy must be friends with Bertron. Otherwise, why would his tone of voice be just as infuriating? Franz had very sharp ears. He immediately asked who exactly she was comparing him to. Anna had no intention of letting him off that easily. She tilted her head and asked Franz whether he actually intended to peel this pile of potatoes or not. Seeing Franz's look of not knowing where to start, Anna even took the initiative to propose whether she should teach this lord how to correctly use a spoon. Franz stared at the potato in his hand, building himself up mentally for a long time. In the end, he still lowered his noble head and asked Anna to please teach him. Anna immediately burst into a bright smile, exclaiming that she had won this round. But once he actually started, Franz ran into trouble again. Anna kept instructing him from the side, telling him to ease up on the strength. But with one scoop of Franz's spoon, the flesh he scraped off was thicker than the skin. Anna couldn't help but complain that with his way of peeling, the family's pigs would end up eating better than the people. Franz was sweating profusely from the criticism. While telling Anna to shut up, he fiercely said that he would definitely peel the next one well. Carla just watched this scene quietly from behind. Who could have imagined that a dignified great knight would actually be tortured like this by a few potatoes? Who could have imagined that Franz actually mastered it? Looking at this basket of clean potatoes, he proudly held up a long, unbroken strip of potato skin, laughing as he announced that he had won this match. Anna laughed along from the side, asking what kind of match this even was. This lord's competitive streak is just too strong. Even the usually stern Carla couldn't help but give him a word of praise. But right in the middle of this cheerful moment, a sudden burst of rapid hoofbeats came from outside the door, followed immediately by the door being shoved wide open. Franz and Anna reflexively turned to look. A tall figure stood there, blocking the doorway. Bertron was completely drenched in sweat. He was leaning against the doorframe, gasping heavily for air. Anna tentatively called out his name. Bertron looked up and responded in a raspy voice. As soon as Bertron entered the house, Anna stepped forward to meet him, asking him if he had been in a rush to go out. Before Bertron had a chance to explain in detail, he became curious first about why young Master Franz would be appearing in his own kitchen. Bertron let out a cold snort in his heart. This guy, just how much longer was he going to pretend to be a servant? When clearly no one believed him at all, Franz was still there, explaining with a relaxed face, saying that everyone just now had been teaching him how to peel potatoes, and that learning such a novel thing was quite interesting. After Bertron heard this, he only replied coldly, "Since that's the case, it is indeed beneficial to learn more now." Franz still didn't quite understand what exactly those words meant. Bertron had already turned around, reminding him not to forget his earlier promise to help. Then he softly called Anna's name. Anna looked up reflexively, only to see a large bouquet of fiery red roses suddenly appearing right in front of her. Anna was completely stunned. She didn't even react to what was happening. With a blank expression, Bertron repeated that these were flowers for her. Anna let out a startled scream. Even Carla folded her arms, watching coldly from the side. Anna held the flowers and whispered, asking for the reason. Bertron was silent for a moment and gave a reason that left everyone between laughter and tears. He said he had reflected on his life in the village during this period, and the conclusion he reached was what he should express most right now is gratitude. So this is a bouquet of flowers for thanks. Anna listened, dumbfounded. Who on earth gives roses just to express gratitude? She couldn't help but complain secretly in her heart. This man is simply a huge idiot. Franz was so angry he kept slamming the table. He felt Bertron was simply talking nonsense. He had gone to the trouble of coming to help, and in the end, this guy only managed to utter gratitude. Anna felt relieved after hearing this. She secretly rejoiced in her heart that it was just thanks. She had almost misunderstood. Holding the flowers, she spoke somewhat shyly, feeling that she hadn't really done anything and didn't deserve such a grand gift. But Bertron looked at her, his tone becoming exceptionally serious. He said Anna had already done enough. From the first day he entered the village, Anna had helped him out at the restaurant entrance. Anna quickly waved her hand, saying even if she hadn't stepped in, he surely wouldn't have come out on the losing end. Bertron ignored her and continued to list everything. It was Anna who let him eat his fill every day and gave him a stable place to stay. Anna blushed as she listened, explaining that it was only adding an extra spoon and an old blanket. But in Bertron's eyes, when he was at his lowest and couldn't pay off his debts, it was Anna who gave him the chance to work off the debt. These small things that seemed insignificant to outsiders, in Bertron's heart, were kindnesses he could never repay in his lifetime. Anna smiled and responded that, actually, with his help, she also felt very lucky. But Bertron's next words instantly made the whole room go quiet. He said the most important point was that Anna had once called him cute. Franz, who was drinking water, spat it all out at once. Having been exposed in public, Anna could only awkwardly admit she had indeed said it. But hearing him bring it up now, she simply wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Franz was coughing earth-shatteringly on the side, but Bertron was completely unaffected. Instead, he thanked Anna solemnly for being willing to accept this bouquet. Anna was completely confused, not understanding why giving flowers had to be made so formal. Bertron lowered his eyes, his tone becoming deep. He said, when he had decided how to face the future, he came to a conclusion that he must personally give her a bouquet of flowers. Anna was still puzzled as to why he chose flowers. Bertron looked directly at her. If it were just to express gratitude, giving money would be the most common practice. But he had unexpectedly followed a friend's advice, and even specifically traveled a long distance just to buy this bouquet, the most beautiful flowers he could find. This action, which transcended money and ordinary gratitude, was clearly telling Anna that what he cared about was not just that bit of kindness. Carla was even more furious, wishing she could rush forward and grab Bertron by the hair to teach him a harsh lesson. Franz could only desperately hold her back, fearing the scene would spiral completely out of control. At this moment, Bertron had eyes only for Anna. He confessed that he knew the act of giving flowers usually carried strong emotions, but he felt a surge of confusion in his heart because he felt he was a person without feelings. So his current actions were more like clumsily imitating others. Even so, he still decided to do it. Because this was a ritual he believed had to be completed, Anna looked down at the flowers. Those delicate blossoms were shimmering in the sunlight. She didn't care about Bertron's strange logic. Instead, she showed a very gentle smile. Bertron softly called Anna's name. Anna looked up and softly told him that the scent of these flowers was truly fragrant. She thanked Bertron sincerely, even feeling that she never thought in her life she would receive such a precious gift. But before she could recover from her joy, Bertron suddenly turned around and calmly uttered a few words. He said he was leaving. Anna froze in place. The air that was full of warmth just now seemed to freeze instantly. Carla watched everything silently from the side. Anna lowered her head, her voice trembling slightly, as she prepared to open her mouth to say goodbye, but Bertron suddenly stepped forward and grabbed her arms. He interrupted Anna's words. With a gaze reflecting an unprecedented firmness, he said this was not a permanent farewell. He would definitely come back here. Bertron leaned in very close, telling Anna there was no need to say anything more. He not only promised to return, but even bet his own reputation on it. Sitting to the side, Carla listened and sighed directly. He set a deadline, a month at most, asking Anna to please wait for him. Carla directly told Bertron to shut up. She said if he just wanted to leave Anna with a false hope, then he might as well get lost right now. Bertron did not back down. He emphasized that he was definitely not just speaking casually. Carla let out a cold laugh since he spoke so beautifully. Then what exactly would he use to prove it? Bertron turned his head to look at Franz behind him. He said that to prove his oath, he would leave Franz here until he returned. This noble knight would be the collateral he left for them. Franz was completely stunned. He even wondered if he had misheard. Facing Bertron's outrageous request, Franz roared on the spot in anger, feeling that this guy was simply acting up. But Bertron was exceptionally calm, reminding Franz that he had once promised to help no matter what happened. Franz was about to go crazy. There had to be a limit to helping. He couldn't just agree to any nonsense. But Bertron's next words completely took the wind out of his sails. Bertron looked him in the eye and said only he could accomplish this task. He even brought up the family honor, reminding Franz that as a great knight, protecting the weak was his natural duty. After this series of arguments, Franz could only listen in silence. He knew very well in his heart that he had no room to refuse at all. He turned around and assigned the grueling task to his subordinates, telling them to escort that highness back to the royal capital early tomorrow morning. The subordinates were stunned after hearing this. For such a dangerous escort mission, did he really intend to only let the two of them go? Franz told them that he intended to stay here and let the others return to the royal capital first. Eric had been thinking about Lara ever since they parted that day. He hadn't even had the chance to properly say hello to that girl. Before he could think of an excuse, Franz spoke up directly, saying that Eric indeed had to stay because he happened to need an assistant by his side. The subordinate on the side couldn't sit still after hearing this. Feeling that a newcomer like Eric was unreliable, he took the initiative to volunteer to replace him. This made Eric extremely anxious. He shouted at the top of his lungs in refusal, even thumping his chest in public to guarantee that he could definitely do the job beautifully. Franz made the final decision. Except for Eric, everyone else would set out early tomorrow morning. Looking at Eric's behavior, Franz couldn't help but tease him. Asking him if he was secretly overjoyed right now, Eric was still being stubborn. While smiling awkwardly, he desperately explained that he wasn't, but his uneasy manner had already completely revealed the little secret in his heart. Franz continued to joke about Lara, saying, if that young lady heard this, she would probably be greatly disappointed in him. Eric, having his true feelings exposed, started to stutter as he spoke, completely unsure of how to talk back. Meanwhile, Anna was gently pruning the flower branches. In her heart, she was actually constantly thinking about the fact that Bertron was leaving tomorrow. Seeing that the sun was about to set, Anna suddenly grabbed a basket and wanted to run out in a hurry. Carla called out to her loudly from behind, asking her what on earth she was going to fuss over. So late at night, Anna explained without looking back, saying that Bertron and the others were leaving tomorrow. She had to hurry to the neighbors to get some eggs, to boil them, so they could take them on the road. Watching Anna disappear through the door, Carla stood in place and remained silent for a long time. Colin handed over the basket, saying that the money Anna gave was actually too much, so he specifically stuffed a few extra inside. Anna happily took the basket. Looking at the full pile of eggs, she felt this amount should be enough for Bertron to eat while on the road. But while walking on the way home, she suddenly felt a bit hesitant. A nobleman from the capital like Bertron was probably already used to eating delicacies. These ordinary eggs in his eyes might not mean anything at all. Anna stopped her pace and looked into the distance. A selfish thought popped into her mind. She even hoped that Bertron was a nobleman neglected by his family. Because only then, even if their statuses were worlds apart, would it be possible for this care she offered to truly be kept in his heart. Anna suddenly stopped in her tracks on the way home. In that patch of wild grass, she saw a familiar figure. Anna called out loudly to Bertron and ran quickly to his side, curious why he was standing here alone and what exactly he was staring at. Bertron pointed at his feet. It was a patch of blooming yellow flowers. He asked Anna if these flowers were some kind of rare species. Anna couldn't help but laugh, saying these flowers were as common as could be. As long as you walk toward the mountainside, you can see them everywhere. Hearing this answer, Bertron seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. He looked at Anna and confessed that he had originally intended to pick one to give to her personally, but unfortunately, before he could act, he was stopped on the spot by Franz, who was passing by. Anna asked somewhat puzzledly why. Bertron looked into her eyes and said bluntly, because this flower really looks like Anna. This sudden compliment instantly threw Anna off balance. She hurriedly waved her hands and explained that she was just curious about the reason. Bertron crouched by the flowers and lamented again that the flower indeed looked like her. He felt Franz was right. He indeed shouldn't pick the flower, because compared to Anna, perhaps he was the one who needed the flower more. The originally romantic atmosphere grew heavy with these words. Anna stood behind him, looking at the man's back. The reluctance in her heart could no longer be hidden. She softly called out to Bertron, asking if he truly had no choice but to leave this place. Bertron stood in the flower field, his tone calm but unquestionable. He said he must go. Besides reporting his recent situation to his uncle, he had an even more important goal, which was to go to Schlesien to find back his lost emotions. Anna listened, completely confused. Bertron continued to explain that the wizard who cursed him back then was currently in Schlesien. Although 9 years ago, the other party had asserted that this curse could never be broken. But after so much time has passed, perhaps things have taken a turn. Anna couldn't listen anymore. She questioned Bertron loudly. What difference would it make even if the curse was broken? Could it be that he really can't feel any emotion right now? Did he really have to choose to leave just for the sake of a curse? Facing Anna's persistent questioning, Bertron fell into silence. He confessed that he couldn't give an answer either. Anna could clearly feel it, that he actually enjoyed their time together. But Bertron interrupted her. He said it was precisely so they could truly be together in the future, that he had to go and try to personally break the shackles that had trapped him for 9 years. Bertron looked at Anna with a hint of helplessness in his tone. He said Anna didn't truly understand his heart right now, but was laboriously speculating if the two of them continued like this, maintaining a relationship by guessing, they would feel exhausted one day, and it might even cause everything to completely collapse. So he had to leave. Looking at the silent Anna, Bertron reached out his bandaged hand and gently pinched her cheek. He said he desired more than anyone to be able to personally break this curse, and then just like now, be able to smile with Anna from the bottom of his heart. He clumsily curled the corners of his mouth, trying to make a smiling expression. This small gesture instantly struck Anna's heart. She finally stopped agonizing and instead told Bertron loudly that since that was the case, then go and resolve it quickly, and then he must return to her side safe and sound. Anna looked at Bertron with a smile, asking if he still remembered the conversation they had last night. At that time, she said, she hadn't yet figured out what Bertron actually meant to her, so she told him to wait a bit longer. But now Anna set a condition. If Bertron wanted to hear that answer, he must return safely. This was the promise she gave, and an agreement that must be fulfilled. Bertron softly called her name. The two leaned closely against each other in the sea of flowers. Just as the atmosphere was at its peak, a sudden crisp sound of crushing vegetation came from behind them. Eric appeared not far away with an embarrassed look. He clearly hadn't expected to bump into such a private moment. He was so scared that he became incoherent. He kept bowing and apologizing desperately. while shouting that he was just passing by. He didn't even dare to raise his head, assuring them loudly that he didn't see anything. Eric was scared out of his wits, covering his face and shouting that he would go back to be punished, but Bertron remained surprisingly calm. He said this wasn't a formal occasion. There was no need to make it so serious. More than that, he wanted to know why Eric was looking for him. Eric stammered for a long while before saying he came to learn the work. It turned out this was all Franz's idea. Because Bertron was about to leave, Franz ordered Eric to come and take over all the daily affairs. Bertron fell silent immediately after hearing this. He knew better than anyone that Franz wasn't arranging work at all. He was clearly trying to dump the trouble onto someone else, so he could enjoy some peace and quiet. It seemed the person who truly deserved to be dealt with was actually Franz, who was hiding behind the scenes, seeing the atmosphere becoming more and more awkward. Anna quickly tried to smooth things over from the side, suggesting they head back before it got dark. Eric kept apologizing incessantly, but Bertrand could no longer be bothered to care. He took Anna and turned to leave, leaving Eric alone, standing confused in the wind. Anna brought the two back home, but was stunned by the sight before her. Anna couldn't help but ask Carla what on earth was going on. The house was filled with fine wine and gourmet food. It was almost as if they were preparing for a festival. Carla explained, while she was busy, that there hadn't been much business in the shop these past 2 days. Instead of watching the ingredients go to waste, she might as well be generous and invite the whole village for a good meal. The originally quiet house instantly turned into a lively tavern. Everyone gathered together to raise their glasses and celebrate. Anna grumbled softly to the side, feeling that this meal was completely unnecessary. After all, Bertron was leaving tomorrow. How is this something worth celebrating? Carla heard this and immediately scowled, telling her she was being too thoughtless, and told her to hurry over and help. By now, the house was already bustling. Everyone was preparing ingredients. Even the men, who were usually tall and imposing, were crouching by the stove peeling potatoes, complaining that this work was too boring. Anna looked toward Franz in the corner and found him leisurely manicuring his nails. With absolutely no intention of lifting a finger, Carla quickly gestured for her to leave him alone. After all, he had paid a large sum of money to cover the cost of all the ingredients. Just then, Mrs. Collin pushed open the door and entered, surprisingly holding a rooster in her arms. She explained to Anna with a smile that the money given for the eggs earlier was too much. The extra amount was just enough to send over one more chicken. Mrs. Collin didn't just bring the rooster, she also dragged her son, Ditto, along. She said, since they were coming to freeload a meal, coming empty-handed felt inappropriate. Ditto was shrinking back in the rear, begging in a small voice to go home. Mrs. Collin got angry upon hearing this, scolding him in public for having no spine, telling him to learn more from those knights, so he could at least gain some manly spirit. These words happened to be overheard by a guard. He immediately became interested. Since Mrs. Collin wanted to eat meat, then they might as well take Ditto and go out of the village to hunt right now. The guard even generously stated that he could let him ride his own warhorse. Ditto was so scared, he waved his hands repeatedly, making the excuse that the sun was almost setting. Mrs. Collin was overjoyed in the background. Ditto was still struggling desperately, shouting that he hadn't agreed at all, but the guard didn't listen at all, directly hoisting him onto his shoulder, even joking that if they didn't catch any prey, no one would be allowed to eat tonight. As night fell, the villagers arrived one after another. The originally quiet house was completely filled with the sound of laughter. The air was filled with the rich aroma of wine and the smell of meat. Everyone raised their glasses and drank heartily, accompanied by singing and applause, enjoying this rare revelry to the fullest. Loud singing echoed in their ears. The sweet syrup sizzled in the pot, giving off an enticing burnt fragrance. Everyone gathered together, talking about everything under the sun without tire. These lively sounds, to Anna's ears at this moment, felt like distant background music. She sat alone by the table, griping her wine glass tightly, but her gaze involuntarily crossed the noisy crowd, looking toward that quiet corner. Bertron was standing with his back to the fight, keeping watch alone by the hearth. The flickering firelight reflected his lonely silhouette. By tomorrow, he would truly be leaving. Anna stared at his profile. He was such a special person, so special that she wanted to tell his story to her future descendants. But what if he left and never came back? Then what would she be? A fool who was swept away by love and then easily abandoned? Was she supposed to treat this encounter as a disgrace and force herself to forget it? The flowers on the table had already begun to wither, just like the traces he left behind, slowly dissipating with time. Anna slumped weakly by the table, looking at that flower about to fade. Even if the ending might not be beautiful, at this very moment, she still wanted to look at him one more time. No matter what the future held, she wanted to remember this man. Early morning sunlight shone into the quiet courtyard, The moment of parting had arrived after all. Anna handed over a parcel. Inside was just a boiled egg, though it wasn't anything valuable. At least it would give him something to eat on the road. Bertron accepted it solemnly and thanked her softly. Anna tried her best to maintain a smile, urging him to take care of himself. Bertron looked at the girl before him. He knew he couldn't give a definite return date, so he wouldn't selfishly ask Anna to wait indefinitely, but he still made a promise that when this journey ended, he would definitely return here, to hear with his own ears the final answer Anna would give. The sound of hoofbeats gradually faded away, carrying away the last of the village's bustle. The villagers all rushed over to see them off, shouting Bertron's name loudly, urging them to take care on the road. The traveling companions were in high spirits, waving and shouting at Ditto, saying they had a great time during these days. Anna stood at the back of the crowd, just quietly waving her hand, watching that black silhouette completely vanish at the end of her sight. After the excitement, sunlight still spilled into the house, but the room that was originally packed with people now felt exceptionally empty. Once those noisy fellows left, the shop instantly became much quieter. Carla looked at the empty restaurant, inevitably feeling a bit lonely in her heart. Eric, however, was very observant. Seeing this, he quickly approached to offer his services, saying as long as Carla spoke the word, he could do any dirty or tiring work. Carla glanced at him sideways and casually pointed toward Anna in the distance, joking that if he really wanted to help, he should go marry her. This sudden task scared Eric half to death. Carla looked at his reaction and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Compared to that cold nobleman, chatting with an honest kid like this was much more comforting. Eric smiled sheepishly. Though he was grateful for Carla's high regard, he still confessed in a low voice that his heart was actually already taken. He turned his head, his gaze unconsciously drifting toward the figure outside the door. Before Eric could finish his sentence, a ghost-like voice suddenly came from behind him. Franz had, at some unknown moment, already pressed right up to his ear. That one shout almost scared Eric half to death. Meanwhile, patting his chest, he complained that Lord Franz is always so elusive. Franz, however, looked innocent, feeling that he had just given an ordinary greeting. Carla, nearby, burst out laughing at the two of them. But these sounds of laughter seemed to have nothing to do with Anna. She stood quietly in place, no matter how lively the surroundings were. Her gaze always followed that direction. The direction in which Bertron had left. She softly uttered that name, as long as her voice was soft enough, she could hide that longing in the wind blowing toward the distance. It's better not to miss him too much. If I can pretend he never appeared, then on the day he returns, this reunion will be a surprise, like a gift. If I really can't help it, I'll go back and think about last night. His profile under the glow of the fireplace. At that time, he was just like being tightly surrounded by those flowers he said looked like me. Although the person has gone far away, those flowers still quietly bloom in the deepest part of my memory. Eric, while carrying heavy objects, couldn't help but complain to Anna. He really didn't want to go home. His 3 older brothers at home always treat him like a child who hasn't grown up. But clearly, he is already an indomitable adult. Anna was a bit curious after hearing this. Did he choose to become a knight just to prove himself? Eric quickly corrected her, saying that he is still just a soldier. In his view, to become a reliable man, one must start with this hardest physical labor. But his grand words hadn't even lasted 3 seconds before Carla's angry roar came from the backyard. Those knights left quite happily, but left behind a mess of horse manure. It seems the first step for Eric to prove himself must start with cleaning up these stinky horse manure. Started with a single command from Carla. Another task was assigned to Eric. He could only leave Anna and run off in a hurry to carry things. Looking at Eric's departing back, Anna had to face the remaining heavy objects alone. An old man passing by saw it was too hard for a young girl and offered to lend a hand. But Anna declined with a smile. She still remembered that the old man had hurt his back while making deliveries a while ago. How could she let him work hard again at a time like this? She originally wanted to grit her teeth and persevere and only call Eric if she really couldn't manage. But just as she was preparing to exert herself again, a hand covered in bandages suddenly reached out from the side. Franz easily took the heavy burden from Anna's hands. Since he decided to help, then Anna should be properly grateful. Facing Franz's attitude, Anna could only barely squeeze out a sentence. Then I guess I should say, thank you, even though he was helping with the work. Franz was still being nitpicky, telling Anna to make her expression more natural. Anna stood in place and remained silent for a long time. The long-suppressed question in her heart finally couldn't be hidden anymore. She suddenly called out to Franz, who was stretching nearby, her tone becoming exceptionally serious. Are you really the son of a duke's family? After all, from beginning to end, there has been no evidence to prove that you are that noble young master. Facing this sudden doubt, Franz was completely stunned in his tracks. If Franz was lying, then Lord Bertron's oaths would also become a joke. Facing Anna's blunt questioning, Franz appeared unusually calm. He admitted that he indeed did not have any family crest to prove it, but he didn't need to prove it at all. Because on this land, no one dares to impersonate the Gerhardt family. They are the protectors of the royal family, a symbol of power and honor. But Anna's next reaction left Franz completely speechless. She actually had a look of confusion and asked if this family was really that famous. Franz simply could not believe it. This is basic knowledge of the founding of the nation, that even a child should know. Where on earth did this girl, who doesn't even know common sense, come from? In the legends of the country's founding, there were two heroes who performed great services. They were respectively titled Duke Seidel and Duke Gerhardt. The most amazing thing is, the first Duke Gerhardt was actually a woman. She won the title of Protector of the Royal Family through her extraordinary swordsmanship. Hearing this, Anna's eyes were full of light and admiration. So, a girl can also be a duke. That is simply too cool. Seeing Anna like this, Franz let out a helpless sigh. He really didn't want to explain this household common knowledge anymore. Anna's mood became dejected. She asked Franz in a small voice if she was really very ignorant. Franz leaned against a pillar, his tone remaining cold. Since you lived just fine without knowing it before, why feel embarrassed about it now? This straight man style of comfort actually made Anna freeze. Franz clearly didn't intend to let Anna off just like that. He deliberately brought up Bertron to tease Anna, asking if it was because of that man that she felt being uncultured was embarrassing. Anna immediately argued back loudly, emphasizing that it had nothing to do with Bertron, but Franz laughed even more heartily. He was certain that Anna had definitely fallen for him. Hearing Anna deny it, he felt relieved instead, because that kind of redundant emotion will only become a useless burden. Anna was left speechless by the rebuttal. She could only listen to Franz let out a burst of triumphant laughter, while Franz was still mocking Anna for becoming as quiet as a clam. A low and slightly stern voice suddenly came from behind. Is bullying my daughter really that fun? Now it was Franz's turn to stop laughing. Before Franz could even recover, Carla appeared in front of him holding a kitchen knife, looking at the blood all over her. Franz reflexively asked if she had just finished killing a chicken. Carla was in no mood for small talk. She warned him in a serious tone to stop teasing her daughter. Franz felt a bit surprised. He originally thought Carla also opposed Anna and that man. Interacting, Carla stated frankly that although she didn't know the other party's identity, she knew very well that a man and Anna were not a good match. But even so, she wanted Anna to make her own decisions, even if it ended in heartbreak and tears. She wanted her daughter to be responsible for her own choices. These words made Franz fall into silence. He looked at the mother before him, and for a moment, he was speechless. Just then, the sky suddenly became overcast with dense clouds, and a heavy rain poured down. The sudden rainstorm caused a mess outside. Everyone was busy collecting laundry and hiding from the rain. Anna stood alone under the corridor, looking at the rain before her, falling into a long silence. But Franz's teasing remark was like a lingering shadow, constantly echoing in her ears. He said Anna had definitely fallen in love with that man. Anna tried hard to convince herself that it was just Franz playing a prank, deliberately wanting to see her make a fool of herself. This unknown sentiment must absolutely not be discovered by anyone, at least until Bertron returned. It had to be hidden in the depths of her heart. But if he really came back, what exactly should she say? Anna collapsed on the bed exhaustedly. Her mind was in a complete jumble. This expectation that could not be prolonged. Instead, it became her greatest worry. Before she knew it, Anna suddenly woke up with a start, realizing she hadn't even changed her clothes and had fallen asleep in a daze until the middle of the night. If her mother found out, she would surely get scolded again. Before she was fully awake, a sudden rapid knocking sounded from the door. Who could it be at this hour? Eric's low voice came from outside the door. He looked a bit disheveled and was even sobbing softly. Eric handed over a piece of paper, saying he found it on the window frame. It was a letter left by Lara. Anna's heart skipped a beat. Lara. Why would she send a letter at a time like this? She hurriedly tore open the envelope. Familiar handwriting came into view. In the letter, Lara said, "Sister, it's me." Lara announced in the letter that she was going to pursue true love. This bold girl intended to leave the village and go away with the knights. She even took it for granted that Anna, who also liked Bertron, would surely understand this courage of charging for love. Anna was completely stunned as she read the letter. What on earth was this nonsense? Eric, on the side, broke down and cried directly. He had always thought everyone was trying to set him up with Lara. Even Lara's parents had praised him for being a reliable person. But now, Lara had actually run off for another man. Anna had no time to listen to his complaints. She interrupted his tearful venting directly, telling him to save all of this nonsense for his diary. The most urgent thing now was to immediately bring her back. Anna decisively issued an order, telling Eric to hurry to the stable and bring the horses out. Eric speculated that Lara had likely hitched a ride on someone's carriage. As long as they set out now, there was still a chance to catch up. Anna nodded in agreement immediately. Eric went ahead to prepare the horses, while Anna turned and walked toward another room. At this moment, Franz was lying in bed fast asleep. Anna stood by the bed without the slightest hesitation, directly raised her hand and delivered a hard slap. The crisp sound instantly shattered the silence. Franz woke up from his dream clutching his face, but Anna looked perfectly calm. She said she wasn't sorry, but she indeed had an urgent matter that required his help. Franz looked at the woman before him, simply unable to believe it. Was this woman truly insane? Anna launched into a tirade against Franz, saying the soldiers he brought had abducted Lara, staging a stupid elopement drama. Franz listened, completely confused. He hadn't reacted yet, thinking Anna was talking about Eric. But at this moment, Eric was crying his heart out. That sound seemed exceptionally miserable in the dark night. Anna didn't want to talk nonsense at all. She directly interrupted Franz's questioning. Now she was going to take Eric and set out immediately to find her. Before leaving, she didn't forget to give Franz a task. If her mother asked, she told him to just make up an excuse. Franz was completely stunned. In such an outrageous situation, what kind of excuse could he possibly make up? Anna, however, had already started thinking seriously about what kind of lie could deceive everyone. Anna came up with what she thought was a perfect excuse. She told Franz to tell her mother that because he wanted to eat dessert, he specifically sent Anna to the neighboring town to buy a gift that suited his taste. Franz exploded immediately after hearing this. This reason sounds simply too arrogant and rude. Anna, however, argued back with full justification. In the eyes of the villagers, noble young master like him was exactly the kind of person who would make such unreasonable demands. Franz was so angry he clawed at his hair. As a dignified nobleman, why should he, for the sake of a village girl, make himself look like a jerk? Anna, with a serious face, helped him analyze the pros and cons. Right now, everyone is worried about some kind of sex scandal. If people found out that Lara ran off with his soldiers, then the consequences would be simply unthinkable. Before Bertron returns, he must stay here and clean up this mess. Facing Anna's powerful logic, Franz ultimately chose to compromise. He could only agree with a dark expression that he would use this outrageous excuse to help her hide the truth from her family. Franz urged Anna to hurry while it was still dark, before her terrifying mother woke up, and get going. Anna sat on horseback and gave a solemn thanks, entrusting all the mess at home to him. As the sound of hoofbeats faded into the distance, Anna watched Franz's gradually blurring figure and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Things were progressing even more smoothly than expected. She even started to feel that she had indeed been a bit too fierce with Franz just now. When she returns this time, she must buy him some real desserts as compensation. But just then, a thought suddenly flashed through Anna's mind. Wait, something doesn't seem right. If both she and Eric are gone now, wouldn't that leave only Franz at home to face her terrifying mother all by himself? Anna and Eric did not dare to delay for a single moment. They waited at the city gate, asking the guards about the whereabouts of the missing girl. The guard actually had some recollection, saying he indeed saw a girl with a very loud voice. She was sitting in old man Manhwa's carriage at the time, looking like she intended to go to the neighboring city with the carriage. But that wasn't what Anna was most worried about. It was Eric, who immediately followed up with a question, whether he had seen a big guy passing by with 3 soldiers. The guard's answer brought the atmosphere to a freezing point. He said, although he didn't see them, today was very strange. It seemed like the whole city was looking for those guys. The information provided by the guard finally allowed them to breathe a sigh of relief. After replenishing their water, they immediately rushed to the neighboring city. Eric was incredibly excited to hear this. He felt that the two of them must have already met up in the neighboring city, even because of his worry for Lara, and started wiping away tears on the spot. Anna really couldn't stand it anymore and told him to pull himself together. After all, he had only known Lara for a few days at most. Anna casually asked what exactly he saw in her. As it turned out, this question directly opened Eric's chatterbox. He started talking incessantly, fantasizing about those so-called romantic encounters. He even tried to drag Anna in, looking for some kind of emotional resonance. He bluntly exposed the truth, saying that Bertron leaving without saying goodbye must make Anna's mood exactly the same as his right now. This sudden low blow left Anna instantly speechless. Anna was still trying her best to deny it. saying she didn't have those kinds of feelings for Bertron. But Eric didn't have time to listen. Because they had already arrived at the neighboring town, this town wasn't very large. Finding a few outsiders was quite easy. They went directly to the city gate guard. The other party had quite a good memory, recognizing those few people at a glance. A girl with 3 soldiers, and a conspicuous big guy. The guard confirmed they had already entered the city, intending to rest here for a day. Hearing that everyone was safe and sound, Eric finally felt relieved. But before he could be happy for long, the guard suddenly stared at him, asking if he had also been to the front lines. Before Eric could react, the guard dropped another bombshell. He said that the big guy accompanying them looked exactly like a great figure he had seen during the war, the prince who was completely lost in the slaughter and was known as the madman. Anna looked at the magnificent city walls before her and even started to naively imagine what a grand sight Bertron's hometown must be. Seeing Eric walking back, she even excitedly confirmed if they could see Bertron just by entering the city. Eric forced a smile with Lara, saying they were indeed all together, and mentioned the hotel address given by the guard in passing. But his distracted look could not hide from Anna's eyes at all. Anna keenly perceived that Eric's mood was very off. What on earth happened in those short few minutes just now that could make this optimistic man instantly become so abnormal? She even suspected that the guard was deliberately making trouble for him. Seeing Anna rolling up her sleeves, with a posture as if going to settle the score, Eric could only give an awkward dry laugh, desperately trying to move past this matter. He urged Anna to hurry and get on the horse, saying that finding the people was the top priority. The two of them soon arrived. At the hotel, the guard mentioned looking at the building before her. Anna's heart was still a bit uneasy. Would Bertron, Lara, and the others really be here? Although Eric had things on his mind, he still took the lead and walked in. Anna originally wanted to find the owner first, to check the guest list. But before she could finish her sentence, her gaze was drawn to the lobby. In that noisy crowd, she saw a familiar figure. After searching for so long, they had finally run into them. Bertron was sitting alone. Lara was sitting at the table, with her mouth stuffed with food. Seeing Anna suddenly appear, Lara acted exceptionally surprised and happy. She warmly invited Anna to sit down, and even asked her if she wanted to have lunch together. This reaction left Anna even more baffled. After all, Lara had previously been determined to leave the village. Why was she acting like nothing happened now? The guard nearby also approached, greeting Anna with a grin. Anna looked at the guard with a confused face, asking him if he hadn't heard Lara say anything. The guard still had an unruffled look. He explained that they just happened to run into Lara on the road into the city, and they had already agreed that after finishing this lunch, they would take Lara straight back to the village. Anna realized her worries were in vain this time. It turned out the most difficult problem had already been resolved by them. Anna threw out an extremely outrageous question in public. She suspected that Lara ran away from home because she had fallen in love with these men. These words scared the wits out of the guards. The man quickly explained that he was married, begging Anna not to make that kind of joke. Just as the scene became awkward, Lara suddenly and mysteriously pulled Anna to a corner, saying they needed to talk privately. Before Anna had a chance to get angry, Lara leaned in with a mischievous grin, asking if she was secretly overjoyed to see Bertron. Anna was completely stunned by what she heard, having no idea what she was talking about. As it turned out, Lara stated with full confidence that she went through all the trouble to run away, actually to help Anna and Bertron create an opportunity to be alone. She even brought up the past, saying that last time Anna wanted to confess, it ended up being ruined by Eric. This time, she was determined to help Anna fulfill her dream. Looking at Lara's self-touching behavior, Anna didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Lara was now completely immersed in the script she had written herself. She felt the reason Anna never dared to confess was because she carried the expectations of the village and felt she had to marry a laborer like Ditto. Watching Lara getting so moved by her own imagination, Anna stood there listening with a forehead full of black lines. Has this kid made me out to be too noble? Actually, the truth was very simple. Anna was just purely worried that Bertron had no feelings for her, which was why she had been holding back. But Lara wouldn't listen to any explanation. Instead, she felt that today's scene was the best chance for Anna to make her move. She even rushed straight back to the table, shouting out to organize everyone, asking everyone to toast to the brave Anna. Although the guards were completely confused, seeing Lara so excited, they could only raise their glasses in a daze. Anna stood to the side watching the chaotic scene, wishing she could find a hole to crawl into. After the noisy drinking session, Anna and Bertron were left alone together. The atmosphere suddenly became a bit subtle. Anna was the first to break the silence. She sincerely thanked Bertron, thanking him for helping to take care of Lara. But Bertron remarked indifferently that compared to what he had done, Anna having to deal with that trouble Franz was the truly difficult part. Hearing this, Anna couldn't help but defend Franz, saying that he actually didn't have a bad heart and even helped her hide it from her family to sneak out and find someone. Anna thought the conversation was over, so she asked him if he was ready to go back to the village and casually mentioned that she would be leaving with Eric. But in the next second, Bertron stared straight at Anna, asking if she was in a hurry to chase him away, even directly exposing that Anna had been avoiding him all this time. Facing Bertron's questioning, Anna could only explain awkwardly, saying that setting out early was also so she could return earlier. Just as the atmosphere was about to drop to the freezing point, Bertron suddenly spoke, asking Anna if she could do him a favor. As soon as Anna heard this, her whole body instantly perked up. She beat her chest and promised that as long as Bertron asked, she would absolutely go through fire and water. But Bertron's next words completely caught Anna off guard. He confessed with some difficulty that he hadn't slept well at all last night, and now he really couldn't hold on anymore. So he didn't want to set out immediately, but instead wanted to find a place to take a nap before leaving. She originally thought it was just about finding a place to rest, but Bertron's next words were like a bombshell. He actually asked Anna in a low voice if she could stay by his side, just like this, while he was sleeping. Bertron also realized his request was too out of line. He apologized to Anna in a low voice, admitting it was indeed inappropriate. But he was truly worried that the road ahead would be difficult. If his condition remained this poor, he feared it would drag down the entire journey. Anna freaked out instantly after hearing this, shouting at him to absolutely not be like that Eric. Once her emotions calmed down a bit, Anna's heart softened after all. She said frankly that she didn't think this request was all that strange. After all, Bertron had mentioned before that he was often haunted by nightmares, and lately these dreams seemed to have become somewhat different. Bertron finally took a step back, saying he would only sleep for 2 hours and that he would wake up before sunset so that Anna could return to the village since it had come to this. Anna stopped agonizing over it. She pointed to a room upstairs and said she would take him up now. Anna stood on the stairs, her tone becoming exceptionally firm. She said as long as it meant staying with him, she would do whatever was asked of her. Anna still found it hard to believe, confirming repeatedly if it was true that just being by his side was enough. To ease the awkward atmosphere, Anna even made a joke. She said although she didn't sing well, did he want her to try singing him a lullaby? Bertron refused immediately after hearing that, stating he hadn't reached that point yet. He lay down on the bed exhaustedly, emphasizing his bottom line once more. As long as he could be in the same space as Anna, just like this, he could feel an unprecedented sense of peace. Looking at Bertron in this state, Anna fell into deep thought. What exactly has this man been through that would make even something like sleeping become so humble? Anna asked a tentative question and found that Bertron was already fast asleep. The speed at which he fell asleep was astonishing. It seems he really has been exhausted during this time. Anna sat by the window, talking to herself about how the weather changed so suddenly. Even though there was a torrential rain before dawn, it has actually cleared up now. She watched Bertron quietly, then got up and drew the curtains, since it was Bertron who took the initiative to ask her to stay here and watch over him. Then taking the opportunity to complain a bit. Shouldn't be considered too much, right? Anyway, Bertron can't hear anything right now. Anna thought of the lingering nightmares that he had mentioned just now. If just a slight change in his dreams could make him so anxious that he couldn't fall asleep, then this man might not be as strong as he appears on the surface. He might have just become completely numb. During the long period of painful torment, looking at this sleeping man, Anna suddenly realized what kind of shattered heart he was hiding underneath his cold exterior. In fact, whether Bertron is strong or weak doesn't matter to her at all, as long as Bertron needs it. Anna is willing to give everything, but she always harbored a selfish thought in her heart. She even humbly hoped that Bertron could always depend on her like this. Anna had long since realized what this man meant to her, but she hesitated to give that answer because she was too afraid that once everything was said clearly, Bertron would never return to her side again. After all, his hometown is the bustling capital. Once he returns to that center of power, he will become even more dazzling than he is now. By then, naturally, there will be more outstanding people who are worthy of standing by his side. Could a country girl like her, who doesn't know anything, really walk into his world? Anna watched by the bedside, softly calling Bertron's name. After making sure he was fast asleep, she finally plucked up the courage to say the words of love she had hidden in her heart for a long time. She thought this was just a confession that no one would know. But in the next second, a warm hand suddenly drifted onto Anna's cheek. Bertron actually opened his eyes at this moment. Anna was completely stunned, trembling as she asked him if he had been awake the whole time. Bertron sat up, with a hint of tenderness in his tone. He said that he vaguely felt he heard words he had to hear, so he specifically woke up. Anna was embarrassed to the extreme and could only force a smile, praising him for waking up at just the right time. But in her heart, she knew very well that in her subconscious, she had always hoped Bertron would hear it with his own ears. Bertron suddenly spoke, asking Anna why she was crying just now. Anna could only giggle awkwardly, trying to brush it off with a joke while apologizing. She explained that she was just talking to herself and ended up accidentally crying as she spoke. Bertron remained silent for a moment, softly calling Anna's name. Actually, there was also something he had been keeping from Anna. Anna was a bit lost, not understanding what he was referring to. Bertron's expression became more serious than ever. He bluntly warned Anna that once she heard this secret, her original good feelings for him might completely vanish. She might even start to hate him. Bertron asked one last question. Are you truly willing to listen? Franz now wished he could find a hole to crawl into out of embarrassment. The customers in the tavern were whispering behind his back, saying that this Lord Knight had sent Anna away first thing in the morning, certainly because he was greedy for sweets. Carla had no intention of saving him any face at all. She clamored loudly about getting some jam for Franz. Franz could only lower his head and decline her kindness in a low voice. But Carla wouldn't let it go at all. She rushed right up to him and demanded to know exactly what he sent Anna to buy. Franz had to bite the bullet and repeat that she went to buy desserts. Carla became even more furious after hearing this. Since it was just to buy something, why did he have to take Anna along? She complained while she worked, saying she couldn't handle the busy work alone. What angered her most was that Franz actually sent someone else's daughter to such a far-off place without even saying a word. Facing Carla's rapid-fire barrage, Franz couldn't get a single word in. Now the whole town knew that he had whisked Anna away for the sake of a snack. Carla's anger had not yet subsided. She pointed at Franz's nose and scolded him, saying he clearly knew best how dangerous the outside world was. And even if Eric was sent along, he shouldn't have let Anna take the risk. The more Carla spoke, the more agitated she became, frantically slapping the table, telling him to just speak up if he wanted to eat something in the future, and to stop coming up with these crooked ideas to send an innocent girl away. Franz was scolded so much he couldn't even lift his head. He could only straighten his clothes. While awkwardly making an excuse to slip away, he said it was getting late, and it was time to take the little pig for a walk. To escape Carla's roaring, Franz actually led that little black pig all the way up to the high mountain ridge. He walked while taking credit for himself, telling the little pig to be grateful to him. After all, to make the pig happy, he had personally carried him all the way up here. Franz stared at it for a long while, and actually thought this fellow looked quite cute. Franz was walking the pig, but realized this fellow was acting a bit strange. He was actually tugging on the rope, heading straight for the gloomy forest path. Franz quickly called out to him, asking where on earth he wanted to go, but the little pig ignored him completely, only focusing on charging forward. Franz finally gave up, and could only compromise helplessly. Since it was walk time, he would just let him be happy. He let the little pig lead the way in front. The two of them went further and further off the path. He originally just wanted some peace and quiet, but as the forest grew denser, Franz suddenly stopped in his tracks. An old castle appeared before him. This place was eerie and gloomy, with a high stone tower piercing the clouds. Could this be the castle of some lord? But thinking carefully, there was no lord in the village at all. Since there is no lord, to whom do the villagers pay their taxes? This place exuded an aura of evil. Even the flies were so numerous they were annoying. Franz waved his hand to drive away the insects, intending to take the little pig and leave quickly. Today's walk ends here. He couldn't stand staying in this damn place for another second. But before he could tighten the rope, the usually well-behaved little pig broke free from the leash. He stared fixedly ahead, and suddenly rushed out as if he had gone mad. Franz didn't even have time to react. "Where are you going?" "Stop right there!" Franz chased after him desperately. If anything happened to this pig, his own life probably wouldn't be safe either. Meanwhile, the restaurant was also in total chaos. The sound of the kitchen knife thumping on Carla's cutting board filled the room. With Anna gone, there was no way to do business at all. Today's revenue was completely ruined. Carla was grumbling in anger. Teresa walked over carrying a tray, trying to persuade her to calm down first. "Aunt Teresa, where did that Lord Knight go?" Teresa was holding a freshly baked pie, saying that the gentleman wanted to eat something sweet, so she specifically brought it from home. Carla became even more furious after hearing this. That jerk who only knows how to eat sweets? Where on earth did he run off to slack off again? Teresa quickly told her to lower her voice. No matter how good that gentleman's temper is, bad-mouthing a nobleman like this will cause trouble. There were more and more flies in the room, all attracted by the smell of the sweetness. Although Carla was complaining with her mouth, she started to feel uneasy in her heart. He had been gone for quite a while. Could he have gotten lost in the forest? Meanwhile, in front of the old castle gates, Franz finally blocked the path. I finally found you. Don't even think about continuing to run away. This time you have nowhere left to run. Just come back with me obediently. But before he could breathe a sigh of relief, he discovered that this little fellow was holding something strange in its mouth. Hey, spit it out right now! You crazy pig, don't just eat anything. Franz lunged forward, forcing the unknown object out of the little pig's mouth. What on earth is this thing? It looks like a giant onion, and it even has pink flowers blooming on it. What's even weirder is that this thing is constantly dripping a golden, viscous liquid. Could this be honey flowing on it? Thick, sweet fragrance instantly diffused into the air. Even the nearby flies were attracted by this scent. The things hidden in this castle, as expected, not a single one is normal. These damn bugs. Franz was distracted and annoyed by the noise. Fine. The walk ends here. He grabbed the still struggling little pig. Stop wasting your energy tossing about. Come back with me right now. Franz took this troublemaker and strode out of the old castle. He thought this errand could finally come to an end, but he hadn't gone far before he stopped in his tracks. That familiar figure in the distance made him find it somewhat hard to believe. Carla, why are you here? Hearing someone calling her name, Carla suddenly turned her head. Philibert, Carla blurted out subconsciously. Franz was stunned for a moment. Are you calling me? Carla quickly turned away, changing her words to say she was just talking to herself, and that she had mistaken him for someone else for a second. But in this middle of nowhere, Franz, how could you appear here? That is exactly what I wanted to ask you. Franz spoke first instead. How did you know I was here? She pointed to the marks on the ground, saying she followed the footprints and the pits where the little pig had rooted the ground. After explaining this, Franz stared at Carla's back. So who is Philibert? You clearly called me that just now. Carla kept her head down. Her tone was stiff, as she said it was just an insignificant person, but Franz knew in his heart that the way she looked at him just now was definitely not looking at a stranger. This man named Philibert, exactly how much does he look like me? Franz suddenly remembered Carla mentioning before that 20 years ago, there was a nobleman with the same eyes as his, who ran away after causing trouble in the village. He leaned into Carla's ear, his tone full of mockery. To remember a jerk for 20 years. Your relationship back then must have been unusual. Could it be that you were the woman who fooled around with that jerk? With a sharp cracking sound, Carla slapped him hard. The force of this slap was enormous, leaving Franz stunned on the spot. My lord, I know very well in my heart that in the eyes of you nobles, we are nothing more than bugs on the ground. No matter how disgusting your jokes are, we can only keep a smiling face. But if I keep smiling, my face is going to be torn apart. Carla left behind these words, turning around and walking away without looking back, leaving Franz standing there alone, remaining silent for a long time. Do you want me to help you find that person? Franz suddenly suggested, the circle of nobles is actually quite small. As long as you provide a few clues, he can be dragged out very quickly. Though I might not be able to bring him to court, at least I can help you give that jerk a harsh lesson. Carla hesitated for a moment. What if his status is higher than yours? Franz smiled. It seems you don't intend to refuse. He started asking for details. How did that guy end up in your village back then? Carla recalled. He claimed he was forced to leave because of family infighting. You actually believe such a lame excuse? Franz looked dismissive. Those are just greedy wolves, specifically targeting territories with no one in charge, seizing the chance of a vacant lordship to occupy the land, even forcing villagers to pay decades of back taxes. He asked casually, that man should be about the same age as me, right? Carla was silent for a moment, only saying that it didn't matter anymore. Don't bother with it. Thank you. Carla still refused the offer. That was more than 20 years ago. Even if I saw them living well, it would only make me feel worse. Franz smiled after hearing this. Then we'll just find a way to make sure they don't live well. This happens to be my specialty. Carla was amused by his logic. Your mindset really is something else. The two walked side by side through the woods. The atmosphere finally lightened up a bit. Philibert. He repeated the name in his mind. This was clearly just a fake name made up on the spot. Why does it sound like it has an inexplicable sense of familiarity? If time went back to 20 years ago, get out, you brat, accompanied by the sound of heavy objects shattering, a segment of long-buried memory is gradually surfacing. Get out of here right now. Someone like you doesn't deserve to be my child. In the Gerhardt family estate, there isn't a single room reserved for an illegitimate child like you. Go stay in the distant countryside first. Once father's anger has subsided, I will give you some travel expenses. Philibert, sitting to the side, was staring coldly at the young Franz. You brat, what are you looking at? Philibert, how can you take your anger out on your nephew? Philibert looked dismissive. He simply hated the way this child looked at people. Enough, Philibert. If you dare to insult my son again, I will never take your side again. Facing his older brother's warning, Philibert could only shut his mouth. My intersection with Hans dates back 5 years. At that time, I was sent to a village serving as a supply base. In that desolate camp, I stayed for a full 2 weeks. It was during that period that I saw him for the first time. That man who looked so out of place in the wind and snow. This war had already been going on for 4 years. Neither side had gained an advantage. Under this stalemate, the most terrible season arrived. Compared to dying on the battlefield, more people were starving to death. Severe cold shrouded the entire village and took away the last of the hope. In these hellish days, staying alive became the only luxury. Seeing the soldiers around me falling one after another, I could only lead men to search the nearby villages. Back then, as long as it was something edible, it meant life to us, but reality was crueler than imagined. Those villagers had long since run out of food themselves. We searched every single house, but in the end, we couldn't even find a grain of rice. In this moment of deepest despair, I met that man, Hans Bertron. Bertron didn't waste words and directly tossed out the requisition order in his hand. Hans was still trying desperately to cover it up, saying that this was only a place where he conducted research. But the searching soldiers still managed to find something. In the corner, they were several flower bulbs. That looked ordinary, but in the eyes of soldiers who were starving to death, these were life-saving rations. Seeing his last hope about to be taken away, Hans completely broke down. He even ignored his dignity and fell to his knees, begging them absolutely not to take those bulbs. Those were the only things he was protecting. During this harsh winter, Hans shouted at the top of his lungs. These bulbs were not meant to be eaten at all. He tightly grabbed Bertron's armor, humble as if he were begging a deity. In his eyes, these flowers were the last hope for the recovery of this land. They could attract insects to help pollinate the crops, only if they survived. Would there be a future for the farmlands here? In order to cultivate these seeds, Hans had given his entire life. He had endured countless years in the darkness, just to wait for this moment of blooming. If they were used as rations now, then this land would be truly and completely finished. Hans was still making one last effort. He wanted to use other seeds he had saved up to trade back the lives of these bulbs. Bertron silently helped him up and asked for his name. Mr. Wirt, I am truly sorry, but what we need right now is food, not an invisible future. The country is at a life and death turning point. The soldiers on the front lines are all starving. Bertron looked into Hans's eyes and made a heavy promise. On the day the war ends, I will certainly use something of even greater value to repay your losses today. Please, you must understand me. But not until many years later did Bertron confess before the lamplight. Back then, I lied to him. Bertron lowered his head. His voice was full of guilt that could not be hidden. He actually knew all along exactly how precious the things he took from Hans's hands back then were, besides that belated "I'm sorry." He didn't know what else he could do to compensate. Anna looked at the moonlight outside the window. Suddenly mentioning her father, she said Hans had exhausted his life's blood on that wasteland in order to revive agriculture. But the irony was, Hans passed away before the war ended, and the grand harvest of that year had nothing to do with his research at all. Even without those flowers, the land grew food all the same. Anna gave a self-deprecating laugh. She used to always wonder, what was the point of a life lived as desperately as her father's? This kind of futility, forgotten by the world, is what makes one truly despair. Bertron was about to admit that Hans's discovery back then was indeed meaningful, but Anna coldly interrupted him. "Stop it, Mr. Bertron." She saw through Bertron's intention. Was he trying to apologize for what happened back then? Anna felt it was simply too ironic. What use is an apology? You don't understand at all what real regret is. Anna looked him straight in the eyes, speaking her mind for the first time. Actually, I'm not fine at all. How could I not be angry? The research my father staked his life on was erased by you like a joke, and you even lied to him. Looking at the man before her, the anger in Anna's heart could no longer be hidden. Can the hatred of being deceived for a lifetime be canceled out by a single "I'm sorry"? Anna sighed. She said she could actually understand that in those years torn apart by war, no one had a better choice. But understanding is one thing. Bertron must pay the proper price for that lie. Bertron was somewhat surprised. He didn't know what else he could do. Anna told him to go back to the royal capital to go and rediscover his lost emotions. When he truly understands the importance of the words, "I'm sorry," then come back and tell her and her mother what kind of person the Hans in his memory actually was. Bertron remained silent for a long time. He softly asked Anna if doing just this would be enough. Anna nodded. In fact, she already had the answer in her heart. Bertron, in the state of being uncertain if he could be forgiven, ultimately still chose to be honest. For someone like him, who previously didn't understand emotions at all. This was already the best change. Anna looked at Bertron with a smile. Her tone became exceptionally gentle. She said this village had long ago accepted dozens of soldiers returning from the battlefield, since everyone could pick up a hoe and be a farmer again. Then, of course, this place also welcomes everyone who wants to change. Bertron was stunned where he stood. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. Anna gave him one last instruction, that he must find all of the emotions he had lost. She held out her finger to make a pinky promise with Bertron. The agreement was made as their fingers hooked together tightly. The promise was now considered settled. Anna looked at the man before her, knowing very well in her heart that her anger toward Bertron had not, because of this moment, completely vanished. After all, the damage that was caused cannot be treated as if it never happened. If Bertron truly wants to atone, he still has a long road ahead of him. But Anna's intentions were already very clear. She smilingly reminded Bertron that since they had made a pinky promise, he absolutely could not go back on it. Bertron looked at the girl before him, calling her name in a soft voice. He suddenly mentioned whether Anna had said just now that she actually liked him in her heart. Anna was a bit embarrassed, but she still admitted it frankly. But she didn't expect that the usually dull Bertron would actually take the initiative to make a request. He said that after he finishes handling everything and returns from Silesia, if Anna could please say those words of love to him once again. Although Bertron didn't say it out loud, he always had a lingering worry in his heart. He spoke hesitatingly, saying that while he was away, he was very worried about that childhood friend. Anna got anxious as soon as she heard this, loudly demanding to know if he was talking about Ditto. She even gave the other person a nickname, Grasshopper Man. Anna stated categorically that she didn't have the slightest interest in him, and even felt that being compared to him was simply an insult. Looking at Bertron's insecure state, Anna simply raised her hand and loudly interrupted his wild thoughts. Since this man was so insecure, then she would also make a vow to his face. Anna suddenly leaned forward and directly kissed him. All the unease and hesitation vanished without a trace at this very moment. The kiss ended quickly. The room was terrifyingly quiet. Bertron touched his lips with his fingertips. Seemingly not having fully awakened from the impact just now, Anna kept her head down to avoid his gaze. The impulsiveness from a moment ago had long since vanished without a trace. Bertron finally broke the silence. Asking if she had truly kissed him just now, Anna quickly told him not to overanalyze, explaining that this was just a promise, that she would be right here waiting for his safe return. Anna just wanted to end the conversation quickly, urging Bertron to close his eyes and sleep. But Bertron started to get obsessive, asking if she didn't like the kiss just now. Seeing Anna deliberately avoiding his gaze, Bertron continued his own analysis, saying that kissing was supposed to be a happy thing. So why did Anna look so unhappy? Could it be that his own performance was too poor? He called Anna's name over and over again, clearly wanting an explanation. Anna's defenses finally crumbled completely from his questioning. She suddenly stood up and told him to shut up and go to sleep. Just as she reached out to push him, Bertron suddenly moved his hand and firmly caught her wrist. Anna, who was just getting angry, instantly froze on the spot. Bertron suddenly exerted force and pulled Anna directly into his arms. The room that was noisy just a moment ago instantly became so quiet that only the sound of breathing remained. Anna's whole body stiffened. Bertron just stared at her intently like that. He suddenly leaned forward and gave Anna a deep kiss. Eric was just about to enter the room to find Bertron to talk about serious business, but was stopped by Lara. Lara told him to go in later. After all, those two in the room are adults with mutual feelings for each other. Who knows what stage they have progressed to now? Hearing this, Eric finally realized what was happening. He could only stand there awkwardly, changing his words to say he would come back later. Looking at his constrained appearance, Lara suddenly became interested, casually asking this Mr. Knight if he had ever been in love before. This question really stumped Eric. He stammered for a long time, without managing to say anything definitive. Eric then realized Lara had always taken him for a knight. He was just about to open his mouth to explain, but because he hesitated for too long, he was directly interrupted by Lara's wave of the hand. Lara felt that, since he remained silent for so long, he must have some complicated past. So she generously stated she didn't want to hear it anymore. Anyway, she wasn't that curious. Now Eric was completely speechless. He could only stand there looking aggrieved, watching the misunderstanding grow deeper. Without even getting a chance to explain, Lara looked at him in this state and seemed to have other plans in mind. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the room remained heated. Anna suddenly pushed Bertron away, shouting that it was still too early. But Bertron was relentless, deliberately teasing her by saying that since she felt it was too early, then, besides that kiss just now, had something else happened? Anna was driven to fits of embarrassment and anger by his words. She could only tell him to shut up immediately. The two lay side by side on the bed. Anna muttered in a low voice, asking him if he used to do this often. After all, Bertron's performance just now seemed far too experienced. But Bertron denied it with a serious face, saying that this was actually his first time too. The reason he seemed so at ease was because throughout the whole process, he was cautiously observing Anna's reaction. He gently cupped Anna's face. His eyes were full of tenderness. Bertron confessed for the first time that he had always felt like he was merely a scar left behind by the war. Every night, he would be repeatedly tortured by nightmares, and during the day, he felt out of place. Only reminding people of the cruelty of war, Bertron gently caressed Anna, continuing to recount the struggle in his heart. He felt that his life was destined to be spent in turmoil, no matter how hard he tried. He could not alleviate the inner pain. He originally thought he could never change and could only keep walking in the darkness with these scars forever. But Anna's appearance gave him a brand new hope. Anna not only believed he could return safely from the battlefield, but also promised she would always wait for him. Wait for the version of him that had been reborn. Bertron turned his head to look at the girl close at hand. Since she was the first person to truly move his heart, what reason did he have not to believe? Anna didn't say a word. She just quietly stayed by his side. Downstairs, Lara and Eric had been waiting restlessly for a long time, until footsteps were heard on the stairs. Only then did Lara breathe a sigh of relief. She saw Anna coming downstairs at a glance. Hurry and urge Eric beside you. Tell him to go in and find Bertron quickly. Before Anna could figure out the situation, Lara explained bluntly that the Lord Knight had urgent business to discuss with Bertron. Hearing the word knight, Anna's expression instantly became subtle. Seeing her sister's odd reaction, Lara couldn't help but whisper to Anna to confirm, "Is Eric really not a knight?" Anna gave a definite answer. Lara breathed a sigh of relief after hearing that. She waved her hand, complaining that the guy indeed looked too naive and didn't have the intimidating aura of a knight at all. Seeing her reaction was so flat, Anna was worried she would be sad about being deceived. But Lara found it baffling, thinking that for Eric to tell such a lie, at most he just wanted to show off a little. Anna was even more puzzled now. If it wasn't to pursue Lara, then why was he running to their house every day? What on earth was he after? Lara spread her hands helplessly, recalling the days Eric spent at their home. He was either helping her father chop wood or learning embroidery from her mother, leaving directly every time he finished the work. In Lara's eyes, he was just a naive city fool who even whimsically thought that by selling embroidery, he could strike it rich. Although her parents liked his diligence, Lara clearly didn't take him seriously. Looking at Lara's lighthearted manner, Anna was momentarily speechless. The sunset had already covered the entire village, but the person who was supposed to return had yet to appear. Franz stood in the wind, his heart anxious to the extreme. How can it be this late? Looking at the restless Carla beside him, he knew this mother was on the verge of a breakdown. Franz suppressed the unease in his heart and persuaded Carla to go back inside the house. It's simply too cold outside. He would keep watch here, telling Carla not to worry. His daughter will be back very soon. Although he was comforting others with his words. Looking at the gradually darkening sky, Franz was also uncertain in his heart. If there was still no news before dark, things would likely be in real trouble. As the minutes and seconds ticked by, Carla could not wait any longer. How could buying a dessert take this long? She suddenly stood up, saying she had to go pick up the child. This waiting was simply agonizing. Franz was startled, quickly asking her where she planned to look. It's too dangerous to go out blindly now. If the two of them miss each other on the road, the situation will only get worse. Franz wanted her to calm down, but Carla stopped in her tracks. She said there was one thing that she hadn't dared to say all along. Anna is a sensible child. She would never go that far alone, without saying a word. Since she hasn't returned by now, there is only one possibility. Something must have happened to Anna. Carla's eyes were full of suspicion. She directly questioned Franz, asking if he had hidden Anna away. Franz remained silent for a moment, explaining that he had no reason to do such a thing. Anna wasn't that important to him. He even stubbornly said that the girl wasn't even that pretty, then awkwardly changed his words to call her cute. To put Carla's mind at ease, Franz emphasized that a soldier was following. Anna would absolutely not have an accident. But Carla gave a cold laugh. That is exactly the most unusual part. Why take a child along just to buy a dessert? Letting Eric go alone would clearly have been the most logical arrangement. Franz was left speechless by the question. Carla had completely lost her patience. She turned around and strode away, saying she was going to borrow a horse and set out now. Seeing that Carla was really leaving, Franz shouted out in desperation. Asking him where exactly she was going, Carla replied without turning her head, that she was going to find her daughter on horseback. Franz's reaction was too unusual. Franz didn't care about anything else and grabbed her arm firmly. Carla struggled desperately, demanding to know why he was blocking her way. Finding the child was the top priority now. Seeing that the scene was about to spiral out of control, Franz finally couldn't help but roar that Anna was currently with Bertron, leaving Carla instantly stunned on the spot. She completely could not believe her ears. The night gradually deepened. Franz let out a long sigh, finally explaining the whole sequence of events from beginning to end. But he still comforted Carla, saying there was nothing to worry about now. If Anna ran fast enough, she should have already met Bertron by now. Franz tried to persuade Carla that even if she didn't trust him personally, she should trust Bertron's character. In his view, Bertron was a good man. Although his personality was indeed a bit eccentric, he was definitely someone worthy of trust. But Carla countered in a low voice. That was only how he appeared on the outside. Franz didn't hear her clearly for a moment. Carla lifted her head, her voice icy. She said this wasn't a matter of trust at all. As a man, Franz didn't understand it at all. No matter how respectable Bertron seemed, he was, after all, a stranger from out of town. Who could guarantee that one day, if he got bored, he wouldn't sell the woman he loved and send her to be someone else's maid? This nonsense completely infuriated Franz. He suddenly shouted sternly, telling Carla to show some respect with her words. Selling a loved one was something that could never happen. Franz guaranteed categorically that Bertron would never do such a thing. Carla just looked at him in silence, with deep helplessness in her eyes. She hoped Franz could understand what it meant to hand over a daughter to a strange man, whom she had known for less than a year. As a mother, she simply couldn't convince herself. The air in the tavern seemed to freeze. Franz let out a long sigh, muttering that he finally understood. Before Carla could react, she saw Franz lower his head and start rummaging through his coat for something. He told Carla to go get something, whether it was paper or cloth, as long as it could be written on. Immediately after, an exquisite and heavy pocket watch was slammed heavily onto the table by him. Franz's expression was incredibly solemn. He decided, in the name of Gerhardt, to personally write down a vow. To put Carla's mind completely at ease, he actually gambled the last of his family's dignity. Carla looked at his serious demeanor and asked him in confusion what he was trying to do. Franz pointed at the pocket watch, explaining with a heavy tone that what was engraved on it was the coat of arms of the Duke of Gerhardt's family. He told Carla to make whatever demands she wanted. No matter what was written on the vow, he would use this watch to seal it as a guarantee. Franz held up the candle in his hand, with a hint of self-deprecation in his expression. It seemed that only by going to this extent could he make Carla completely let down her guard. Hot wax dripped onto the paper, making a soft sound. Franz pushed the stamped paper solemnly toward Carla. He told Carla to write freely, to put all of her requirements on it. Carla was clearly intimidated by this display. For a moment, she didn't even know what to say, but Franz pressed on. Since Carla was the one worried, then she should know best what to write. Seeing that Carla still hadn't picked up the pen, Franz simply offered a suggestion. If Anna did not return safely, he, Franz, would pay with his life. Carla looked up abruptly, unable to believe that he was actually serious. Franz did not hesitate at all, urging her to hurry up and write it all down. Carla looked at the paper in her hand, sinking into a long silence. Only the sound of the pen nib scratching across the paper remained in the tavern. Franz was completely stunned. He looked at the first item on the paper and could hardly believe his eyes. It actually said that until Bertron returns, Franz must be responsible for peeling onions. He couldn't help but question Carla. What kind of vow is this supposed to be? But Carla countered with full justification. Since it was agreed that anything could be written, then of course she would write something practical. She even mocked Franz, asking if he brought out a shiny pocket watch just to time the meat broth. Immediately after, Carla threw out a series of demands. Not only chopping wood and cleaning the restaurant, but even having Franz go walk the pig. Franz's scalp felt numb as he listened. How was this a sacred vow? This was clearly a servant's contract for slave labor. Carla moved, deftly tossing the paper filled with demands over. Franz caught it blankly, looking at the dense list of chores on it. He never imagined that the price of gambling his family's reputation would be doing odd jobs on a farm. Franz finished reading the last item. He must guarantee never to harm Bertron's family. Looking at this ridiculous contract, Franz fell into silence. But Carla didn't feel guilty at all, reminding him that he had promised this himself. Franz could only sigh helplessly, telling Carla that she must keep it safe. Carla asked if she could hang this contract directly on the restaurant wall. Franz snapped back crossly, that if she wanted the whole town to know she found a new slave, then she should go right ahead. Carla quickly waved her hands to explain. She wasn't being sarcastic. She just felt that such an exquisite family coat of arms would be a real shame if it were just stuffed away in a corner. Carla looked down at the seal, her fingertips gently tracing the patterns. She had to admit, This symbol, representing power, was indeed beautiful enough to move one's heart. Carla looked at the seal, worrying that Franz acting so recklessly would lead to him being scolded by his parents when he returned. Franz let out a cold snort. His tone was full of indifference. In his prominent family, the third son was just an extra giveaway. As long as he didn't cause a huge disaster, no one would even spare him a glance. Carla felt a bit sigh of sympathy hearing this. She knew that a noble's title could only ever be passed down to one person. The remaining children either had to go out and make it on their own, or could only thick-headedly be family parasites for their whole lives. Franz gave a self-deprecating laugh. This kind of high-stakes struggle was hard for outsiders to truly understand. Carla sighed. It turned out being a noble also had so many difficulties. Franz felt as if he had found a kindred spirit, but he immediately followed up with a sharp truth. Although it was mentally painful, the standard of living for a noble was indeed incomparable for a commoner. He slumped onto the table, admitting he would never voluntarily give up such comfort. Carla looked at the Franz before her, lamenting that he had fallen into this place to suffer only because of a poor choice in friends. She tentatively asked about the relationship between Franz and Bertron. Franz remained silent for a moment, saying that all of Bertron's other friends had died in that war. Since then, Bertron had closed the door to his heart. A person who has lost everything finds it very hard to make new friends again. But Carla shifted the topic, suddenly throwing out a question, though he no longer made friends. Could Bertron still have a new lover? Looking at Carla's puzzled face, Franz gave his opinion. He felt that Carla's daughter was very special to Bertron. After all, even that blockhead understands what giving flowers to a woman actually represents. Instead of worrying about those old stories, you should see how that man intends to prove his sincerity. Carla stood stunned on the spot. Not knowing how to respond for a moment, Franz suddenly spoke up, his tone becoming exceptionally serious. He directly asked Madame Carla if that fellow Bertron actually proposed to her daughter as her mother. Would she be willing to accept this son-in-law? In the dim room, there was a deathly silence. Facing Franz's questioning, Carla fell into silence. This was exactly what Franz wanted, as long as she couldn't accept it. There was still a chance for a turnaround. After all, Bertron's identity was far too sensitive, though he carried royal blood. Because of the defeat back then, he had completely lost his political backing. The old king died in a foreign land. He had no prestige among the common people either, having disappeared for a full 3 years. Those who once followed him had long since disbanded. At this critical juncture, he actually wanted to marry a country girl, and a commoner at that. This was simply seeking his own destruction. Once this marriage is finalized, the last few supporters Bertron had would absolutely all run away. Franz broke the silence, looking at Carla with a smile. He also felt this marriage was simply too ridiculous, right? Carla nodded. Feeling that this marriage was indeed absurd, Franz struck while the iron was hot, suggesting that before Bertron even speaks up, we should just flatly reject it. Carla began to criticize, saying the status and positions of the two didn't match, and that the boy Bertron has a truly startlingly large appetite. Franz listened, completely bewildered. What on earth does that have to do with anything? Who knew Carla would suddenly shift the topic? Since Bertron doesn't have any relatives, then after the wedding, is it okay for him to marry into our family? Franz was completely dumbfounded. He quickly spoke up to remind her that she was the one who said with her own mouth she would never let her daughter marry a nobleman. But Carla had a change of heart. As long as the two children truly love each other, how can a mother stubbornly stand in the way? Besides, those fallen nobles are doing even worse than commoners. Franz was completely out of options. Bertron is no ordinary nobleman. The people keeping an eye on him haven't given up yet. Carla hesitated, then first confirmed one thing. Are Franz and Bertron really close brothers? After receiving an affirmative answer, she took a deep breath, saying there was a very practical question regarding the happiness of her daughter, Anna. Franz looked calm. Anyway, this woman has always been very rude. Just say whatever is on your mind. But the next question almost made him collapse on the spot. Carla lowered her voice and inquired with a serious face, is that fellow Bertron actually capable down there? Franz was completely stunned. He even suspected he had misheard, but Carla grew more urgent as she spoke, even starting to gesticulate wildly. She wanted to know if Bertron actually knew how to use that thing. Franz completely gave up on thinking. His mind instantly went blank. He never expected that this mother would consider issues in such a pragmatic way, although Carla also felt embarrassed. Her attitude was exceptionally firm. After all, this is a lifelong matter. If that aspect is not harmonious, how can they live their lives? Franz looked at the woman before him and was momentarily speechless. Carla's words became more and more outrageous. She didn't want her daughter to live like a widow, and she was counting on holding grandchildren early. Franz's scalp felt numb as he listened, loudly countering, saying he had no interest in his friend's private life. Who knew Carla would open fire with everything she had, accusing Franz of being the one spreading those kinds of scandalous stories everywhere. Franz slammed the table in anger. This was simply a massive injustice. The two of them argued incessantly. Franz really couldn't take it anymore, standing up to end this farce. He irritably snapped that she should be glad His Highness didn't hear those rude questions of hers. The moment the words left his mouth, the air instantly froze. Carla slowly raised her head. The anger on her face vanished, replaced by complete bewilderment. She stared fixedly at Franz, demanding an answer word for word. What exactly did that title just now mean? Carla sat there stunned. She repeatedly confirmed that word. His Highness. She stared fixedly at Franz, asking if the His Highness he mentioned actually referred to Bertron. Franz suddenly covered his mouth. But words spoken are like water poured out. He could only choose silence. Attempting to cover up this fatal slip of the tongue, Carla sat back down in her seat, her mind racing. If Bertron was His Highness, then his true identity was simply unimaginable. The night outside grew deeper. Lara was getting restless, waiting on the side, constantly urging her sister to hurry home, but Anna sat at the table, tightly clutching her needle and thread. Lara really couldn't understand why her sister had suddenly become obsessed with embroidery, insisting on preparing a gift for Bertron. Anna only smiled. She just wanted to make something with her own hands, to give to that special person. The little yellow flower on the embroidery hoop, although it looked a bit uneven, it held her feelings in every stitch. Lara leaned in to look for a long time, smiling as she complimented how cute the little bee was. Anna anxiously corrected her loudly. These are clearly blooming flowers. The two sisters played and teased each other for a while. Lara decided to leave first. Anna carefully put away the embroidery hoop, intending to give it to Bertrand personally in a moment. Anna was walking briskly down the stairs, but stopped in her tracks at the corner. Bertrand was standing right there, as if he had been waiting for a long time. He gave a soft greeting and mentioned to Anna that Eric had already gone to the stables. Anna nodded and said she had to leave too, but before leaving, there was one important thing she had to do. She took the piece out from her coat. Anna explained somewhat shyly that this was something Lara had bought back from the market, and she had only added some simple patterns onto it. She softly asked Bertrand if he still remembered how the two of them were when they had just met. Bertrand reached out to take the gift, his fingertips touching the rough stitches. He looked down at those little yellow flowers and didn't say a word for a long time. Anna brought up that past event, about when Bertrand was asleep, and she had used her apron to cover his feet. To her surprise, Bertrand remembered it very clearly. Even the patterns on it hadn't been forgotten. He remembered that Anna had called him cute that day. Anna softly told him that she was giving this gift because that was where everything began for them. She hoped that when Bertrand suffered from insomnia, looking at these flowers would feel as if she were right there by his side. Anna confessed rather bashfully that in some parts of it, she had even used her own hair instead of silk thread. This sentiment was so fervent that it left Bertrand not knowing how to respond for a moment. He could only apologize over and over again, promising that this gift would truly give him immense comfort. Having delivered the gift, Anna was just about to turn around and slip away. But she was called back by Bertron. This man spoke up for the first time ever, saying he also wanted to give her a return gift. Anna didn't react for a moment, standing blankly on the spot. Bertrand looked into her eyes and asked in a flat tone if she needed anything. Before Anna could even speak, he actually said something shocking, asking if she wanted him to give her a kiss. Anna was so startled, she refused loudly. Her whole body nearly jumped. But Bertrand looked calm, mentioning that previously, she didn't seem to enjoy that kiss very much. Anna stamped her feet in anger, suspecting this guy was doing it on purpose. She cast aside her previous shyness and told him with a serious face that a kiss only has meaning when two people resonate. Anna gave her condition. The next kiss would have to wait until Bertrand regained his emotions and returned safely. She told him honestly that she hoped Bertrand felt the same way at that moment just now. Bertrand remained silent for a moment and gave the most solemn promise. He told Anna she must wait for him and that he would definitely not make her wait long. When he appeared again, he would surely become the greatest surprise in Anna's life. This heavy agreement, before it could be savored properly, was broken by a shout from downstairs. Lara was yelling at the top of her lungs, urging them, saying Eric had already prepared the carriage. If they didn't set off for home now, they would surely be scolded to death by their mother. Anna could only bid a hurried farewell and ran all the way to the carriage. She apologized. while promising that upon return, she would let her mother only scold her. The sound of horse hooves gradually faded. Bertron stood alone by the window, watching the carriage disappear into the night. The room returned to silence. He slowly spread open his palm. It was the handkerchief left by Anna. He lowered his head, pressing the handkerchief close to his cheek, as if by doing so he could hold on to the lingering warmth of that person. This man, who had always been cold and detached, did not move his feet for a long time in the darkness at this moment. In the empty room, only he remained. The carriage wheels turned rapidly in the night. Eric remarked that this journey was a complete success. He had been worried all along that something might happen to Lara, and finally, he could breathe a sigh of relief. Lara noticed his mood and asked why he was acting so excited. Eric admitted that in the past he always walked the paths paved by others. This was the first time he had completed a task using his own strength. Being able to safely escort 2 ladies gave him an unprecedented sense of accomplishment, no matter how bumpy the road beneath him was, as long as it was his own choice. That kind of joy was irreplaceable. The silence of the late night was broken by a scream. Lara's mother had already been waiting at the door, waving a wooden stick in her hand, reprimanding her daughter for disappearing for a whole day. They had clearly agreed she would return quickly, but she didn't show her face until late at night. The mother loudly questioned Lara about whether she knew how worried the family had been, just as the wooden stick was about to fall. The father behind her couldn't stop her at all. In this chaotic moment, Eric stepped directly to the very front to block her. He loudly begged the madam to stop and took all the responsibility upon himself. Eric stood in front of Lara, explaining that the boss had assigned too many errands, which caused Lara to work hard and run around all day. He took all the blame on himself. If even Lara's family was making such a scene, then what should he do after he returned? In case he was actually kicked out of the house, on such a cold day, he wouldn't even have a place to sleep. Eric comforted her in a low voice on the side, feeling that a mother wouldn't be so cruel to her own daughter, but who could say for sure about such things? Anna sat in the bumpy carriage, her mind filled with the image of her mother's angry face. The last time she stayed out all night, her mother had also been in such a furious rage. Regardless of what the future held for her and Bertron, she didn't want to let her mother be hurt again. Even more, she didn't want that hardworking woman to spend the rest of her life in loneliness. But the roar of reality instantly pulled her back. Carla was holding a lamp and yelling outside the door. She questioned the person hiding in the darkness about who on earth they were, even directly cursing at them. Telling that bastard to get the hell out, Carla shouted sternly toward the stables. Telling the person hiding behind the horses to get out, Anna looked at her mother's figure and tentatively called out, "Mama?" Carla turned around abruptly, actually clutching a kitchen knife tightly in her hand. After seeing clearly that it was her own daughter, her tense shoulders finally relaxed. Franz let out a sigh of relief on the side. That moment just now was truly terrifying. Carla put away the knife and turned away, coldly dropping a command, "Get in the house." Anna and Eric looked at each other and could only steel themselves to follow her inside. Before Anna could even open her mouth to explain, Carla directly exposed the truth. It turned out she had known all along that Anna had gone to chase after Lara early in the morning. Anna hurriedly explained to her mother that Lara hadn't eloped at all. She just wanted to find an opportunity for her and Bertron to meet. Carla sat on the stool in silence. The atmosphere in the room was so oppressive it was suffocating. Anna probed cautiously, terrified that her mother would explode the next second. But Carla suddenly showed a different face, saying as long as the person returned safely, it was fine. She even gently urged Anna to go back to her room and rest if she was tired. This abnormal tolerance instead made Anna feel even more uncertain, always feeling that something wasn't quite right. Her mother's reaction was simply too strange. Just then, Franz suddenly offered a greeting with a smile. Franz had his hands in his pockets, leaning against the wall as he teased Anna. "Isn't there anything you want to say?" While Anna wasn't home just now, he had taken quite a lot of scolding for her sake. Anna lowered her head in embarrassment, softly thanked this Mr. Knight. Franz accepted it generously. He also pulled a bag of snacks from his coat, saying he specifically brought them back from the city and told Franz to take them quickly. But then his tone shifted. Asking Anna if she had seen Bertron, his eyes carried a hint of probing, wanting to know if that man had said anything. Anna didn't react for a moment, just staring at him blankly. Anna looked at the deathly silent atmosphere in the room and couldn't help asking everyone what was wrong, but the two of them just coldly replied that nothing was wrong. Having been rebuffed, Franz turned around and took his anger out on Eric. He sternly warned this assistant that this kind of desertion of duty today would never be allowed again. If he wanted to leave his post even a step, he must ask for permission a day in advance. Eric shrunk his neck in fear, not even daring to breathe loudly. Franz got more worked up as he spoke, emphasizing that he was the boss here. Helping with odd jobs today was already the limit. there would absolutely be no next time. Eric was so startled, he saluted on the spot, loudly promising to absolutely obey orders. Franz was completely dumbfounded by what he heard, unable to believe his own ears. Eric, however, straightened his back and loudly announced that he had officially discharged from the army. From this moment on, he was a free civilian. As for those unfinished odd jobs, he said with a smile that it would all be up to you now, sir. Before Franz could react, Eric said his thanks and walked away coolly, leaving Franz all alone, standing blankly on the spot, questioning his life. Anna, watching from the side, understood everything. It turned out Eric had looked for Bertron earlier, just to discuss his discharge, but a big question mark popped up in her heart. Franz was clearly his superior. Why could a single word from Bertron make him take off his military uniform directly? Anna pondered secretly in her heart. For Bertron to have such great power, could he really be a nobleman? The once majestic Franz was now squatting in front of a basket of onions. He was clutching his hair. While complaining about why his life was so miserable, Anna stood by, laughing uncontrollably, teasing him that it wasn't a matter of fate, but purely because his personality was so bad that he had ended up in this state. Franz was so annoyed, he told her to shut up immediately. He truly couldn't understand why a dignified, grown man like himself had to be here peeling onions. But Anna comforted him with a grin, telling him to look on the bright side and just treat it as the days when a knight wants to shed tears alone. Seeing Franz look so frustrated, Anna couldn't feel more delighted. Anna continued to twist the knife from the side, suggesting he just use the sting of the onions to cry out all the grievances in his heart. Franz finally reached his breaking point. He gritted his teeth and told Anna to get lost. As Anna slipped out the door, she didn't forget to tell him to peel them beautifully. Fuming, Franz grabbed an onion and threw it directly at the back of her head. Anna ran out the gate laughing and happened to run into Carla coming home, looking at her daughter's mischievous behavior. Is he really that good at peeling onions? Anna happily went to meet her, looking at the man who was grumbling. While working skillfully, Carla couldn't help but remark that this guy, though his words were harsh, hadn't stopped working for a single second. As Anna worked, she remarked that although Franz was usually quite lazy, he was, after all, Bertron's friend, and turned out to be quite diligent when he actually worked. The more she spoke, the more she felt that this guy actually had a decent character. But after hearing this, Carla suddenly blurted out, "In that case, why don't you just switch to someone else? How about considering Franz?" Anna nearly jumped in shock, exclaiming if her mother had gone crazy. But looking at Carla's serious profile, Anna suddenly felt a bit uneasy. She tentatively and cautiously asked her mother if she was just joking just now. Carla only gave a vague response, without saying much more. Anna then patted her chest and breathed a sigh of relief, complaining that the joke wasn't funny at all. That serious tone just now nearly gave her a cold sweat. Carla fell into deep thought alone. There were some words she couldn't say directly to her daughter compared to that high and mighty prince, the third son of a duke's family. Franz, no matter how much of an idler he usually was a much more suitable match for Anna. Carla and Anna were talking when a shout suddenly came from outside the door. Eric held on to the doorframe, hardly able to speak in complete sentences. Anna spoke up from the side, asking him how he felt. After his first day of farm work, Eric stammered and couldn't answer. Clearly, the work was more tiring than he had imagined. Anna's words, though calm, carried a tone that allowed no doubt, since he wanted to settle in the village. There would be plenty of hard days like this ahead. But before she could finish, Eric brought back a piece of news. They had found something in the field. Anna didn't react for a moment, until Eric held his hand out in front of her. It was a potato that had just been dug up. But the strange thing was, a gold ring was actually embedded inside the potato. Carla stared at the ring, demanding to know where this thing came from. Eric pointed to the fields outside, saying it was just dug up. Originally, the workers were still complaining, saying this year's potatoes grew too hard, and the large ones couldn't be cut at all. But as they worked, the field suddenly went silent. Everyone gathered around the pit to look, and they were all stunned by the sight before them. Franz sensed something was wrong. He told Eric to hand the thing over. Franz suddenly reached out, giving Eric quite a start. He told Eric to stop making a fuss and bring the thing over for him to see. The ring spun once on his fingertips. Franz gave his conclusion. This is real, genuine gold. He confirmed with Eric once more. Was this thing really dug up from the field? Eric nodded hurriedly, saying that while everyone was working at the communal farm, they saw it emerge from the soil with their own eyes. As the representative elected by the workers, he specifically brought it to hand over to Anna. Franz handed the ring over. It seems everyone trusts Anna very much. Eric was still there boasting, saying he was a reliable man. but Franz ignored him completely, turning to ask Anna what she planned to do. After all, that plot of land had a certain reputation. Armed bandits often frequented the area. Anna stared at the ring in her hand and spoke of that absurd rumor. It was said that when the army retreated, they buried a large amount of treasure in that field. Franz found it strange. Had no one ever gone to confirm it? Anna shook her head helplessly. By the time they heard about it, the field had long been planted with crops. Who would have thought that inside the potatoes planted so casually, gold was actually hidden? Now, if this news gets out, those bandits probably won't be able to sit still. Anna gave a self-deprecating smile. If they had turned the whole field upside down, back then, just for a bit of hearsay, they would likely have starved to death in the lean years before ever digging up any gold. Carla nodded repeatedly on the side. Right after the war ended, even filling one's stomach was a luxury. Compared to illusory treasure, crops were much more reassuring. Anna felt it was useless to argue further and decided to wait until later to discuss a strategy with the village chief. She turned to ask Eric if he was going back to the farm right now. Eric quickly waved his hands, saying that the lunch break wasn't over yet and work wouldn't resume until the afternoon. While Eric hadn't left yet, Anna simply asked him to help out in the kitchen. After all, washing vegetables required a lot of well water. Eric agreed very readily. Carla watched silently from the side, feeling incredibly envious in her heart. If she could have a son-in-law like this, obedient and hardworking like a puppy, how comfortable life would be. Franz, standing behind, suddenly blurted out that since she liked bossing men around so much, the madam should just get remarried herself. Carla burst into laughter, saying Franz was like an antique, that she could never do such a thing. But Franz's next words caused the atmosphere to turn cold instantly. Is it possible that after all these years, you still haven't let go of that man? Carla stopped what she was doing and asked Franz what exactly he was trying to say. Franz didn't respond immediately. Carla lowered her eyes and brought up those long-buried memories. After that battle ended, her husband Hans was found among the ruins. But the strange thing was, except for Hans, who seemed to have lost his soul, the other soldiers on the battlefield, whether allies or enemies, had all disappeared without a trace. Franz speculated if they might have been captured by the enemy. Carla let out a sigh. The commander at the time thought so too, so they kept holding on to Hans, desperately wanting to know the truth. No matter how those people interrogated him, Hans always kept his lips tightly sealed, even when he was bound by ropes and unable to move, even when his body was covered in scars. Until the day he passed away, he never revealed a single word to anyone. The people in the village whispered in private, saying that Hans must have suffered too great a shock and was driven mad by the horrors of the battlefield. But Carla knew very well in her heart that her husband had not gone mad. He was simply carrying all the secrets alone, using this almost cruel silence to silently protect this village. But can the truth he tried so hard to conceal really be buried in the earth forever? Carla finally spoke her true feelings. The reason she and her daughter worked so hard was to protect this village, to protect the place her husband valued most during his lifetime. Franz saw right through her in an instant. You want me to keep the matter of the ring to myself, right? Carla did not deny it. Once the news of treasure at the farm spreads, the situation will spiral completely out of control. At that time, not only will bandits target this place, but even the usually simple villagers will likely go mad for the sake of the treasure. Franz coldly reminded her, the scent of gold travels much faster than the scent of blood. Silence alone cannot solve the problem. But Carla remained unusually calm. She wasn't asking anyone for help. She was simply warning Franz to just mind his own business. Seeing Carla's determined look, Franz eventually softened his heart. He took a step back of his own accord as long as Carla could keep the secret. He was willing to stay to help deal with the remaining trouble. In other words, he would also help protect this village. Carla obviously had not expected this idle young noble master to actually say such a thing. However, Franz immediately followed up with another sentence. This is only temporary. As soon as Bertron returns, he will absolutely disappear immediately. At that time, even if Carla begs him, he will not stay for a single second longer. He even told Carla not to mention his name ever again. These harsh words meant to distance himself. Instead, made Carla unable to keep from laughing out loud, since the young master put it that way. Then she was truly grateful. In Silesia, far away in the royal capital, a cloud of unease had already quietly enveloped the entire city. Rumors were spreading wildly through every street and alley that the prince known as the Madman seemed to have secretly returned to the capital. The timid ones quickly kept their distance. After all, slandering a royal family member was a major crime punishable by death. but curiosity simply couldn't be suppressed. Everyone was inquiring in private whether this news was actually true or false. Some people scoffed at this, feeling it was purely nonsense. If that master had truly appeared, the current royal capital would likely have fallen into total chaos long ago. Accompanied by the urgent sound of horse hooves, the massive gates of the royal capital, Nathan, slowly opened before Bertron. After this dusty journey, he had finally returned to the center of power struggle. Bertron's first stop after returning to the city was straight to Duke Gerhardt's estate. Before he could even walk through the main gate, the Duke's hurried shouts could be heard from a distance. The Duke walked briskly down the steps, constantly muttering, "I really didn't expect that you would actually make it back alive." The Duke bowed low in greeting, remarking that Bertron looked reasonably healthy. Bertram politely replied, "Long time no see, Duke Gerhardt." Bertron had come this time, specifically to bring an important piece of news. Franz was following his arrangements, and was currently staying in a remote village. The Duke was stunned for a moment upon hearing this, then let out a helpless sigh. He knew his youngest son too well, and feared that Franz was causing trouble for the local girls there again. Bertron remained very calm, directly stating that he had already found a reliable person, specifically to keep an eye on him. Only then did the Duke feel slightly relieved, even mocking himself by saying that if Franz remained disobedient, he had originally intended to send him to a monastery. After the pleasantries, the Duke confirmed if he intended to return to the palace immediately. After receiving an affirmative answer, the veteran nobleman's expression suddenly became somewhat subtle. He lowered his voice and said there was one more thing he wanted to ask as a favor. The Duke asked Bertron to go to the royal palace and find a library official named Philip. That was his youngest brother. It was said that the boy was extremely observant of etiquette toward power and could be recognized at a glance in a crowd. Bertron casually asked what he should say upon meeting him. The Duke gave a cold snort, feeling that wishing him well was far too high a compliment for that fellow. With a guard's announcement, the heavy palace doors were slowly pushed open. His Highness Bertron had officially arrived. At this time, the king was leaning back on the sofa with a face full of exhaustion. Hearing that name, he let out a long breath. What was meant to come could not be avoided after all. Hearing the king's permission, Philip cautiously pushed the door open. Bertron stepped onto the thick carpet, walking step by step into the imperial bedchamber. The king sat on the sofa, looking at this man he hadn't seen for a long time, with a hint of complexity in his voice, remarking that the two of them indeed hadn't met for a long time. The king pointed to the seat opposite him, gesturing for him to sit down first. The king got straight to the point, asking about that heavy war debt. Bertron picked up his teacup and gave a flat, affirmative answer, saying that according to the creditor's demands, he had paid back as much of the money as possible. Bertron expressed his thanks politely, thanking the king for being able to allocate these funds, but the king just drank his tea to himself, stating bluntly that this was what Bertron deserved. He even mentioned the late king, saying that if his own brother were still alive, he would have made the same choice. Bertron suddenly dropped a piece of news sufficient to shock the entire nation. In order to fill the hole left by the debt, he had actually used 3 national treasures, those treasures that symbolize national glory. Upon hearing that Bertron had used the national treasures, the king snapped back with a question. He clearly hadn't expected that such a price would have to be paid to settle the debt. Bertron asked in return if that was a wrong decision. The king remained silent for a long time. Eventually, he lowered his head, since this could resolve his inner conflict. He didn't want to say anything more. But when the king asked about his plans for the future, Bertron calmly announced that he was going to break that curse with his own hands. These words left the king stunned on the spot. After all, in everyone's understanding, that was a dead end even sorcerers were helpless against. But Bertron's eyes were exceptionally firm. He said this was an insight gained during his journey. There is no debt in this world that cannot be repaid, as long as one wants to solve it. A way out can surely be found. Facing Bertron's determination, the king sank into a long silence. He finally couldn't help but ask Bertron if he still held a grudge against him. After all, it was he who personally took away the throne that originally belonged to Bertron. But Bertron answered with great composure. He said it was a reasonable decision, because back then, his own reputation was in tatters, and he couldn't gain the trust of the people at all. The king lowered his head deeply after hearing this, admitting that he had even given up on avenging Bertron's father. Bertron's tone still lacked any fluctuation. He stated bluntly that at the time, the national power was so depleted it couldn't support continuing the war, making the king's emotions spiral completely out of control. He reminded Bertron that it was he who had introduced that sorcerer to Bertron, which led to the beginning of all these tragedies. But Bertron interrupted the king. He emphasized word for word that he himself chose to be the one to see the sorcerer. This heavy price he never intended for anyone else to carry. The king's emotions completely broke down. He shouted out the truth of those years at the top of his lungs. It turns out he introduced that sorcerer only to take advantage of Bertron. He wanted to use magic to erase Bertron's fear of war so that this young prince could go into battle like a puppet on strings. The king asked almost in despair, "Even now, do you still refuse to hate me?" Bertron looked at the man before him. His tone remained as calm as water. For the first time, he addressed him as uncle and reaffirmed once more that all of this was his own choice. He never held even a hint of resentment. The king covered his face in pain, letting out a heavy sigh. Bertron lowered his head and mocked himself, saying perhaps it was because back then he was also a coward. In the vast palace, the two sat facing each other. Those sins that had been entangled for years finally seemed to reach a conclusion at this moment. The heavy topic came to an end. The king told Bertron to go rest first, but Bertron called him back, saying there was one last thing. He looked into the king's eyes and calmly made a request. If the curse could truly be broken, he wanted to go to that village that had saved him and live out the rest of his life there in peace. The king was clearly somewhat surprised, thinking Bertron wanted a territory. He asked what kind of place it was. Bertron replied flatly, "It's just a farming village near the border." These words left everyone present stunned. The king truly couldn't understand. As long as Bertron asked, what kind of prosperous land could he not provide? But why? Did it have to be that desolate and dilapidated border village? Could it be that there something more important than royal power was hidden? Bertron's next words almost made the king fall off the sofa. He said he wanted to go to that village, to peel onions every day and raise some pigs. The king listened, dumbstruck, even suspecting that something was wrong with his ears. But Bertron had a serious look on his face, still listing the advantages of the village, saying the land there is flat and the population is simple. It's simply a holy land for retirement. The king slammed the table and stood up in anger, complaining that his current appearance is like an old civil servant who has worked for 30 years and is in a hurry to retire. In the king's logic, Bertron would never choose such a remote place for no reason. His tone was full of suspicion, asking if it was a strategic location or if there would be some military conflict in the future. Bertron looked at the nervous king and just calmly shook his head. He said there is nothing there. He just wants to live as an ordinary person and get a good night's sleep there. This complete abandonment of power instead left the king unable to say a word. A deathly silence fell over the palace. The king knew very well in his heart that although Bertron was usually cold, he was by no means a fool who didn't know how to lie. He stared at Bertron, his tone becoming exceptionally firm. "There are so many villages in the country. Why that one in particular?" He demanded that Bertron must provide a reasonable explanation. But Bertron just kept his head down, replying flatly that now was not yet the time. The king snorted coldly, concluding that he must be hiding a secret in his heart. Bertron did not deny it. He simply explained that this matter was of vital importance to him. He would tell the truth sooner or later. The king had clearly lost his patience, asking just how long he would have to wait. Bertron remained silent for a moment, finally giving an unexpected answer. He said he had to wait until he obtained that person's permission. The king was so angry he laughed after hearing this. He thought this was simply a fairy tale. In this country, there was actually someone who could give orders to a prince. But in Bertron's tone, there wasn't a hint of joking to be heard. He calmly told the king that this matter must be built upon equality, and according to the most basic etiquette, he should naturally obtain that lady's consent first. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire hall instantly fell silent. The king and the attendants beside him were all stunned on the spot. They never could have imagined that the once supercilious Bertron would now, for the sake of a woman, willingly lay down his dignity as a prince. The king was clearly startled. He couldn't believe the implication he heard. This absolutely couldn't be true. He repeatedly tried to confirm the other's meaning, but Bertron chose to remain silent, stating bluntly that he could not say any more. The king tried to make him snap out of it. Being interested in women at his age was quite normal in the royal family, but marriage was always a matter of politics. He covered his forehead in pain, hoping this was just a momentary impulse. Bertron, however, suddenly stepped forward, asking his uncle to trust him one more time. Just like when he was 16, he had once carried the entire front line alone. At that time, the king chose to let go. How could he refuse him now? Looking at this child who had grown up before him, the king fell into a deathly silence. The king let out a long sigh. He turned to look at the two people behind him, wanting to hear their thoughts on the matter. The attendant immediately became uneasy. He made an excuse that he had only recently taken office, and it was truly inappropriate for him to express a personal opinion. The king sneered. That kind of excuse indeed allows one to live long. The king saw through their concerns, stating bluntly that they must have heard the rumors and think that Bertron is a madman. The prince was even afraid because of it, but he gave the opposite assessment. Bertron is actually not dangerous at all. What truly makes him feel uneasy is that when spending time with that man, the most authentic side of his own heart would always be completely exposed inadvertently. The attendant bowed his head, showing he had learned, but the king no longer wished to discuss it. He coldly signaled for the next person. The king suddenly called on Philip, asking him what his thoughts were on the matter. Philip was clearly unprepared. He stammered as he brought up the past, saying that the land Bertron had his eye on was supposed to be the king's reward to him. In that so-called recovery battle, he claimed to have killed the enemy general, but subsequently, the scene fell into chaos. Countless soldiers went missing after that. The king listened with a look of impatience, directly seeing through his lengthy speech. Put simply, the mission was a failure. Philip could only awkwardly admit it. The king stood up with a cold laugh. He remembered the absurdity of those years. Philip hadn't brought back a head at all. He only carried back a broken helmet to claim credit, and even had the audacity to ask for a title. He still clearly remembered Duke Gerhardt collapsing in the council hall. That moment of clutching his neck, the king couldn't help but laugh out loud. That was the happiest moment he'd had since the start of the war. He even took a liking to Philip because of it, only because he felt the situation was so hilarious. Did he keep Philip by his side as a secretary? Facing such an absurd reason for promotion, Philip could only remain silent. He took a deep breath and interrupted the laughter, reminding His Majesty that official business was urgent. If Bertron truly took that piece of land, it would likely cause no small amount of trouble. The smile on the king's face vanished instantly. He coldly pressed for the reason. Philip gave the answer in a low voice. That land is still haunted even now. The cold case of the soldiers who went missing back then has still not been resolved to this day. Philip was still worried about diplomatic issues, feeling that giving that land to Bertron was too risky. The king followed his lead and asked in return. Wanting to hear what brilliant ideas he actually had, Philip immediately acted with great loyalty, requesting to personally go to that territory for an inspection. He wanted to investigate potential hidden dangers first. The king, however, fell into silence after hearing this. Immediately afterward, he burst into a fit of wild laughter. The laughter echoed throughout the entire hall. Philip was left completely confused by the laughter. While laughing, the king praised him for being too amusing, stating bluntly that this was exactly why he chose him as secretary. This kind of petty shrewdness was simply the best diversion. Philip stood there at a loss. He thought he had disguised it well, but in the eyes of the king, this king, his little schemes were far too superficial. All of his greed and ambition had long been seen through completely. The king saw right through Philip's greed. This kind of person is annoying, but very easy to control. The one who truly gave him a headache was Bertron, that nephew of his who never fought for anything. Why did he suddenly want that wasteland? Could it really be just for a woman? The more the king thought about it, the more he felt things weren't simple. He decided to readjust the selection of people to be sent. Since Philip wanted to earn credits so badly, he would just let him go and keep a close eye on Bertron. Hearing that the king was finally willing to send him out, Philip almost laughed out loud. He hurriedly expressed his thanks with extreme deference. Terrified that His Majesty might suddenly change his mind, Bertron actually returned after leaving. He pushed open the doors and looked directly at the king, claiming he had just remembered something. Regarding the request from Duke Gerhardt, before everyone could react, he directly called Philip out by name. Philip was so startled he became incoherent, and could only stand frozen in place listening to him speak. Bertron relayed the warning in public, telling Philip he'd better act smart. If he didn't learn how to behave properly, he could expect to be kicked out of Silesia again. These words were like a resounding slap, right across Philip's face in front of the king. Philip was so angry his whole body went stiff, but he didn't dare to argue a single word. Bertron had finished saying everything that needed to be said. He made an excuse to take his leave from the king, saying he still had to find the royal sorcerer. Then he left the hall without looking back. Meanwhile, in the sorcerer's residence, the sorcerer was sprawled on the table, fast asleep. Heavy snoring rose and fell one after another. Bertron strode up the steps with large steps and barged straight in without even knocking. The door hit the wall with a loud bang. The sorcerer bounced up on the spot from the loud noise, shouting, "Who is it?" before even opening his eyes and even guiltily defending himself, saying he wasn't slacking off. Bertron stood at the door and replied coldly, saying he hadn't been here for a long time. Only then did the sorcerer see the visitor's identity clearly. It actually really was Prince Bertron. He couldn't help remarking that the prince had changed too much. He used to look much younger than he did now. Then he immediately switched to a smiling face. opening his arms and cheering to welcome the prince. The sorcerer seemed very proud, boasting that the curse of his lineage was still strong. Then he put away his smile and asked Bertron what exactly he had come for. After all, a man as powerful as the prince would never come for an examination for no reason. Bertron remained silent for a long time, finally voicing that shocking request. He wanted to completely break the curse on his body. The sorcerer felt it was unbelievable after hearing this. He had originally thought the prince would accept his fate during the journey. But Bertron said he had had enough, as long as the curse could be broken. He was willing to provide any form of support. The sorcerer keenly sensed something unusual, pressing him on what exactly he had experienced during the journey. Bertron finally confessed his true feelings. He met someone on the road to repaying the debt, someone he wanted to spend the rest of his life with. For that person's sake, he had to become a normal person again. That woman had turned Bertron into a different person. He actually went to peel onions and feed pigs, and even helped clean the front yard. He had never touched such chores before. What surprised him even more was that the woman actually called him cute, even though she knew he couldn't taste anything. She still insisted on preparing meals for him. Bertron gripped the lapels of his clothes tightly. He had actually taken the initiative to give flowers not long ago. Such a thing should only be done if one felt affection. He began to suspect that something was wrong with him. If he truly didn't have a trace of emotion, how could he have made such a romantic gesture? But the sorcerer looked solemn after hearing this, stating bluntly that the curse never took away his feelings. Bertron was completely stunned on the spot after hearing this. The sorcerer told him to think back to that day. The true meaning of that incantation from back then seemed to have been misunderstood by him all along. The sorcerer revealed the true nature of the curse. It wasn't that Bertron had truly lost his anger, but rather his ability to express emotions was sealed. That rage, which could not be vented, could only burn wildly inside his body, scorching his organs. And the culprit behind all of this was that piece of dragon bone embedded in his chest. Bertron actually wanted to take action directly after hearing this. The sorcerer shouted out in terror on the spot. The assistant warned him that acting recklessly would only lead to death from blood loss. But Bertron still refused to give up, pressing to know if it could be safely removed with magic. The sorcerer was so annoyed, he told him to ask people of future generations. After all, current magic simply couldn't do it. Bertron fell into silence after hearing this. Technology from 300 years in the future was meaningless to him, because by that time, he and Anna would have long ceased to know each other. He had no more time to wait. The sorcerer finally learned her name. The name Anna made him break into a smile, but Bertron began to describe her in detail, describing her appearance, saying she had messy blonde hair and a pair of bright green eyes, even the fact that she walked like a puppy. Bertron remembered very clearly. The sorcerer couldn't help but laugh out loud after hearing this. He could see how important Anna was to the prince, but he found it strange, since the two of them got along very well. Why was he so obsessed with regaining his emotions? Bertron's answer, however, left no room for argument. Even a puppy wags its tail when it sees a friend. If he could never show her a smile, that woman would eventually grow tired. He didn't want Anna to always face a cold face. The sorcerer lay back on the sofa helplessly after hearing this. This kind of curse that had penetrated deep into the bone, indeed could not be shaken by will alone. The matter had reached a stalemate again. The sorcerer suddenly proposed a new idea. Since the curse cannot be shaken at all for now, why not simply try a different approach? Stop obsessing over how to break the curse. How about directly changing Bertron himself? Bertron was completely stunned on the spot after hearing this. He didn't understand what those words meant at all. The sorcerer suddenly changed the subject, bringing up the events of the past 3 years. Clearly, the state had already provided compensation. Yet Bertron still insisted on repaying the debts in person. This was never a matter of money. Bertron explained that the compensation wasn't enough, but the sorcerer saw through it at a glance. This was clearly because of guilt. With his sore spot touched, Bertron found himself speechless for a moment. The sorcerer's words grew increasingly heavy. He mentioned the border battlefield from those years. Unlike those nobles hiding in the city, Bertron was someone who had seen hell with his own eyes. Those commoners who had everything taken away, Bertron could never forget their expressions. It was a bottomless despair, and a hatred desperately hidden beneath the blade. Even if the debts have been repaid, what about those lives that were destroyed? The sorcerer concluded that this was the key. The heavy sense of guilt in Bertron's heart was the seed to solving all the problems, because he was simply too kind, so kind that he couldn't forgive himself at all. When would this torment ever end? Bertron took a deep breath and revealed a secret hidden deep in his heart. It was about the confinement left by Anna's father, and it was also the thing he had never dared to tell Anna. Back then, he had taken it from Anna's house. He had originally had someone prepare and cook it carefully, but just as he was about to start eating, the war suddenly broke out. the thing Anna regarded as a treasure, was ultimately discarded directly. It hadn't even fulfilled its basic purpose as food before it turned into trash. Bertron truly couldn't bring himself to speak of it, because he knew Anna too well. If it was destined to be taken away, Anna would have rather it filled someone's stomach. That kind of tenderness made him feel even more guilty. The sorcerer suddenly pressed for more information. Was that confinement truly unrecoverable? If they went to the place where Anna's father worked, perhaps they could still find some clues. After all, this kind of meaningless waste is the root of Bertron's guilt. Bertron shook his head. That thing wasn't meant to be eaten at all. The flowers it produces attract insects, which is an essential link for crop pollination. Hearing this, the sorcerer felt confident. He directly gave Bertron a prescription, no matter what the cost. He must find that confinement back, even if only a scrap of leftovers remains. He must plant it with his own hands and let it bloom and bear fruit as it was meant to. In accordance with the seasons, though he didn't know if it could break the curse, this was indeed the only hope left. The sorcerer's expression became very serious. This path of redemption is still very long. Wanting to resolve the guilt in his heart one by one is by no means an easy task. Bertron has been a kind child since he was young, but once the curse is lifted and emotions return, that sense of guilt accumulated during the war will submerge him instantly like a tsunami. By that time, he will clearly feel the hateful gazes cast by those around him. Being hated by everyone is a painful thing. Can Bertron really endure it? The sorcerer finally mentioned Anna, since Anna is his most authentic person. Then, once Bertron possesses emotions again, he must face a cruel question. Whether this love, heavy enough to suffocate, will ultimately turn into redemption or torment. Bertron fell into self-doubt. He began to reflect on his own heart. Was it just because he was in too much pain that he wanted to treat Anna as a life-saving straw? The sorcerer's words were like a wake-up call. One should never seek redemption from others. If this affection is only for selfishness, only to alleviate his own suffering, then he would rather choose to let go. But just as Bertron was struggling with his thoughts, something major happened on Anna's side. Several men were surrounding her, closing in step by step. They had set their sights on this community farm and wanted to pay a high price to buy it by force. Anna wasn't buying it at all. She wouldn't sell the land even if the sky fell down. She even pointed at their noses and cursed, asking if they had potatoes in their ears, and couldn't understand her words. This group clearly didn't intend to give up easily. These land buyers completely lost their patience, calling Anna an ignorant hillbilly, asking if she planned to die guarding this rotten piece of land. Anna didn't waste any words. She directly swung her hoe and chased them out. This was already the third wave today. Watching that group run away, cursing, Anna knew very well in her heart that the news of a gold ring being dug up in this field had likely already spread far and wide. Eric had kept his mouth shut. The news must have been leaked by other villages. To stir people's hearts, this originally peaceful farm was now a piece of fat meat in everyone's eyes. Just as Anna was worrying, Anton walked out of the house. He shook his head, looking at those distant figures, asking if those greedy fellows were here again. Anna still felt uneasy. She asked Anton if he had seen that ring, and what the villagers were gossiping about now. Anton let out a helpless sigh. These people only have money on their minds. They even planned to sneakily dig up the farm behind Anna's back. Anna naively thought they wanted to find gold, to go back to their hometowns, but Anton gave a cold laugh. Going home was easier said than done. Half the people in this village are deserters. Though the war has been over for 3 years, who can guarantee they won't be prosecuted upon returning? Unless they never did something like stabbing a teammate in the back, the two looked at each other and smiled. The atmosphere finally lightened up a bit. Actually, Anton knew very well that all this fussing was meaningless. This village gives them food and work, except for old Dean's bad temper. This place is simply the best safe haven. But greed is like a fire. Once it starts burning, who can still see the peace right in front of them? He wanted to stay here for the rest of his life. This peaceful life, to him, is the greatest happiness. Franz swung the heavy axe. Eric was urging him from the side. After chopping these last 10 pieces of wood, we can finish up and go back to eat. But before the work was done, the shouts of children came from a distance. They gathered outside the fence, clamoring for Eric to help them pick flowers, and also to help them make slingshots. Franz pulled a long face, wanting to drive the children away. Don't come here making trouble. Eric is busy. But Eric smiled and dropped the axe. He promised to help everyone. Watching Eric run off, surrounded by the children, Franz stomped his feet in anger behind him. The work isn't finished yet. Where are you running to? Franz was about to go crazy now. There was a mountain of work waiting in the dining room, but his companions had all vanished without a trace. In his anger, he shouted at the piglet, "There's no food, get away from me right now!" Anna shook her head as she watched from the side. Speaking of which, during the time Bertron has been away, this little fellow has actually grown quite fat, even though the Lord Knight wasn't home. The women in the village hadn't been idle. They lined up to deliver all sorts of desserts, specifically stating they were prepared for the night. Meanwhile, Eric was being surrounded by a crowd of children so thick no water could leak through. These little ones were like fledglings waiting to be fed, pestering him and refusing to let him leave. Franz walked in carrying the axe, with that heavy little piglet cradled in his arms. Though Anna's mouth was complaining, saying that Knight always loved to nag while working, and that his appetite was staggeringly large, in her heart, she had long since accepted him. The only thing that made her feel a bit annoyed was that the guy always loved to hover around her mother. The afterglow of the setting sun spilled over the village. This scene lost Anna in deep thought. Whenever she saw a sunset like this, she would think of the time right after the war ended. This land was once full of the scars of war. They personally moved away the cold corpses. Bit by bit, they wiped away the bloodstains from the ground and rebuilt houses upon the ruins. In order to reclaim the home in their memories, everyone shed too much sweat and too many tears. So no matter how tempting that gold is, Anna will never waver. She will not sell her soul and her home for a mere piece of gold, because everything here is far more precious than gold. Anna swore secretly in her heart that no matter what happened, she would never give up on this place. Just as she was immersed in her memories, Eric came over holding a rope. He keenly sensed something was wrong and asked with concern, "What's wrong, Anna? Did something sad happen?" Anna was caught a bit off guard by this sudden display of concern. To hide the emotional stir in her heart, she casually made up an absurd reason, saying she was only because she was too hungry, that she couldn't control her emotions. This excuse left Eric looking completely bewildered. Before he could react, Anna, with a flushed face, pushed him outward, urging him to hurry back to work. Bertron, when exactly can he return to this place? Bertron was stopped at the city gate. The guard apologized with a troubled look, saying that to prevent the outflow of national treasures, the royal capital has now introduced new regulations. Anyone wishing to leave this place must first obtain a departure permit. Bertron sat on horseback and asked coldly who he should ask for this thing. The guard was so pressured by his aura that he was speechless for a while, before stammering out an answer that usually one seeks approval from a superior officer. Bertron didn't say anything more. He just calmly stated that he understood. It seems that leaving the royal capital smoothly will be much more troublesome than imagined, even as a prince of the nation. It is not easy to see the king. Bertron pushed open the heavy doors and walked straight into the magnificent office. The king behind the desk didn't even look up. His tone carried a hint of displeasure at being disturbed. Bertron didn't offer any pleasantries. He directly stated that he intended to head to his former territory. He once again formally proposed the need for an official departure permit. However, the king only let out a cold snort, asking him in return why it was about this matter again. Bertron retorted without backing down, "This is not just bringing up an old subject, but rather, the king has been avoiding a meeting, which is why this conversation has been dragged out until now." The king stared at the nephew before him, questioning if it was truly all for the sake of one woman. Bertron admitted it frankly, while also wanting to find a way to break the curse. The king sank into a long silence. If Bertron truly regained his emotions, would he also once again remember the full heart of hatred he once had for him, his uncle? In order to stabilize the situation, the king proposed to wait until the investigation ended before allowing passage. That so-called territory actually hid an extremely tragic past. There was once a commander who, for the sake of a title, led a vast army to reclaim that land. Although he barely defeated the enemy in the end, the entire army was nearly wiped out. Bertron keenly sensed something was wrong. If the entire army simply went missing rather than dying in battle, then this so-called recovery battle sounded more like a massive lie. The king let out a helpless sigh, admitting that people had been sent to investigate the scene at the time. The eerie thing was that on that land, not even a single corpse was discovered. Whether they were comrades or enemies, they had all vanished as if into thin air. But since the enemy leader was indeed beheaded and the territory had returned to the map, the king went along with it and granted the man an official post, even agreeing to let him personally investigate the disappearance case. Looking at the king's matter-of-fact manner, Bertron gave a cold laugh in his heart. Was there truly just no reason to refuse? Or was this so-called investigation merely a fig leaf the king grabbed to cover up the truth? The king let out a dry burst of laughter. The laughter was full of self-deprecation and fatigue. The king clearly didn't want to talk any further, coldly telling him to get out immediately. As the heavy doors closed, this conversation that ended on a sour note was completely over. Bertron stood in the empty corridor, but a question surfaced in his mind. Since that land was so dangerous, and since even an entire army could mysteriously disappear, then exactly which unlucky fellow would take over that cursed place and become the new lord of that land? Not every battle is fully recorded into the history books, but Bertron knew very well in his heart that since those merits were enough to grant someone a title, there would certainly be an indelible mark left within the archives. He dived alone into the mountainous piles of documents, searching frantically among the yellowed pages, trying to piece together the truth of those years from those cold written words. As his fingertips stopped on one of the pages, that long-buried name finally surfaced clearly before his eyes. Philip Gerhardt. The archives clearly recorded that Philip had volunteered to join the recovery battle back then. He indeed returned alone from the battlefield, carrying the head of the enemy leader. But the eerie thing was that the entire squad he had taken with him had all mysteriously vanished. Even though victory had already been certain, their whereabouts remained unknown. Bertron fell into deep thought looking at these words. Since it was a quick and decisive raid, how could a so-called chaotic and fierce battle break out to the point of leading to the loss of the entire army? This was simply too abnormal. What made him even more suspicious was recalling the Philip he saw a few days ago. Could that man, who looked so weak and frail, really have the ability in close quarters combat to personally cut off the head of an enemy general? Did this astonishing military merit truly belong to that man? Before Bertron had time to dig deeper, the king's summons interrupted his thoughts. He had to put down the files in his hand and step once more into that magnificent palace. But the scene he saw upon pushing open the door left him completely stunned on the spot. Several tailors were waiting with measuring tapes. The king ordered him to take off his coat without even looking up. It turned out that to celebrate his return, the royal family prepared to host a grand banquet. As one of the protagonists of the show, Bertron must attend in full formal dress. The king told Bertron straightforwardly that this banquet was to maintain his public image as the future heir. After all, in the eyes of many commoners, he was still that moody mad prince. The king didn't expect him to perform exceptionally well. As long as he could, at tomorrow night's banquet, behave like a normal person. It would be enough to silence those absurd rumors. To keep up with the schedule, the tailors were busy altering the late king's formal attire so that Bertron could wear it on time. But during the fitting process, the old tailor suddenly stopped his movements. Deep inside a pocket of the garment, he felt an unexpected object. It was a silk handkerchief embroidered with small yellow flowers. Bertron asked the tailor in a relaxed tone if he thought the pattern on it was beautiful. This was exactly the gift that Anna had personally given him. The tailor even smiled and agreed that the embroidery on it was indeed exquisite. But amidst this laughter, the king fell into silence without saying a word. The prince, who hadn't appeared for 9 whole years, was actually going to attend a banquet publicly. Once the news spread, the nobles throughout the city couldn't sit still. Everyone wanted to see with their own eyes this rumored mad prince. As night fell, the banquet hall was already bustling with people. Just as the atmosphere reached its peak, an attendant's loud shout broke the original noise. His Royal Highness Prince Bertron has arrived. The guests who were whispering just now instantly shut their mouths in unison. Countless complex gazes were all fixed dead on the direction of the stairs. Steady footsteps grew from distant to near. Bertron had changed into the late king's formal attire. Looking cold and majestic, the king began an impassioned speech. He expressed his deep feelings that after being apart for so long, everyone was finally able to reunite once again. He also mentioned how over the past 3 years, everyone had struggled through tragedy and how they had worked hard to rebuild their lives. He even had the audacity to declare that they had a clear conscience during these times. These words sounded high-minded and dignified. As if he truly were a benevolent monarch, the king suddenly changed his tone, asking everyone if they had forgotten a certain hero. He publicly put forward a set of extremely cruel arguments regarding heroism. He said that if Bertron had returned victorious, he would naturally be a hero celebrated by the whole nation. If he had died on this battlefield, he would also have become a lamented martyr. But since he returned alive, he instead became the scar of this war. Although the king subsequently made a hypocritical excuse for Bertron, saying that it was not his fault. These words had already pinned Bertron to the pillar of shame. The king immediately turned around, forcing Bertron to state his position in public. Facing the countless eyes below the stage, Bertron could only suppress all his emotions. He replied in a stiff tone that he was willing to learn everything for the sake of the country. The king continued his performance on the stage, saying that this youth, who went far away to the battlefield at 16, had finally returned now to inherit the throne. To make up for these 9 missing years, he even publicly appealed to the nobles present to give Bertron more guidance. This was no act of care. It was clearly throwing Bertron to the wolves. As the banquet officially began, the king finally revealed his true face in private. He mocked Bertron's earlier statement frantically, saying that words about being willing to do anything should never have come out of a prince's mouth. To the listeners, He sounded like a servant desperately trying to save his master. That Bertron was able to survive that war was likely by relying on such slave-like thoughts. While the king pretended to thank the heavens, he simultaneously issued a cruel directive. He declared that in order for Bertron to reclaim his identity as a prince, he must be given a thorough education. He even laid down harsh words in public. Until Bertron becomes like a real human being, he is not allowed to take a single step out of the castle. This high-sounding confinement order directly stripped Bertron of his freedom. Facing this almost inhuman assessment, Bertron remained silent throughout, like a real human being. What exactly is that supposed to mean? Bertron stood alone in a corner of the banquet, holding an exquisite dessert in his hand, but he clearly had no heart to taste it. In this magnificent social scene, his thoughts had already flown elsewhere. If Anna had these ingredients, would she also want to make something like this? Looking at the table full of exquisite desserts, Bertron's first reaction was to bring them to her. Unfortunately, these things simply don't last long. Does his uncle want him to be a puppet for the rest of his life? He even threatened to lock him in the castle. Until he becomes like a so-called normal person, being a perfect prince is truly too difficult. When will these days of being bound ever end? Until Duke Gerhardt behind him called out to him, asking if something was on his mind. Only then did Bertron return from his suppressed memories back to this cold banquet hall. Duke Gerhardt suddenly leaned in, asking Bertron what he was thinking about just now. Bertron could only use the king's reprimand as an excuse. The Duke, however, thought those words were quite useful, especially Bertron saying he was willing to learn everything. That kind of humility is indeed good for the future. But Bertron didn't want to talk about any future. He only wished the future would stay a bit further away from him. The Duke smiled and patted him on the shoulder, saying the future is actually right under everyone's feet. He also brought up that troublemaker Franz in passing, telling Bertron not to worry about that kid. Bertron remained silent and did not argue. In this conversation full of testing, he could only choose to hide all his emotions. The Duke continued to chatter on, thanking Bertron for always cleaning up after Franz. He also urged him to take advantage of the lack of trouble today, to find a lady from a prestigious family and have a dance, even hinting that it was time for him to find a fiancé. After all, in the king's plan, marriage is also a type of political bargaining chip. If he remains single like this, sooner or later, he will be sent out as a mere tool. The Duke even felt there was nothing wrong with an alliance. But while the other was talking big about interests, Bertron's mind was filled entirely with images of Anna, that girl who looked back and smiled in the sunlight. Bertron truly could not stay any longer. Just as he wanted to find an excuse to leave the banquet, the Duke saw through his thoughts at a glance, teasing him about whether he found this place too boring. The Duke began to reminisce about his youth, saying he used to always keep an eye on his younger brother Philip. But the strange thing was, Philip actually did not attend today. Bertron keenly sensed that something was wrong. The Duke explained that he had left the city on orders, and boasted that he would become an earl upon his return. He suddenly changed the subject, asking the Duke if, before the war broke out, Philip had ever left the territory. The Duke's expression instantly became somewhat awkward, admitting that due to inheritance issues back then, he had indeed sent Philip away for a period of time. Bertron immediately pressed further, asking if that was approximately 20 years ago. The Duke clearly didn't expect him to know even this. The Duke thought Franz had let it slip. After all, that was the family's most shameful past. As Bertron listened to these words, the name Carla had mentioned surfaced in his mind. That man named Phil, or Philibert. Now it seemed that was most likely just a pseudonym. A strong sense of unease instantly welled up in his heart. Bertron hesitated no longer. He suddenly made a request to the Duke, hoping the other would help him hide it from the king, and let him leave the royal capital secretly at once. The Duke was clearly startled by this request. Lowering his voice, he asked tentatively, "Are you going to break that curse?" Bertron did not answer directly, but the Duke, through his actions, had already deduced the most logical truth. After all, he went to see the sorcerer as soon as he returned to the capital. The intention was simply too obvious. The Duke let out a helpless sigh, stating bluntly that the king was not yet mentally prepared to face that lifted curse. In his eyes, the king was actually very cowardly. He is even worried that once Bertron regains his emotions, he might seek revenge because of his past experiences. The Duke's words were very blunt. Although he believed in Bertron's character, emotions are like stray dogs off the leash. Once those feelings are recovered, no one can predict which way he will run. What the king fears is exactly this loss of control. Bertron remained silent for a moment after hearing this. He even stated that if it were truly necessary, he could swear never to pursue past matters. The Duke, however, just shook his head, saying that the king actually wants to believe him, but just hopes he can give a little more leeway. Although the Duke understood Bertron's situation, he still refused his request to leave. After all, the risk of letting him go now was simply too great. Bertron, however, showed no intention of backing down. He only requested passage again with firm determination. The Duke was stunned by this abnormal attitude. He tentatively asked Bertron if this matter was related to his son. Franz and Bertron gave an affirmative answer. Immediately after, Bertron dropped a bombshell. He said Philip was heading toward that village, the very place where Franz had been left behind back then. The Duke instantly fell into a state of immense unease. He repeatedly confirmed Philip's station location. The answer he received left him sitting on pins and needles. The family scum he hated most and the burden he had personally created were actually going to meet in the same place. The Duke was completely shaken by this news. He repeatedly muttered scum and burden. He even apologized to Bertron for his loss of composure just now, but he quickly calmed down, realizing that action must be taken immediately. Bertron had originally planned to set out tomorrow morning, but he had now changed his mind. He requested the Duke to lend him tonight's carriage directly. He would disguise himself as the Duke and slip through the city gates under the cover of darkness. The Duke, hearing this bold plan, remarked that Bertron had already thought of everything. He immediately agreed to cooperate and promised to have swift horses ready outside the city gates. Time was of the essence. The two exchanged details in low voices. The Duke told Bertron to meet punctually outside city gate number 3 in 20 minutes. He would take care of the groom. It seems even the high and mighty royalty can do nothing about these family matters. The Duke watched Bertron's departing back, feeling in his heart that the king was much luckier than himself. His good-for-nothing younger brother Philip idled around outside all day, causing trouble everywhere. He even had dark thoughts. If Philip died in some alleyway one day, would he actually find quite a bit of peace? As for his abandoned younger son, if he really found a girl in the countryside and settled down, living under an assumed name and disappearing completely, to him, perhaps that would be the best outcome. The scene shifted to the distant village. Inside a wooden house late at night, a sound of heavy coughing was heard. Franz was enduring the high heat and thick smoke. He coughed violently, while cursing this damn job. At that moment, the little piglet approached. Franz hurried to push it back, muttering that it was too dangerous here. It would be no joke if it were hit by sparks. At the same time, on the silent wilderness, a sudden sound of rapid wheels broke the silence. The carriage sped through the night. The cold air of late night grew heavier. The sound of the wind outside made one's skin crawl. Carla sat at the table watching Anna busying herself, with a hint of abnormality in her tone. She told Anna to leave the stove fire alone and to sit down and talk immediately. This sudden seriousness made Anna feel inexplicably uneasy. Sure enough, as soon as Carla spoke, she dropped a bombshell. She directly questioned Anna if she was having a private affair with a man. Anna was about to explode with anger. Why did every man who happened to appear have to be linked to her? But Carla did not intend to let it go. Someone saw a man comforting you. The two of you wouldn't really be having an affair, would you? Facing such an absurd accusation, Anna could only argue back loudly. But these rumors and slanders likely won't be quelled so easily. Carla took a deep breath, deciding to tell Anna some truth. She felt that Anna and Bertron were simply not from the same world. In Carla's eyes, Anna was better suited to find an ordinary man like DTO and spend her life in peace and quiet. Anna did not argue. Probably everyone in the village thought so. After all, a man like Bertron is like a dream that cannot be caught. Yes, he is simply like a dream. After all, he is a prince. Carla suddenly changed the subject. She said that she actually quite liked Bertron too. Hearing that Carla also liked Bertron, Anna became completely excited. But Carla's next words made the atmosphere become a bit subtle. She praised Bertron for being diligent and reliable, and even generously expressed that as long as it was what Anna wanted, she would find a way to satisfy it. Anna joked about wanting a big house, but Carla was dead serious about wanting to sew a wedding dress for her. The topic suddenly turning to marriage caught Anna a bit off guard. Carla stared intently into her eyes and threw out the core question. If Bertron sincerely proposed, would you actually be willing to marry him? Silence spread through the air. Anna finally admitted in a low voice that she indeed wanted to be with him, but thinking of his status, a hint of loneliness showed in her eyes. If only he weren't some noble and were just an ordinary person. Then between them, perhaps there would be no more obstacles. Anna was still lost in her own fantasies, thinking that if Bertron were kicked out of his house, she could feed him a little more to keep him full. Carla was left speechless hearing this, and quickly urged her to go back to her room to sleep. Stop with this wishful thinking. But as soon as Anna left, Franz, who had been hiding in the shadows, walked walked out with a somber face. Carla immediately became alert, questioning him if he had been eavesdropping. Franz looked perfectly composed, saying he was just clearing the vents, and happened to hear about the marriage. At the mention of Bertron's name, the atmosphere in the room instantly dropped to freezing point. Carla couldn't understand for the life of her what that man actually wanted to do to Anna. Franz could only sigh helplessly. After all, Bertron's thoughts were probably something even the king couldn't figure out. Franz dropped a bombshell. Bertron is actually carrying a curse. Once this curse is broken, his feelings for Anna might very well vanish completely along with it. Carla was clearly terrified. She had never heard of such an absurd thing. Franz continued to explain. Bertron has been trying to regain his emotions, but no one can guarantee that after becoming a normal person, he will still be the same as he is now. He reminded Carla to prepare early, lest Anna be hurt too deeply in the end. The morning sunlight was already spilling over the village paths. An extremely luxurious carriage was slowly driving into this tranquility. Villagers stopped one after another to watch, all curious about the identity of this uninvited guest. That magnificent carriage stopped right at the village chief's door. Lara recognized at a glance that it was a noble's vehicle. She ran at a trot toward the tavern, shouting loudly for Carla and Anna. She had to tell them this shocking news at the first possible moment. At this time, the two in the tavern were busy with their work. Lara burst in breath, saying a carriage that only a great nobles could afford to ride in had arrived in the village. At the mention of the word noble, Carla's movements froze in her hands. Lara shook her head, indicating she didn't know. She only saw that the servants on the carriage had already taken the village chief away. Carla breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this, feeling that a person like Bertron would never summon the village chief so rudely. It seemed someone else was in the carriage, but Anna's thoughtful look immediately drew teasing from the guests. Everyone crowded around to join in the fun, asking her if it was because she didn't see her sweetheart that she was feeling aggrieved in her heart. Anna was flustered by the comments. In the end, Carla stepped in to control the room, scolding this group of idlers to hurry back to work and not to stare at others' private affairs all day. Once the hecklers dispersed, Anna quietly looked toward Franz on the side, wanting to know if, from a knight's perspective, he could discern the origin of that carriage. Franz put down the things in his hand, his tone becoming serious. He said, "Nobles' carriages usually have family crests engraved on them, but that one just now looked more like some kind of official government vehicle. This indicated that the person who came might be harder to deal with than an ordinary noble." Anna continued to press for information about the carriage. Franz claimed not to know. Earlier, he had walked straight to the carriage and knocked loudly on the door. He directly revealed the name of the Gerhardt family, trying to force the other party to show themselves. An attendant on the carriage walked down with a smile. He recognized Franz at a glance, and even politely addressed him as young master. But when Franz pressed to know who exactly had sent them and who was sitting inside the carriage, the man acted like a broken record, only saying that he had no authority to disclose that. Franz was completely infuriated by this attitude, but the man's next words were like a bucket of cold water poured over his head. He reminded this fallen young master that as a second son with no inheritance rights, he had no business interfering in official matters. Franz slammed the table in rage. This feeling of being looked down upon was driving him absolutely crazy. Before he could even catch his breath, a shout came from the doorway. That man wearing the red headscarf swaggered into the tavern. He put on a high and mighty attitude, saying that since this was the only restaurant in the village, they should hurry up and prepare a decent and respectable dinner for the noble in the carriage. Lara recognized him at a glance. He was exactly that follower from the carriage earlier. The man directly threw down a long list, demanding they cook according to it immediately. Anna leaned over to take a look and was completely stunned on the spot. The list included plum pie and expensive, creamy, thick soup. These high-end ingredients simply could not be found in a remote village. The other party wasn't here to eat. They were clearly here to cause trouble on purpose. The man's attitude was extremely arrogant. He threatened Anna straightforwardly, saying that if she wanted to live in the village in peace, she had better leave a deep and good impression on the person in the carriage right now. Anna was quite frightened by these words. Just as the atmosphere dropped to freezing point, Franz strode forward. He publicly exposed the other party's rudeness, saying that asking for such a feast in the middle of nowhere was like looking for fish in a desert. Since they were here to make requests, they should at least know how to follow local customs. The man clearly didn't expect that this young master would stand on the side of the villagers. He asked Franz back sarcastically if he intended to switch sides. Franz wasn't buying it at all. He approached the other party with a sharp gaze, questioning them if they were treating the villagers as enemies to declare war upon. With such a heavy accusation leveled against him, the man who had been so insufferably arrogant just now instantly became incoherent. He quickly changed his tune and explained that they had made a special trip here this time, actually to bring a very good job opportunity. Anton coldly repeated the question from the side, asking what exactly this so-called job was. The man was still desperately making excuses, saying they were definitely not there to fight. But before he could have finished his sentence, a scream suddenly broke out in the tavern. Before anyone could react, the man was directly knocked to the ground. The surrounding crowd burst into laughter, watching this insufferably arrogant follower take a pathetic face-first tumble. The man had never been insulted like this. He scrambled up, burning with shame and rage, leaving behind a threat to just wait and see, before rushing out the door without looking back. Seeing this, Anna quickly chased after him. The companions all felt it was good riddance, not understanding why she wanted to stop him. Anna, however, let out a helpless sigh. She felt that driving someone away like that would only deepen the conflict. She had originally planned to prepare a meal box for the man to take back with him, to give to that noble lord in the carriage. After all, on this land, it is never a good thing to completely offend the powerful. Eric looked at the man's departing back, with 100 reasons to be unwilling in his heart, feeling that these fellows were simply too unreasonable and wanting nothing to do with them at all. Just as everyone was hesitating, Anton stepped forward of his own accord. He told Anna to set her mind at ease, saying he would handle this errand. Since he was heading to the village chief's house anyway, he could deliver the items on his way. Anna finally breathed a sigh of relief, apologizing to her uncle repeatedly. The tavern farce came to a temporary close. Franz hadn't gone far. When a hand pressed down on his shoulder, he instinctively stopped his pace, turning around to find it was actually Carla. Carla's expression was unusually serious, completely unlike her usual self. She lowered her voice and asked if they could have a private talk. Carla asked straightforwardly if the owner of that carriage was a dangerous person. Franz could only shake his head, confessing that he actually didn't know either. After all, that person had been hiding in the carriage the whole time, without showing their face from start to finish. Carla, however, keenly perceived that Franz's manner just now was clearly written all over with worry. Franz fell silent for a moment. He also wanted to say something pleasant to help Carla set her mind at ease, but reality made it impossible for him to speak. The more the other party deliberately avoided him, the more it indicated that it was an acquaintance. Carla also fell into deep thought after hearing this. Franz thanked her in a low voice. Thanking her for being considerate of him, Carla suddenly let out an exclamation. Who could have imagined things would be like this today? Before Franz could even react, he heard Carla continue speaking, saying that having him by her side today was truly wonderful. This sudden directness left Franz completely stunned on the spot. Facing Carla's gentle gaze, Franz was at a loss for words for a moment. He quickly turned his head to the side, stubbornly saying that what was just said was all nonsense, and that he was only helping out until Bertron returned, after which he would definitely not touch these troublesome matters again. Carla looked at him in this state and just smiled while agreeing. Meanwhile, the light in the village gradually dimmed. Anton was walking alone on the street. He was carrying a basket and a wine bottle, preparing to fulfill his previous promise. A gust of cold wind blew past, swirling up the withered leaves on the ground. The scar on Anton's face appeared exceptionally calm in the sunset. Anton stopped his pace at the intersection. That conspicuous red carriage was currently parked right at the village chief's door. A guard was talking about something with the old man. The heavy axe swung down fiercely. Franz was sweating profusely with effort, as if wanting to vent all the turmoil in his heart. Upon these pieces of wood, those gentle words from Carla just now kept echoing in his mind. Franz covered his face in pain. He had no idea who was in the carriage, much less the background of the other party. If those people used their official status to openly act tyrannically in the village, with his current status, what could he possibly do to stop them? This sense of powerlessness made him more exhausted than any manual labor. That mocking voice rang in his ears again, reminding Franz he was just a third-born son, with no right at all to interfere in official matters. These words were like a thorn stuck in his heart, making his entire being appear lifeless. Anna walked over at some point, looking at Franz, who was buried in chopping wood. She asked why he had suddenly become so gloomy. Franz replied crossly that it was clearly she who had been ordering him to work. Hearing this, Anna laughed instead. She said that no one ever expected this Lord Knight to display any extraordinary or godlike abilities, much less thought of having him stand out to suppress anyone. Looking at the stunned Franz, Anna mentioned the carriage, teasing him that his powers of observation only sharpen when he actually wants to see something. She stopped smiling and stared seriously at Franz. Did he think everyone was being kind to him because they wanted to get some benefit out of him? Anna told him word for word that she and her mother were definitely not that kind of opportunistic people. Anna urged him not to take her mother's words as a burden, and there was no need to feel pressured because of those words. Franz, having his inner thoughts exposed, stammered as he tried to deny it. Anna looked at his expression, stating bluntly that even God wouldn't believe his lies. Franz simply gave up on himself, saying he was just a useless young master from the city who only caused trouble for the mother and daughter. Anna just yawned as she listened. She said everyone didn't think he was that bad. In her mother's eyes, he was at most a house cat that couldn't catch mice. This strange metaphor left Franz completely stunned on the spot. The carriage at the village chief's door started moving. The old man stood respectfully by the roadside to bid farewell. A cold voice came from inside the carriage, reminding the village chief to carefully consider the proposal that was put forward today. Looking at the departing back of the carriage, the village chief's expression became increasingly solemn. Only when the carriage had completely gone far away did he finally drop his disguise. He began cursing loudly at the receding back, cursing that unreasonable bastard, hoping his wheels would fall off halfway there. Inside the tavern after nightfall, the atmosphere was more oppressive than usual. The village chief told everyone exactly what had happened during the day. That noble who entered the village today actually had the audacity to declare that the entire village should belong to him. He claimed that during the war, he had achieved great military merits here, so now he was taking this land as his deserved reward, and even intended to become the lord here. This absurd news instantly caused an uproar among everyone present. Carla slammed the table in anger. This place hasn't had a lord for 100 years. Why does one suddenly pop up now? The village chief let out a helpless sigh and said, the other party even characterized everyone as displaced people who were illegally occupying the land. The even more ridiculous part was yet to come. That noble demanded everyone move out and merge into the neighboring village. Anna listened, completely confused. What kind of robber's logic was this? The village chief explained. The other party thought the land here was too barren, that even if they farmed for a lifetime, they couldn't pay the taxes. So they wanted them to go work elsewhere to improve the efficiency of tax collection. The other party not only wanted to collect current taxes, but also wanted everyone to pay back all the tax arrears owed over the past 100 years. This was simply pushing people to their deaths. Anna keenly sensed something was wrong. Since the village's worker farm had been operating well ever since the war ended, if the other party truly only wanted to collect taxes, staying put and continuing to farm is clearly the most efficient way to do things. The village chief finally made the decision, deciding to go and talk to them again tomorrow. But the bottom line must absolutely not be moved, which is that the entire village will defend their home to the death and will absolutely not move away. After the meeting, everyone left one by one. But the strange thing was that no one actually knew the noble's name. The other party was arrogant to the extreme and didn't even bother to reveal a name. Anna quickly chased after him. Remembering that Anton had delivered a meal during the day, she asked if he had seen the other person's face clearly. Anton, however, appeared a bit unnatural, saying he had only handed the basket to a servant and hadn't seen the principal person's face at all. Anna joked whether that fellow's face was made of gold to be so difficult to catch a glimpse of. Anton's next words, however, left Anna quite surprised. He proposed that he didn't want to go work at the communal farm for a while, although Anna readily agreed. Looking at Anton's hurried departure, she couldn't help but feel he was deliberately avoiding someone. Could this taciturn man have some past with that noble? Franz spoke up first instead, asking her why she didn't ask about anything. Anna gave a cold laugh. Since the other party was once an army commander, the reason why Franz wanted to hide likely only had one explanation, which was that he had once been a deserter under that person. Franz did not deny it, but instead praised Anna for being so accurate in judging people. Anna then added another jab, saying that many deserters, before running away, would first stab a comrade in the back. The words clearly poked a sore spot. Franz's tone became icy, warning Anna that if she hadn't been stabbed, she had better keep her mouth shut. Anna didn't back down at all. She even used a strange analogy, saying that manure can turn into fertilizer after fermentation, asking if this Lord Knight was the same way. Franz's face turned pale with anger, demanding to know if Anna was calling him manure. Anna waved her hand without looking back, saying that he indeed used to be a pile of sludge. Looking at Franz's frustrated expression, Carla couldn't help but chuckle on the side. She said that Anna's words just now were actually her own way of recognizing Franz's value. Franz crossly told her to shut up, but Carla spoke with even more enthusiasm, feeling that this Lord Knight was simply like a little wildcat covered in thorns with a poisonous tongue. Franz was completely confused, not understanding what use a cat that doesn't catch mice could possibly have. Carla explained with a smile that it's like a kind of protective amulet. Even if this cat only defecates everywhere, as long as he sits there, the cowardly mice won't dare to approach. Franz let out a self-deprecating sigh, feeling that this excrement wasn't of much use. If the number of mice increased, this bit of deterrence alone wouldn't stand a chance. He even felt that when that time came, this useless cat should be kicked out the door. Carla saw through his thoughts and comforted him gently. As long as this cat keeps guard here and serves as a deterrent, that is already enough. As for how to catch the mice next, that is the responsibility of the granary owner. It shouldn't be a cat's concern. She told Franz to hurry back to his room and rest, and to leave the remaining cleanup to her. Franz stood frozen on the spot, watching Carla's busy back. A strange feeling welled up in his heart. He subconsciously touched his cheek, looking somewhat ill at ease, and even couldn't help but let out a self-deprecating laugh. Everything was ready. The village chief had made plans to face the enemy head-on. The man was still a bit worried. After all, that arrogant noble could come knocking at any time. The village chief, however, appeared full of confidence. To increase the deterrent effect, he specifically dug out a bearskin rug and even stuffed exaggerated shoulder pads into his thick coat. Wanting to make himself look stronger, the man watched from the side, dumbfounded, unable to help whispering a complaint about whether the shoulder pads were too ridiculous. The village chief let out a cold laugh. He didn't care about his image at all. As long as he could scare the other party away, heavy footsteps grew closer and closer. The village chief put away his joking mood, reminding the man to remember yesterday's plan. No matter what terms that noble offered, they would absolutely never leave the village, even if it meant paying with their lives. He had seen plenty of these arrogant, privileged brats in his lifetime. There was absolutely nothing to fear. The magnificent carriage stopped at the door. The accompanying guards were fully armed. This display was clearly not simple. Philip stepped down from the carriage, his tone sounding very polite, asking if he had frightened the village chief. He explained that he had come alone yesterday, but because he found it too noisy outside, he had left his attendants in the neighboring city. Bringing so many people today, under the fine name of wanting peace and quiet, was actually a show of force. Philip had a proper smile on his face, proposing to go inside to talk in detail. The result of the negotiation was a total mess. The village chief was slumped in his chair, looking like a drowned dog. The man explained helplessly that they had originally meant to reason with him, but in the end, they didn't even get a chance to speak. That noble brought a group of guards, surrounding the village chief all by himself. He spent the whole time just being lectured. Carla listened with her brow furrowed, pressing for what that noble looked like, and if he was really that hard to deal with. The man, while reminiscing, complained that the man had blonde hair and a face that was excessively beautiful. What was most infuriating was those eyes carried an air of utter disdain for everyone. It really makes one want to go up and throw a punch. Franz, who was right beside them, noticed everyone's gazes and coldly asked what they were looking at. The man was so scared he quickly changed his tune, praising Franz for being so handsome that he couldn't help but take a few more looks. Franz let out a cold snort and turned to leave without looking back. Franz felt like he was having the worst luck ever. No matter where he went, he was the object of ridicule. He complained loudly about the injustice to a piglet by the road. He clearly helped the village chop so much wood, yet couldn't even get a single word of thanks in return. This kind of thankless life, he truly couldn't stand staying for even one more second. He even had thoughts of leaving. Franz's mind was in a total mess. He started to miss Bertron frantically. When on earth was that bastard coming back? If he stayed here alone any longer, he felt like he was going to go crazy. Just as he was full of grievances, the sound of rapid hoofbeats suddenly came from a distance. Franz instinctively looked back. A familiar figure was galloping through the mist. Bertron had actually really returned. He was wearing a sharp, formal suit and was even holding a bouquet of flowers in his arms. Franz simply could not believe it. This person before him, in a suit and leather shoes, was actually truly Bertron. He didn't have time for small talk and shouted, pointing at the horse. "This horse looks like it's about to stop breathing." Bertron has such a sturdy build, yet he rode a small, thin horse and galloped all the way back from the royal capital. Bertron explained in a flat tone that he had escaped from the banquet hall and borrowed a horse from the Gerhardt family. Even Franz's father had secretly given him a hand. Franz couldn't help but complain, since things were so urgent. "You might as well have just carried the horse and ran yourself." Bertron, however, replied very seriously. Human speed, after all, cannot keep up with a horse. This logic left Franz speechless. He didn't even bother to straighten his messy formal clothes. His first words were to ask about Anna's whereabouts. Before Franz could even react, Bertron was already holding the flowers and walking straight toward the village. Bertron gripped the bouquet tightly. His mind was completely filled. with thoughts of giving this gift to Anna. This man, who was usually cold, had actually become exceptionally restless at this moment. He even pulled Franz to inspect him. He was terrified that something was wrong with his appearance, insisting on confirming that his look was flawless before he dared to go see his sweetheart. Carla stood not far away, looking at this completely transformed man. She was completely stunned on the spot. Bertron gave a polite greeting, openly stating that he had finally returned. As he made a move to walk into the house, Carla's expression suddenly changed, and she lunged to block the door. This sudden movement left Bertron completely frozen on the spot, totally unable to figure out what was happening. He had clearly reached the doorstep, so why was Carla stopping him? Had some accident occurred inside the house? Carla suddenly blocked the way, her tone becoming unusually serious. She demanded to speak with Bertron. It turned out Franz couldn't keep a secret and had already told Carla about Bertran's identity in private. He felt that since it was a genuine identity, it would have to be made public sooner or later, so he might as well make things clear now. Carla looked directly at the prince, questioning his feelings for Anna, whether it was just a passing whim or if he intended to commit his life to her. Bertron did not hesitate at all. He declared his sincerity in public. He was absolutely serious about Anna. Carla immediately pressed further, asking if he intended to confess everything to Anna personally. Bertron's gaze was firm, deciding to go and make it clear right now. He walked straight toward the house holding the flowers, leaving Carla and Franz behind, anxiously trying to stop him from behind. Carla and Franz desperately tried to stop him, begging Bertron absolutely not to confess. The current Anna simply cannot handle it. It turns out Anna has been worried all along that Bertron really is a high-ranking noble. This makes her feel an immense burden. She would even rather Bertron be just a destitute person abandoned by his family. Bertron fell into silence after hearing this. He didn't expect his identity would become a burden to Anna. Franz let out a helpless sigh, stating bluntly that Anna has been under too much pressure lately and new trouble has arisen in the village. A few days ago, an arrogant noble suddenly led men into the village, claiming that he is the true master of this place. The man claimed he had achieved military merits, and this land was his reward. He even demanded the villagers hand over the village. Bertron immediately became alert, asking what the person looked like. Franz shook his head, saying he didn't see him. The man's attitude was extremely arrogant. He never showed his face the entire time, and only spoke with the village chief alone. Bertron's face darkened after hearing this. Instinct told him the situation was bad. He already had a candidate in mind. Under Franz's questioning, Bertron slowly uttered a name. Philip Gerhardt. The moment they heard this name, Carla and Franz were both stunned. The atmosphere became unusually oppressive. Bertron looked at Carla, adding that the person is not only prominent, but likely also an old acquaintance of Carla's. Bertron slowly uttered another name. Philibert. The moment she heard this name, Carla completely lost control of herself. Anger almost drowned her. She cursed through gritted teeth. Wishing she could tear that man into 10,000 pieces, Franz hurried forward to soothe her, reminding her that Anna is still in the house, and absolutely not to let the child hear this. To calm Carla's emotions, Franz even followed her lead and proposed to use the most brutal methods, to hang that fellow upside down from a tree, pulling out his fingernails one by one, letting him suffer to the end before dying. Carla knew this was just consolation, but the rage in her heart was still hard to quell. After all, that was a person from the Gerhardt family. Anna walked out of the room in confusion. She had clearly heard the commotion. Bertron slowly turned around, looking at this innocent girl before him. All his coldness disintegrated in an instant. Anna was momentarily dazed, subconsciously responding to the memory of laughing side by side with Bertron, which instantly became clear in her mind. But before she could step forward, Franz suddenly took action. Grabbing Anna's arm firmly, Franz interrupted with a forceful tone, telling Anna to wait outside first until they finished their conversation. Immediately after, the heavy door was slammed shut. Anna was thus shut out, without even having time to ask the question in her heart. What secret was hidden in the room that even she was not allowed to hear? Franz warily checked the doors and windows, signaling everyone to lower their voices. To finish the upcoming discussion as quickly as possible, he asked Bertron straightforwardly how he planned to deal with Philip. Bertron's face was cold and stern. He wanted to expose the lies of that war. As long as he proved Philip's military merits were faked, he could completely ruin his reputation. But Franz felt this was too difficult. After all, regarding that battle 3 years ago, all the witnesses were no longer in this world. He looked at Carla with an apologetic gaze. Because Carla's husband was the sole survivor of that brutal battle, although Carla hated Philip, she helplessly stated that her husband had never mentioned the details during his lifetime. Bertron interrupted everyone's worries. He claimed he had his own plans, and there was no need to question Carla further. But he gave Franz a final, stern warning that Anna must absolutely not know about this. What exactly was Bertron hiding? That even Anna had to be excluded? Carla's tone became increasingly serious. She urged Bertron that it wasn't just the truth of those years that had to be hidden, but another even more fatal secret. And that was Bertron's identity as a member of the royal family. Once this news leaked out, the consequences would be unthinkable. Bertron listened in silence, only responding with a low, "I understand." Meanwhile, inside the room, Anna already had her heart in a complete mess. She didn't understand why everyone had to conspire to exclude her. This feeling of being pushed aside made her even want to just push the door open and leave. Inside the house, Carla was still whispering reminders, telling Bertron to be extra careful outside. After all, with a big mouth like Philip's, he could spread word of his royal status to the whole city at any time. Just then, the closed door finally opened. Bertron walked up to Anna. Announcing calmly that the conversation was over, Anna spoke up somewhat hesitantly, asking Bertron if he could listen to her say a few selfish words. After getting an affirmative answer, Anna began to complain in a low voice. She had thought that as soon as he returned, he would immediately appear before her. Bertron quickly apologized after hearing this. Seeing this, Carla from the side hurriedly pulled Franz away. Anna joked with a smile, asking if he had regained his lost emotions on this trip. Bertron, however, lowered his head somewhat dejectedly, stating bluntly that he had made no progress. But just as Anna was feeling disappointed, Bertron suddenly pulled out a large bouquet of flowers from behind his back. He said that as soon as he saw these flowers on the way back, his mind was completely filled with Anna's image. Anna could no longer suppress her joy and lunged directly into Bertron's arms, saying "Welcome back" loudly. The two sat down to have dinner together. Carla looked at him with concern, feeling that he had become so thin he was just skin and bones. Franz, however, asked back with a laugh if she had mistaken all of his muscle for thinking they were bones. Carla snapped right back. She said she wasn't talking to the knight. She just wanted Bertron to eat more. Bertron politely thanked her and tried to explain that his weight hadn't decreased. Anna wouldn't hear it, directly stuffing a large piece of meat into his mouth, telling him to shut up and just eat. Franz laughed loudly from the side, teasing that Bertron's muscles were likely so hard that even swords couldn't break them. Carla looked at Franz helplessly. Though he was an excellent knight, sometimes she really didn't know what nonsense he was talking about. Anna leaned toward Carla and teased that Franz was acting so abnormally just to get her attention. Just as the atmosphere was wonderful, Bertron suddenly put down his utensils. He called out to Carla with a serious expression, asking if the document he gave her when they first met was still there. That was a vital credential, signed personally by Mr. Bert. Carla immediately realized things were not simple. She turned and ran upstairs to search. Before long, she came down holding a yellowed letter. Could this long sealed document be the key to taking down Philip? Bertron slowly spread out a piece of paper. Franz leaned in to take a look and couldn't help but tease his drawing skills, saying they were truly an eye-opener. Anna slammed the table in anger, telling this talkative knight to shut up. Bertron was in no mood for jokes. He explained in a low voice that, according to the clues he found in Schlesien, the key to regaining his emotions was hidden in this object in the drawing. Anna identified it carefully for a long time, before suddenly letting out a cry of surprise. This was clearly the flower bulb essence that her father had personally cultivated back then. Franz held the drawing and looked at it repeatedly, truly unable to connect these lines with a flower bulb essence. Anna asked with some concern, "Can this thing really help him?" Bertron nodded, saying this was the suggestion given by the magician. Although these bulbs disappeared back then because of him, he must find them again now. He speculated that in Hans's laboratory, which is that abandoned castle, there might still be surviving bulbs. But Anna gently shook her head, her tone full of uncertainty. 3 whole winters have passed. Those fragile lives buried underground, with no one to look after them. Can they really, in this cold wilderness, have miraculously survived? Just when Anna felt hope was slim, Franz stared at the drawing and suddenly whispered a sentence. This strange thing, he seemed to have seen it somewhere a few days ago. The moment these words were spoken, Bertron and Anna looked up sharply. The originally dull air was instantly ignited by this unexpected news. Holding the sketch in his hand, Franz was finally certain he had indeed seen this thing. Anna could hardly believe it. The clue that originally had no lead actually had a turning point. Franz recalled. That day, he was walking the pig near the ruins. The little fellow seemed to have smelled something and suddenly rushed toward one direction like crazy. When Franz caught up, he found the pig was holding a bulb that looked like an onion in its mouth. That thing emitted an extremely rich, sweet fragrance, even overpowering everything around it. Bertron immediately pressed for more, asking where that bulb went afterward, but Franz was stunned. He tried hard to recall that crucial detail. It was right on the tip of his tongue, but that last piece of memory just wouldn't click into place. Franz stammered and confessed. That precious bulb was either tossed away by him or it ended up being a toy for the pig. Bertron couldn't wait a single moment longer. He stood up and demanded Franz lead the way up the mountain right now. Anna looked out the window and saw the sun had already set. It was far too dangerous to enter the mountains at this time, but Bertron was resolute. If a wild beast got to it first and ate it, all the clues would be completely lost. What worried Anna even more was that Bertron planned to stay alone at the ruined castle for a few days. He had clearly only just returned. Why did he have to leave all by himself again? Bertron looked at Anna and made a solemn promise that he would definitely bring back a way to break the curse. Carla saw his determination and said nothing more, only silently turning away to prepare fresh clothes for him. As Carla packed the luggage, she didn't forget to poke fun, saying that Anna would surely run to the ruined castle every day, and if anything was missing, Anna could just bring word, having her thoughts read correctly. Anna argued back loudly in a panic, which only made Carla burst out laughing. Night fell. Franz walked ahead holding a lantern. He originally thought they were just going to take a look. He didn't expect Bertron really intended to stay there long term. Looking at that plump little pig, Bertron suddenly remarked, "Has this pig gotten thinner?" Franz nearly jumped in anger. This pig has clearly grown a lot fatter. Did Bertron's eyes come with their own shrinking curse? Bertron made a rare joke, praising him for having a talent for pig farming. Franz let out a helpless sigh and plunged into the pitch-black mountain forest with his lantern. The mountain forest at late night was chilling. Franz was glad the weather had turned cold, saving him the trouble of warding off mosquitoes and insects. Bertron looked at his back, remarking that he had become increasingly skilled at wilderness survival. Franz self-deprecatingly said it was forced by life. After all, the bugs here don't listen to his orders. Bertron shifted the conversation, stating bluntly that Franz had changed a lot. Previously, he was always high and mighty, expecting everyone to adapt to him. But now he had learned to adapt to this land. Franz remained silent for a moment, finally mentioning Carla. A few days ago, when Carla saw him, she actually mistook him for someone else. She blurted out another name, Philibert. This somewhat frivolous-sounding name made Franz instantly remember that worthless uncle of his back home, perhaps because he was far away. Carla mistook him for someone from the past. Bertron asked in a low voice if that was the turning point when he discovered the secret of Carla's past. Franz continued walking with the lantern, a hint of helplessness in his tone. It was nothing more than a common, mediocre story. After all, Franz made no effort to hide his loathing for that man, stating bluntly that he was an absolute piece of trash. In Franz's memory, he had lived in that man's shadow since childhood. Looking at that hypocritical face, Franz only learned one thing. Nobles must never lay a hand on commoners. This sounds like a rule, but it's actually more like a kind of arrogant charity. The victim's parents came to the manor gates to seek justice for their daughter who had committed suicide, but that man was as indifferent as if he were discarding a pet he was bored with. In his eyes, this didn't count as feelings at all, and required no responsibility whatsoever. Franz gave a self-deprecating laugh. Actually, after Carla mistook him that day, she also gave him a hard slap. That was the price for his loose tongue. But strangely enough, that slap instead made Franz feel that they were finally equal. In that instant, Carla was no longer a lowly commoner, but a person standing truly and clearly before him. This feeling was absurd, yet it made him feel a long-lost sense of normalcy for the first time. After hearing Franz's past, Bertron sighed thoughtfully. So all the entanglements had begun back then. Franz suddenly turned his head, bringing the topic back to Bertron. He asked with a grin how far things had actually progressed between Bertron and Anna. Bertron originally wanted to brush it off, simply saying he didn't have any worries. But seeing that Franz wouldn't let it go, he simply dropped a bombshell, saying that she loved him, and that this was completely different from Franz's situation. Franz was choked up by these words, and couldn't help but call him an idiot. In his view, it wasn't a matter of love at all. How could a country girl possibly adapt to the social life of the royal city? Moreover, Bertron's identity meant that this was destined to be about more than just two people. But Bertron's next words completely left Franz dumbfounded. Long before setting out, Bertron had already declared his position to the king. He intended to spend the rest of his life on this land. Franz exclaimed that he was a madman. A prince wanting to marry a commoner was legally nothing short of a fairy tale. But Bertron's expression looked exceptionally firm under the lamplight. He had already chosen the path to take. All that remained was to follow it without looking back. Franz looked at Bertron beside him, sincerely envying his decisiveness. Now Franz's status was special. He couldn't move around the village freely, so every next step had to rely on Bertron's assistance. Their goal was very clear. They had to completely eliminate the trouble. That was Philip Gerhardt. While the two were talking, the little pig leading the way suddenly started galloping. Franz immediately realized that it must have discovered something. The two followed closely behind and arrived in front of a towering stone tower. Franz looked around, confirming that this was indeed the place. Those vital bulbs are hidden under some pile of sacks in these buildings. Bertron crouched down. He called out to Franz in a low voice. He pointed at the thing the little pig had just rooted out from the soil. Franz approached with the lantern. Beneath these desolate ruins, the truth they had been searching for so long was finally about to break through the soil. Franz leaned in with the lantern, looking at the red bulb revealed in the snow, asking Bertron if this was it. After careful observation, Bertron gave an affirmative answer. Since the item had been found, Franz proposed digging it out immediately, but Bertron refused and even turned around to leave directly. Franz didn't react at all, not understanding why they had to go. Bertron told him to leave the bulb for now and go search nearby for research notes or anything with written records. Franz was very confused by this, thinking they could just dig it up and leave. But Bertron pointed out the key. They must master the cultivation method for this plant. Franz had originally thought they just needed to brew it into medicine to break the curse, or simply wait for it to bloom. But Bertron successively rejected these simple ideas. Franz breathed a sigh of relief, thinking it probably wouldn't be too much trouble. But Bertron's next words left him completely stunned. It wasn't enough to just dig this thing up. He had to grow it right here with his own hands. Franz simply could not believe it, that Bertron actually intended to stay here and be a farmer. After all, for Bertron, this bulb carried far too much weight. The scene shifted. Carla's voice came from inside the house. She suddenly asked Anna if she had ever heard of a noble marrying a commoner. Anna was startled by the topic, complaining that her mother spoke too abruptly. Carla, however, appeared very calm, straightforwardly saying it's just a rumor she heard. She said if a noble is willing to give up everything, this kind of marriage is indeed possible. Anna pressed for what that actually meant. Carla explained with a serious expression. It means losing the title of nobility, giving up territories and inheritance rights, and taking nothing away except for the person himself. Anna remained silent for a long time after hearing this. The price of such a desperate gamble sounded far too heavy. Carla asked, what exactly was so pitiful about it? Anna sighed in a low voice. The act of giving up everything is already enough to make someone sad. The gardens where one played since childhood, the clothes bought with one's first allowance, all of it would have to be abandoned. Even the original family would no longer treat a person who has lost their status the same way as before. Carla listened to her daughter's sentiments and asked back, would someone really be willing to endure such pain? But then she reconsidered. Since the law provides for these things, it means someone must have done it before. After hearing these words, Anna seemed to suddenly realize something. She earnestly told her mother, if Mr. Bertron truly gives up everything for her, then she will definitely be twice as good to him. For the rest of her life, as long as it's for Bertron, she will absolutely never feel any regret. Looking at her daughter's expression, Carla couldn't help but praise her courage. Anna took the chance to act spoiled and confirm. If Bertron becomes penniless, her mother wouldn't blame him, right? Carla gave a negative answer. Carla looked at her daughter, asking if she really wanted to marry Bertron, who was a noble. If it was only because of her commoner status, Carla said she would find a way to solve it. Anna was completely confused, not understanding which kind of way her mother meant. Mr. Bertron's status is not just that of a noble. He is actually a member of the royal family. Carla then sighed. Even if Bertron were willing to give up everything, a royal marriage would still be as difficult as climbing to heaven. But she quickly stopped herself, saying that all of that was still too far off. She urged Anna to hurry upstairs and said she would handle the rest. Anna hadn't yet recovered from the shock and could only stare blankly at her mother. Carla didn't explain any further, but firmly told her to go to sleep. Although Anna was full of doubts, she could only obediently turn and go upstairs. Carla stood alone by the window. Anna would probably wake up at dawn today and secretly run to the ruins to find Bertron. If it were before, she definitely would have rushed out to stop her, but now she hesitated, because she knew better than anyone how deep Anna had fallen. Carla couldn't help but wonder if only she could have been a bit more selfish back then, to have grabbed Philip on that day and told him she was pregnant with his child. Perhaps the current Anna wouldn't have to be for the sake of this love. Trapped in such a painful situation, since only a noble is qualified to marry a prince, then she must take action now by telling Philip the truth, that Anna is actually his biological daughter, only by making Philip acknowledge Anna's noble status. Will this seemingly impossible relationship have one last shred of hope? In the middle of the silent night, the back door suddenly let out a heavy creak. Carla turned around alertly and found that the visitor was actually Dean. She crossly questioned the other party, why he didn't use the front door in the middle of the night and what he wanted. Sneaking in like a thief? Dean's eyes were evasive, as he made up a casual excuse about passing by, but his next words instantly caused the atmosphere to drop to freezing point. He lowered his voice tentatively, asking Carla if she was alone in the house now. This threatening tone made Carla immediately realize something was wrong. She did not hesitate for a second. She turned and ran deep into the house. Dean panicked at the sight, pacing after her while shouting that this was a misunderstanding, even though Dean explained repeatedly. The wariness in Carla's eyes had already reached the brink of explosion. Dean walked into the room while using a frivolous tone to mock Carla for being too nervous. He even maliciously taunted her, saying that Carla had been a widow for so long, that she had become so paranoid. This personal attack did not make Carla back down. She stared fixedly at the kitchen knife on the table. The moment Dean approached, she suddenly grabbed it in her hand. Before Dean could react, the cold blade was already pressed against his chest. Looking at this woman who was dead serious, the smile on Dean's face vanished instantly. He backed away awkwardly, while exclaiming that Carla was truly crazy to actually dare to use a knife on him. Carla didn't want to hear any nonsense. She gripped the handle tightly and shouted sternly for him to state his purpose immediately. Otherwise, this knife would not be just for show. Facing the sharp blade in Carla's hand, Dean finally revealed his true colors. He had only one purpose for this visit, and that was the heavy gold ring that had been dug up from the ground. He was certain that Eric had given the ring to Anna. Carla feigned composure and lied, saying the ring had long been handed over to the village chief and told him to get out of here immediately. Dean was not fooled at all. He had already investigated thoroughly. The village chief knew absolutely nothing about it. Seeing her lie exposed, Carla pulled out her last straw, threatening to call the knight upstairs to come down. Dean let out a cold laugh upon hearing this. He called Carla's bluff in public, because not long ago, he had seen with his own eyes the blonde knight walking toward the mountain ridge alone, with the last shred of hope shattered. Carla angrily tried to drive him away. Dean took advantage of her distraction and lunged forward, deathly gripping her wrist. The sheer difference in strength caused the knife to slip and fall to the floor. Dean's tone became sinister and ruthless. He questioned her one last time about the ring's whereabouts. If she didn't hand it over, no one would be able to save her tonight. Dean completely lost his patience. He gripped Carla's neck tightly and pinned her entire body to the ground. He roared like a madman. Since Carla refused to speak, he would go upstairs right now to settle the score with her daughter, Anna. At the mention of Anna's name, Carla struggled on the brink of suffocation. She desperately tried to resist. She absolutely could not let this beast harm her child. Just as Dean was prepared to strike a fatal blow, heavy footsteps suddenly came from behind him, followed by a cold, sharp blade instantly pressed against the back of Dean's neck. Franz, who was supposed to be far away, was standing there like a phantom, looking down at him from above.